So fast on the straight and then slow on the corner. I guess that's attractive. Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, everybody, welcome back. How is everyone tonight? Seems like we have a lively group of regulars in so far, and I like that. I like that a lot. We're going to have some guests in tonight. They'll be along shortly. I believe Kat is messaging me now to tell me what she is going on. So we'll see see where the cat is. The cat may be actually in the studio. No studio. And we're going to have a great time tonight, guys. I've been I think I've been live every day since Sunday or maybe Monday. It's been fun. It's been a good time. So we're going to keep this streak alive, I guess, because tomorrow evening should also be live again. Although I may not stream on this specific on my channel. I may stream on someone else's channel. I may be a guest. I was a guest earlier this week, and I may be a guest again. There is my wayward cat. Hello, Cat. How are you? Thank you for finally joining us. Something different, Cat.
I'm in my PJs, ready to rock.
You're in your PJs. Okay. At least they're tasteful. At least they are tasteful. Kat, have you had a good almost half a week off? Haven't had to be here. I know you've been doing other stuff, but you haven't had to be here. You haven't had to put up with me.
Mm-hmm.
All of that. So
yep, it's been fun.
Been fun. Good.
Yeah, doing stuff.
Yeah. Anything extra cool and special?
I won at Topgolf.
You won at Topgolf?
Yep.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. How do you win at Topgolf?
I get the highest score.
Yeah, but are you really the winner if you do?
Yes. That's how you win.
But still, it's Topgolf.
It's better than
That's
nothing.
kind of like being the winner at the kiddie pool.
Hey, I'll take it.
What's that thing with the where you whack-a-mole? It's like kind of being the winner of whack-a-mole, but different. Anyway. Right. Starts with PJs. Next thing you know, you're on OF lingerie. There's pictures of you all over the internet, and it just goes downhill from there. Goes downhill.
That's what you do in your old age. You do OnlyFans. Now is the time.
You heard it here first, folks. Kat, did you get a haircut?
No, it's just greasy. I need to do my hair. Don't look at it.
Yeah.
Put me off of this. It's too big.
No.
I don't like this.
Yeah. You actually look really like young and like you don't have any makeup on.
I have lipstick on.
I meant like real makeup, Kat, like foundation and fillers and all. Yeah. Like
fillers
actual
is makeup.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, I don't know.
No makeup. Okay, it's good.
Lipstick.
That's fine. That's totally cool. Have you been having fun, Kat, with wandering around, being an alley cat?
Yep, been doing family stuff. So.
Oh, I thought you were like beating up on Teriak and getting your butt handed to you in a debate.
It wasn't a real debate. We were trying to learn how to debate. So that was my idea. But I didn't think of the debate topic with any real effort.
Yeah.
So that kind of ruined it. And we didn't really care about the topics. So I think these things actually matter.
Yeah. Did you see old Jake got jumped last night when he made an appearance with he who shall never ever be platformed again?
BO. Oh, I did not see that, but I did hear about it.
Yeah, we had him on afterwards. It was cathartic. You missed out. You could have been part of the healing. Could have been part of it. I had to give him some tough love, as always. Poor Arthur Daya had a debate with Andrea last night. She held her own. She did hold her own.
On what topic?
That women suck at work.
Men suck at work?
No. That women suck at working.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Andrew says they don't suck at work?
No. Andrew said they did.
Okay.
Arthur Daya said they didn't, and Arthur Daya was proven wrong.
But like, what kind of work? Is it like housework?
It doesn't matter.
Like childcare?
Men are better at it. Doesn't matter. Men are better.
Okay. So you're saying that
women suck at all jobs. That's right. It was.
But we shouldn't do anything.
It was that women suck at all jobs. Therefore, women suck at work, at doing work.
I mean, I don't disagree. I don't think we should do anything. We should be like, we're just like big children that we should kind of be like taken care of.
No, you're like a big children. Because you never grew up.
That's fine. I don't want to. It doesn't look fun.
It doesn't look fun. Do you have a dollhouse?
Not anymore.
When did you get rid of it? Like last week?
No, probably like 15.
Oh, okay. This is sus. I'm getting like the like dollhouse, like going to conventions and with little curtains and stuff, like all of girly girls super
no
stuff.
No. My dad built me a real house in the backyard, like a clubhouse with electricity, like a pull-out bed, plugs, everything, curtains. I had a real house.
So you had your own apartment at 12?
Yes. Oh, like 8.
8. You had your own apartment at 8? You were moving out? Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I had an intercom system.
An intercom, of course, because your dad can't. Your dad is a controlling guy, so he.
No, he's not. Well, he could see me, so that was fine.
Yeah. Per Andrew, there are some percentage jobs that women cannot do, strength, and other jobs they are roughly on par with men. So the overall average statistic is that women suck compared to men. That actually really wasn't the point. The point is that you can't use outliers like yourself to define that women don't suck at working. We're not saying that all women suck at working, but if we look at the vast majority of women, they suck at working. If you say, well, they do very good in office jobs, well, okay, yeah, great, that's awesome, but men would do a better job in that position. And that's what his point was. And I think I had actually never looked at it that way. The whole time last night he was making the argument, I was like, the man has a point. And I thought it was great. Yeah. We've already started the degeneracy with Captain Mr. Glenn Lawrence of Glenn Lawrence Presents Production of Men. Well, isn't it a good thing that women are good at sucking? You left off something. I'll let it slide. But that's like me saying Grit excels at golf and football, but he sucks at hockey, gymnastics, soccer, etc. So overall, he sucks at sports. No, that would be an accurate statement. If I did one sport well and I did every other sport poorly, then I do indeed suck at sports. That's math. I hate math. Why are you making me do math? Why am I doing math on my own show? I control this in theory. We had Sarah on last night. That was great. She came on, I think, to kind of confront me because I said some, not mean, but, some very directed things about my thoughts about, BO and her and just some other things. And I We had a really great discussion. I hope that we're all friends again. I just can't go on her channel until as long as she's going to let the Flopical on there, because I refuse to platform him or give him any content. Angel Berber, grid 1. It is a common argument from women to use the exception to the rule to disprove the rule. It gets tiring and ridiculous. Yes. Yeah. So they asked they asked, are women better prostitutes than men? No, they're not. They have to have pimps. They can't even do that right. I was doing the same thing. Like, yeah, of course they're better at prostitution than men. No, they've got to have pimps to make it work right. The men still have to come in and do it right. That's very funny. Legendary CEO did a flyby. Okay, so she's been looking up data. She's on a mission. I wish you luck in your endeavor. Just PM Andrew, I'm sure he'll debate you again. But I will weep for your loss in advance. And that's okay. And like, I get the idea, right? I get the idea that women do not want to believe that any of this, because why would you? That's basically admitting, like Kat said, we do suck at it, right? Like Kat's come to peace with this, and like, yeah, I embrace my robot overlords sort of dialect, right? And it's cool. It's cool. So, Kat, what else have we talked about? So the other night I did a show with Glenn and some others, and it was a good show. It was really great. Last night we started talking about we started talking a little bit politically about how as people we tend to organize ourselves into parties, and we have a 2-party system in theory, but then we find that like 7% that we disagree about or whatever, and then we just won't let it go. And we do it far more on the right than it seems like they do on the left. And Andrew made some good points. Glenn made some excellent points, and so did some other people that we pulled up. It was actually a really great stream. You missed out. I am sorry for your loss. But you were in bed early.
Yeah, I have. I'm taking some antibiotics. It makes me tired.
Antibiotics? Are you ill?
Yes.
Yeah, you're sick. You're not feeling well.
Yeah, so whatever. You have to take them.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're not well.
No, never been well. No.
Never been well.
Mm-mm.
You seem pretty well.
Well, that's good. But no.
But you're not well?
No. I'm trying to send you something. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, you can do it in a private chat.
Yeah. So this is what I was trying to do today.
Oh, did it in Discord. Okay.
Yeah, in the Discord. Sorry. Because it's a picture, so I don't know how to send it. Anyways, I was trying to make this really cool joke on Instagram, and then they said, like, a pop-up came up and basically said it was against TOS, and I was gonna lose my account if I posted this. I just put the text on the bottom.
Interesting.
I thought it was a cute joke. But no, we can't make jokes anymore because now we're in full communism.
This is kind of funny. It's not
tell them that women can be funny.
It's not super funny, but it's it's in ballpark. It's ballpark. It's ballpark.
I'll take it.
So, wow, I Didn't realize the chat had been moving this whole time. Arthur Data. That's funny. I like that actually. Hey, Devin Anderson. Sorry I didn't see you come in. I was not scrolling. Whose channel was that on? Oh, we were here. We were here last night. We're doing good stuff. Yeah. That's very funny. This is actually very funny what Arthur Dye says. River Bay. Hey, Andrew, having a nice day? A nice day is a social construct. Define what you mean by that. That's funny. I watched Andrew, or I listened to Andrew like commenting on Destiny, commenting on his practice mock debate. My God, that was fun. I could barely drive. I was about to laugh like a lot, and it was really pretty funny. So the debate prep was really interesting because it shows that if you are a good debater, you can debate both sides equally as awesomely. So
yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Kat. We'll try and we'll endeavor to not overtire you, or make you laugh too much, or whatever aggravates your condition. You have a condition?
No.
That's
temporary.
That's from a movie. Do you have a
Oh.
condition, son? And come on, it's just old folk prattle. Don't worry about it. It's harmless. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have a guest trot along here soon. I think I was on their channel on Monday. I think Monday, Tuesday. So I don't know. One day this week. They all kind of run together right now. My son's been shooting the SCTP Tennessee State Championship, and he's done sporting clays, skeet, double skeet, and super sporting clays. Him and his two teammates took the second second place in the super or double skeet, which is very interesting because you would think they'd do better in just regular American skeet, but no, it takes two targets to get them going. So, and he did that today. He did very well, and he had an excellent day. And so he is now resting because he earned it. And it's good. We've got a bot now, Kat. Not everyone likes the bot. The bot's still in training. He may have to go to human resources tomorrow and talk to Karen and Ken. And yeah. So Bill Hicks, I was actually trying to think of the name of the movie and I could not think of it. Solid Snake comes in $4.99. I know a game that Grid One is really good at and he wins every time. The game is called Whack-A-Commie. That's funny. That's actually pretty funny. So, but yeah, so he did very well today, and tomorrow is Trap, and hopefully they can take either individual medals in Trap or the team medal in Trap. So it'd be great. But, yeah, awesome, good stuff, man. It's really good stuff, and but the bot was set a little too tight when I installed it, and it was just banning people left and right, just timing them out. They were really crying. You missed out. The tears flowed. They flowed. In theory, the TTS works now, but I can't. There's something with Streamlabs and their payment system that's jacked up. I don't know what's going on. I got to figure it out. Welcome, Hawaiian CC. Glad to see you back. I hadn't seen you for a few days, and it's good to see you back in the chat. What else has been going on while you're gone, Kat? You've been our stray cat wandering.
I did some streams with people.
I heard you did one with Cheeks. How was that?
Cheeks? No.
No? I thought you did one with Cheeks.
No.
Okay.
I used to when he started. I used to.
Yeah. I knew that, but I thought maybe you were done. I thought that you had kind of hooked him back in.
No.
But, yeah.
He's still mad. I call him a degenerate.
He's not mad. He's faced that fact. I think it hurts him a little bit though. I'm surprised he hasn't wandered along. He was on here last night as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, for a few minutes. I'm actually very shocked he's not on because, today's a special day for people like him. So I figured he'd walk along and remind us of his
what is today?
Isn't it Juneteenth today, or was that yesterday?
I don't know. What's that?
I don't know, because I'm not familiar with this holiday. Somebody told me it was a holiday. I don't think that it is really. I think it's made up. So nothing else cool, Kat? You've been doing. So who else have you been streaming with? VOPod guys or
yeah.
That's
and
cool.
sometimes
didn't you and Damon get into like some kind of debate or something, and he smacked you around a little while?
No, we never got into a debate. He was the moderator.
Between you and Teriak, yeah. So how is Teriyaki? I hadn't seen him for a while. Did you hurt his feelings?
No, he's fine.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Jake got hammered a little bit last night. He had to come here for it to be. We offered a safe space, the only kind we offer, which is tough love and bitterness. So today is a special day for beating somebody. I don't know who we're gonna beat, but we're gonna beat them. That's for sure. Yeah. Grace kidnapped Teriak. Don't joke too much about that because that could happen. She apparently, kidnapped his dad. Teriak is in a tanning bed. That's funny. We finally found somebody that's whiter than Teriak, and that is Dave. Emperor Dave. That dude looks like Uncle Fester. Fester, whatever the fuck it is. That dude's white. Like he's white. Like he's white. Like he's that white that's mixed with a little bit of blue that makes the ultimate white. That's how white he is. Yeah. It's nice and comfortable tonight. It's nice and comfy. We're having a comfy stream. I didn't even have a title. It just says place cool title here to remind me to make up a title, and I never did. I'm gonna leave it. I think that's funny. It's ironic. I like irony. Oh, apparently I'm in a cult.
What kind?
Not really sure. I've never heard of that cult before, but it was yeah. Apparently I was accused of being in a cult. Someone went on this and actually you've probably seen her in the chat. Carolina girl. Stochastic decay just popped it right up. Michigan, Tennessee one, yeah. So Carolina girl went on to Josie's channel one night. I have no idea how high, stoned, or drunk she was when she did this, because I can't judge such things accurately, but she apparently went on Josie's stream and said that Josie shouldn't have me on her stream. Now, here's an interesting thing. I don't go on Josie's stream. Josie comes on my stream, or occasionally she will invite me to please come to her stream. I don't go and go, and I'm not knocking on the door. hello, let me in, because that's not how that works. So that was interesting. The second thing is that and so she basically told Josie that not to have me on Josie's stream anymore. Josie's like, why? She said, well, because he's him and Andrew are in a cult. We're in a cult. I think I have the video. Do we have the clip? I have the clip. Let me find the clip. I don't have my crack team of staff working tonight. I gave my son the night off, so he's not here to just pull that right up. Actually, he's in there cleaning a shotgun because he has to, he needs to win tomorrow, because it's important. So we need to crush our enemies underneath our boot. So, and let's see. Let me go ahead and open this up. And then I got to go to the, let's see what, I think it's, hang on. I got to find a right spot. Give me 1 second. Apologies. Nobody get mad. Don't cry. I'm very good with technology. I just, I wasn't actually prepped for this. There we go. Now we're going to hit the pause button. I think. Yeah, there we go. We're in the right spot. And then we'll come back over here. We'll do we'll do this. And we're going to hit that. Yep, that's what we got. Let's see if I can clean this up a little bit. Well, that's all right. We'll go with it. All we really need is the sound, right? So
Hey, what's up?
Hey, girl.
So what's poppin'?
Don't let Grid one on anymore.
Let me
What happened?
on.
It's not what happened. It's what he is.
Do we need more
Can you
volume on that?
elaborate?
He's IBLP. It's a cult that was founded in Texas and now only exists in Michigan and Tennessee. You do the math, girl.
Do
Who
that
lives in
math.
Michigan?
Hang on, I'm gonna wind this back a little bit. Let me
Andrew.
There we go. Here we go. Because I had the volume down. I want everybody to hear this nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up?
Hey, girl.
So what's poppin'?
Don't let Grid one on anymore.
Cat's
What
eating
happened?
during the stream. Cats
It's not what
always eat.
happened. It's what he is.
It's what I am.
Can you elaborate?
He's IBLP. It's a cult that was founded in Texas and now only exists in Michigan and Tennessee. You do the math, girl. Who lives in Michigan?
So I have to be
Andrew.
honest here. Hang on. Let me,
Who lives in Tennessee?
I'll go back a little bit. There we go.
Cult that was founded in Texas and now only.
So I'm going to bring them in.
My bad. That was my bad. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button. I fat fingered it.
Subscribing.
So the interesting thing is, we all know that all the good cults come out of Texas, right? We know that, right? So, and go ahead and get that out of the way. There we go. That's better.
I don't know. People just talk shit. But I
That's
mean,
right. That's
so
right,
do I.
Josie. People just talk
Whatever.
shit.
I don't care. I can't wait to send that to him.
I can't wait to send it to me. Josie
There was
actually
this
did
other
not
dude that
send
was
it
just
to me.
acting
Somebody
kinda
else
weird
sent it to
too,
me.
but I wouldn't throw
Let's
people under the
see, where
bus.
is it? Yeah, it's like 48. There we go.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up?
Hey, girl.
So what's popping?
Don't let Grid 1 on anymore.
Don't let me on anymore.
What happened?
It's not what happened. It's what he is.
What I am, y'all. It's what I am.
Can you elaborate?
He's IBLP. It's a cult that was founded in Texas.
By the way, I thought
and
that
now
she
only
said
exists in
IVLP.
Michigan
I had an entirely
and
different thing
Tennessee.
Googled up.
You do the math, girl.
Do math.
Who lives in Michigan?
Andrew.
Andrew. Who lives in Tennessee? Grid 1.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are playing like they've never met me in their life.
I've never
Andrew
met
brought
that
me on
bitch.
one of his lives. And now
I've
he's
never
pretending like
met
you don't
this
know
bitch.
me? Come on, girl.
Come on,
It's
girl.
shady as
Come on.
fuck.
But what do they do at an institute and basic life principles? Seminar,
Oh yeah, look it up, girl. Go for it.
evangelical minister. Shani Happy caring. Oh, caring for IBLP survivors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's always good on when there's a worse survivor. Mm.
Damn, when fucking Andrew brought me on his live, I couldn't see shit. I just saw myself. At least I can see you.
It's not like I got a face for radio, but however. Hi, Dave. Can we talk about how much feminine energy these manosphere panels actually put off? Oh yeah, my late father is rolling in his grave at how these guys be acting. Should have seen the panel yesterday. It was chirping and spurging like some freaking Karens.
You talking about Beast panel?
Look at this. This is a winner right here, guys. This is a winner. Cat. This is the metric by which you shall be measured.
I literally,
there she is.
because I got like the gaming mouse.
And
with
you know the
button
funny
on the
thing is
side, and it's
that,
like,
that,
sometimes I
that
knock them, so I kick
I think
myself
Josie
out.
was laughing like really, really hard.
But
Really, really hard. Really hilarious.
How did
I
you
don't know.
put
I
Grid
mean,
1 in them. That's
it's
what I
not-
want to know.
Hmm?
How did you meet Grid 1 and all them?
The same way I meet everybody.
So I think it was on the Discord.
On the
Yeah,
whatever Discord?
Yeah. We were just in VC. We were just talking. Well, because I was on the show and he was like super chatting and it was like fucking hilarious. And because I would like watch the show and just like mess around, like we would go
Right.
watch the show in VC basically. So then at some point, like people were just listening to him and I talk. And I was like, you should start a podcast. And like, you started a podcast like
That's
that. But
actually
it's like,
true.
Were
That's
you
kind
on
of how
the
this
last
happened.
live?
That's actually did that part of it. What Josie just said is true.
no, but I
With the
popped.
titty pop out and shit?
What?
With the titty pop out and shit, he had to like shut it all down.
Oh,
and
you mean the
reboot
whatever?
the whole
Yeah. I
thing?
was there. Yeah. I thought you
You know
meant
why
like
he
grid
was
stream.
pissed off? You want to know why he
Titties
was
don't
pissed
pop
off,
out on my
Josie?
stream.
Hmm?
I wouldn't
He was
even
pissed
let
off
I
because
wouldn't
before he
even
went on
let
live,
Kat
I
put
told
her
him that
booby
Andrew
pic
played
on
like he
the
didn't know me.
thumbnail.
He was pissed the entire episode because of that. And at the beginning of the reboot, I told him Grid 1 was in on it too.
But I
Well,
don't
what
know
do you
who
mean
the
like it
fuck
didn't
you
exist?
are,
Like
psycho
what, you
lady.
super chatted and
Oh,
they
you
igno-
can't see me in the chat anymore, Josie. You cannot see me. No one can.
You can't see her in the
He
chat.
can.
Yeah,
She's been
there's a
shadow
No
function
one
for
else
banned,
that.
y'all.
can. I've got a
Shadow
soft ban.
banned. Not on
Yeah.
my stuff. On
But I mean,
she's talking about on whatever right now.
Why would I get a soft ban? I'm just a name on a damn screen.
because
Unless
one
what
of them
I'm-
because one
Unless
of the
what I'm
mods got
spouting
annoyed.
is true.
One of the mods got annoyed.
That's right.
Nah, B doesn't put me on. He never even put me on a timeout in his show.
That was probably Nemesis.
Yeah, I can guarantee you it wasn't because it would have been fixed by now.
No, Nimmy doesn't give a
No.
shit.
Yeah, because B knows no one else can see me.
Did you message
Nobody
him?
can see you because nobody
Yeah,
wants to
I told him
see
exactly
you.
what Andrew did on his last live when he acted like he didn't know me. B didn't take too kindly to that.
Nobody knows
Which is
who
why
you
if you
are.
rewatch his last episode when he
Now, she has
introduced
been in the
Andrew,
chat.
he doesn't seem too thrilled about it. Which is why
She has been
when
in the chat. She
Andrew
could
asked
actually be
him
in
to
the
talk
chat
about the girl
tonight,
being fucked up
for all I
on
know.
drugs, he talked Andrew out and said it was him making him ask all those questions. Because in the live, I was telling B, She was on methadone.
I literally have no idea what the fuck this high chick
Okay.
we're talking about.
So
Wanna make
pick a
sure it's
side,
probably-
Josie, because I'm telling you right now, I'm snipering channels.
You're like
She's
speaking in
snipering
tongues right
channels.
now.
I'm telling you to pick a side because I'm snipering all channels against B.
So this is an interesting thing. First, I think when she says that she's snipering all channels against B, what she means is that she's snipering all channels that she perceives as being against whatever, even though Brian dislikes this girl enough that he will not let her even participate in the chat. And let me tell you, Brian's a micromanager, and if you're not able to log on to whatever, Brian knows about it. Okay, that's how it is. Now, I haven't asked the mods at whatever about this because, frankly, I don't give a fuck. But it's very interesting to me that she has been in my chat and she seemed cool but weird. And Kat, you might remember this. I don't know if you do, but you might remember that she was in the chat about a week or two ago, and she was like saying like really erratic shit about how about me. Like, and Josie told her he's married, stop saying shit like that. Because it was like some it was really erratic shit. Like you're whatever. I'm not gonna fucking repeat it, but and I can go back and go, because we obviously keep we keep logs of all of the chat, so I could go back and check, but I don't give a shit enough. But I do remember, I thought it was weird that Josie was telling her that I've been married. I've been married for 20 years, and just leave me alone. I'm I got kids and everything. And she was like, kind of like she was flirting with me or something, which I didn't actually see that part. I only really saw Josie's comment about it, and I thought it was fucked up and weird. But in general, I pretty much treat everybody the same in chat, right? Like until you become a dick or a problem, I'm going to treat you, decently well, because I don't see all the comments. So you could have just called me, 4 different kinds of motherfucker, but I would still be polite to you because it scrolled off my screen and I didn't see it. So, but this was a really interesting bit, and we're almost done with it. We'll
I'm
just
starting
finish
with
this out.
Andrew. Then I'm going to grid 1. You after him, or you on the right side?
I ain't doing that. Sorry.
Then you're after him.
Psycho. She's sniping channels, y'all. She's sniping. She's sniping channels. So what's interesting here about the whole thing, hold on, I got to fix this. There we go. I love that part. Can I be a part of the cool kids that this crazy? I'm not a member of the club myself. I can't get you in. I'm sorry. Here, let me put that up there so everybody can see what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not a member of the club myself. I can't get you in because I'm not in it. The whole thing. So this all came kind of out because I thought Saturday night, I fucked up and I touchy-touchied a firearm when I should not have touchy-touchied firearm. And so YouTube nuked the stream. In the process of going through the process, it wasn't a big deal. They said, hey, you didn't know what you were doing. You didn't know the camera was live. It's fine. It was obvious that you weren't like doing anything on purpose. Not a big deal. They reinstated me within 24 hours. Wasn't a big deal. But it came out that there have been some complaints against me that have been shown to be unfounded, which is why YouTube has not pursued them. They never notified me, nothing like that. I only found out because of this thing, and I was reported that same night. So I don't really know what the dynamic is with this girl, and I honestly, I thought the person that had reported me was a guy. But fuck, what do I know, man? So anyway, I definitely have my haters out here now. So look, if the mods are tough if the mods are extra sensitive about things you say or your screen name, or you have 4 different accounts and you're logging in all the time, don't take it personally if they time you out until they know, because they're probably, especially now, they're probably pretty fucking trigger happy, and they'd rather time you out and apologize than take the risk of us being TOS'd. Last night, while Jake was streaming, there was a plant in his stream talking about grape over and over and over and over again in his chat, trying to get him TOS'd out. And I had to tell him to get a mod over there and, ban that person. And so don't be surprised if the mods are a little extra sensitive right about now, because I guess I'm in what's considered the danger zone of for content creators in my sphere, because I have right around 2,000 subs. So I'm big enough to be kind of threatening, but small enough that they can get rid of me in theory. And so, like I said, don't be surprised if the mods kind of get testy. Are you eating?
Yes, I have to eat with my antibiotics.
Oh, okay. Dinner time was 3 hours ago. Just throw that out there. Dinner time is 3 hours ago. But yeah. If you think the mods are being sensitive or girly, you now know why. And I mean, I get flagged. I get flagged all the time. I mean, people just don't like what I have to say. That's fine. But most of it never goes anywhere. A lot of times I never even hear about it. Like, YouTube just looks at it and goes, yeah, that's bogus. I don't give a shit about that. But so seriously, Shelby got flagged today for commenting about Angel Reese for hating it. Isn't about her, and what? Yeah, okay. I don't actually get that, but I think she chugged a lot more. I think she, she's got that 1,000 cock stare. If you know what I'm saying? That's what I got. But anyway, so if you wonder why, that's probably why. And don't take it personally. It's not all about you. It's about it's just the way it is. And look, not everybody's gonna like me. Most people like Cat though, so that's how that works. Most people like Cat. That's correct. You did meet me because you were like running your mouth in the chat, and I told you to back that shit up. Which is what I do, like the interesting thing is I have a lot of detractors that say that I'm afraid to face someone or something like that. And I literally prove almost every night that is not the case. I will put you up here if I think that you're worth it. I will put you up and we'll make fun of you. I mean, I'll talk to you. So yeah, so all kinds of good stuff. But yeah, that's so I don't know what I really don't know what's up with this person. I do not know this person. I have never met her. I have no idea who she is. Yes, Sarah, Cat is adorable. She's also very old. Very old. I think she's a vampire. I don't know. It's the goat's blood, right? Oh yeah? You think so, huh? I've been exceedingly polite to you, Jack. I really have. I've even asked you to tell me what people did to offend you, and you cannot. If someone's actually done something to offend you, spill it. Otherwise, stop bitching about it. I'm getting tired of it, like everybody else. It's just the way it is. So, and in some ways, I am a weak man. I have a real thing for chocolate. And as a matter of fact, I don't have any popcorn. I don't have any popcorn. I'm out of popcorn. I had popcorn last night and I ran out and I looked so sad, apparently. It's very funny. Not this old. should probably stop teasing you about that, but it's so much fun. So, all right, what do we got going on here? Oddly, you are a girl, Sarah. We know that because we've seen you. We know who you are, and we've talked to you. So glad to see you in the chat tonight, Sarah. It's happy to have you back. So good times. Anyway, huh? Oh, that's great. That's great, man. I'm having a great time tonight. I actually had a bunch of like really serious political and socio stuff to talk about, but this is fun. This is just fun. It's so great. Plus, the video is cool.
You're gonna need like a guy on if you want to get into politics.
We got those guys coming. Don't worry. About the time you peace out, those guys will be, or they'll come in and you'll peace out in like an hour or so, and then we'll be. So you'll only have about an hour of pain that you have to endure. I think that's well within your tolerance level, and you'll be fine. You will be fine. Just don't cry. Just don't cry. So yeah, and what else is there going on out in the world today? Yeah, I'm gonna have fresh. Huh. I might have to try that. I think we have some of that. I have not tried this. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah. What else has been going on, Kat? I need to catch up with you.
I don't know.
Old ladies need their sleep. That's funny. Tagashi, that's based as fuck. Let's get to the Arthur Dye is like, let's get to the political stuff. She does this, all this touchy-feely stuff isn't her deal. I get it. But you know what? Kat's been a good sport. She's always a sport. Solid Snake, $4.99 American. If I do a membership drive, will you show your war face? Is that to me or to Kat? Kat does wear makeup. I've seen it like twice.
What's a war face?
I'm asking him to. What do you mean by war face? I don't have a war face per se. I have a war outfit. I missed this one. Have I been a good cultist? No, I completely failed at being a cultist. I'm not in a cult, and therefore I fucking failed at it. Yeah. You need female representation? Maybe. Maybe. Do we really though? Do we?
Well, I mean, I think the space needs women to speak to the other women, so they realize that.
What's your message then, Kat?
Men are not the enemy. Stop being so combative. Stop being so mean. Stop being so entitled.
Stop being a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, they think, and money doesn't make you important. It's nice to have, but I mean, like, being nice is a lot better for women to focus on than everything else, because if you're nice enough, people will just give you stuff.
Let me ask you something, Kat. This is actually almost a serious question. I'm trying not to be. I'm trying not to be. I'm not trying to dive into like super serious stuff here.
Okay.
let me think. Give me a second. Let me think about how to frame this so I don't like really piss you off. I know I hurt your feelings all the time. Did you see Glenn Lawrence's show the other night, or have you seen a clip where I was on and we were trying to have like a serious discussion and the drunk lady on the panel kept being very distracting, and I eventually just said, Glenn, I'm sorry. I don't have the time to be on a panel with a bitch, and I punched out. It was like, I'm not gonna indulge in this. And then and she would, but because she was talking over me and she was acting very much in bad faith and all of that. And actually, it's a good subject actually. Now I guess since I'm here and we have someone to talk about it. Do you believe that our churches are too feminized? Or most churches. Let's just say most churches.
I cannot speak to churches, but from what I hear, they are. I don't know.
Okay.
I think they're a lot more like woke, which is allowed because of usually
it's the
women.
Same thing. It's the same thing. You can't say woke without it being feminine. So
yeah,
eject. Yeah, that's exactly what I was literally sitting there. I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but so I was literally sitting there. If you watch it, I'm getting more bored. I actually had I had this at one point, and I was just like fucking playing with a propeller and shit, and this little airplane. And my kid got me, and I'm just I was like totally irritated, right? Or not irritated. I was bored because every time we would start having a good conversation, this chick would derail it in like the weirdest fucking directions. Like, anyway. And so I was there was let me see if I don't know if I have the video. A drinking stream. I don't drink. So that would be hard for me to have a drinking stream. I mean, you guys can drink and I'll be funny. And the more you drink, the funnier I'll be. How about that? That's how that fucking works. Let me see if I've got this. I might have this where I can pull it up. And anyway, I was watching, and I went back and found it after the ordeal because I wanted to be, I like accuracy, and it's and I thought it was a very interesting dynamic because I had not thought about this, but this is why it's not that I don't like to go to church, but I don't necessarily go out of my way, if you will, to go. I don't go out of my way to go to church. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense to you. It's so it's an interesting thing for me. Let me go ahead. I'm going to share this screen again. And we're just having some fun tonight, guys. We're just chilling out. Just don't freak out. Don't get mad. It's all good. It's all good. And but this actually I think it's a really good representation of what I think is often going on in society, whether we wish to. Whoops, that's not how you do that. That was my mistake. Whoopsie. Move that out of the way. Here we go. Well, I don't know what it's doing.
Did you click the sound?
Huh?
The sound?
Oh, you're not getting sound?
No.
Oh. Very loud on my side.
Nope. Nothing.
All right, let me do something here. All right, let me. Refresh. Let me try it again. And now it is
together. And now we go to church and it's for women and children, and men stop going to church. Now the decor and the style and the tone and the music, it all is more effeminate. Women feel more comfortable in a masculine environment if it's not angry and aggressive. Men don't feel comfortable in a feminine environment. It's why women will go to a sports bar and men won't go to a nail salon. And churches stop being built for men. Oftentimes it's a woman who's more spiritual, and there's 11 to 13 million more women than men in church. So most churches are predominantly female. Well, that means the wife and the mother, she's usually the spiritual one. She picks the church. Well, this is a good church. I really cried during worship and my kids liked it. Dad's like, that's why I'm not going. Are you even inviting your husband into finding a church that doesn't just work for you, but works for him? Most churches are built for women and children. They're not built for men. The men all went to war, came back, and they're like, in the military, we had a brotherhood and we were together. And now we go to church and it's for women and children, and men stop going to church. Now the decor.
What do you think about that, Kat?
I mean, from what I hear, this is true. And I follow him. I like him. But I don't know. I don't go.
Yeah. Glenn, do you have an opinion on this? Where's Glenn at? Glenn goes to church. What's up, Fatty? I see you in there. I wanted you to come on. Mark Driscoll, anybody know that knows me knows I roast Mark Driscoll. I didn't know that, bro. I did not know that. But I think he's right about this, right? Do you disagree? Where is that? Let me
But I will say, my friends that do go to church, it's usually the wives who go without the husbands. The husbands want nothing to do with it at all.
Well, and I think this is seeking to explain why.
Well, I mean, they say that, but it's the men saying they're not religious, period. That they don't care at all about religion.
Yeah. Interesting. So I actually have an interesting take on this. I'm going to have Glenn come on for a few minutes. Glenn, I can tell is he's primed now. He's got the bit in his teeth, and we got to get him in here. So all right, I dropped the link there, Glenn. Come on up, buddy. Come on up. All right, so let me go here. We'll wait for Glenn to pop in. We have more make me feel good churches as opposed to, yeah, that's exactly right. Joel Osteen is not doing the Lord's work, guys. He's just not. I apologize if you believe that, but he's not. You're sure. I agree with that. However, men often allow their women to pick the church that they're comfortable with, even if they dislike it. This is actually a subject that Glenn and I talked about the other day with Viking Paradigm in a private chat. You guys, this wasn't something we made public, and we'll actually get into this later with my guests. But this is that, and I was thinking about this earlier today, Arthur Diane. You hold men to a very high standard. You let women slide on everything. And you need to stop that. You need to stop that. You're the one that makes a case for women being able to do this and women being able to do that, and women should do this and women should do that. But then you turn right around and you accuse men of being weak and not leading you. And that's not the case. We can lead you when you're willing to follow. You must submit. If you're not going to submit, then who gives a fuck, right? And men will allow women to help make some choices, such as which church you go to. Even if a man started going to, and this has actually happened in my church, and this is, damn it, Glenn, you need to get your ass up here because I'm going to end up spilling the beans early, and you got to get shit together. Come on, man, get up here. And I'm starting to get a little more energeticness. Who PM'd me over here? Nobody talks to me over here. Yeah, that's all right. I also have an update on my buddy's relationship that we talked to a couple of weeks ago. I kind of wanted him to come on. I don't know if he's in the chat. If you're in the chat, please drop in, sir. Empower, BMW Empower or Power M or something like that. Something with BMW and Power. I don't know. Forget his screen name. Let me while I'm waiting on Glenn. Where is Glenn? Glenn, you in yet? Glenn is not in yet. Is Glenn coming up? I'm on one what? What am I on? What am I on? What am I on? Not on anything. Agreed. You shouldn't follow morons. Exactly. I agree with that. There are a lot of morons out there. I agree with you not following morons. However, you can't have it both ways. So, just Glenn, where you at? I give you the there he is. Finally, Glenn, what's up, buddy?
Oh, you guys, hold on. I gotta correct. What the? Mark Driscoll? Really?
Who's that?
That's the guy in the video.
That you were just watching the video, like, I like him.
Oh, what's wrong with him? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Let me, before I even get into my dissertation on this Nimrod, this horrible.
I only watch clips.
Good, because that's all he's good for, and that's how he sells his. Never mind. Y'all know that dude got kicked out of his church in Seattle, right?
I read something about it. I don't pay attention to a lot.
All right, you know what? Here's the video. Let's just put that video on in the back chat.
All right. I got it coming up. Let's see.
Or do you want me to present it and then I can share it?
Yeah, why don't you present it?
Okay, because I know it's a little, sometimes it's a little difficult, Grid. I got you covered.
Thank you, bro.
I'm here for you.
I appreciate that. I like it better when it's easy for me.
Exactly. You ready?
Yeah, man. You're up. Roll that beautiful beam footage.
Oh. What's going on, everybody? Hold on, let me get this message out. All right. There you go. Cool. Well, I think we're going to be getting into some reactions today. What do you guys say? Yeah.
Where's your glasses, bro?
Let's see. What are we going to?
This is when I had different lighting.
Not
as harsh.
Oh, look who it is.
You can't treat your wife like you treat your kids.
All
Your
right.
wife is your peer. She is your equal. God told Adam it's not good to be alone. You need help. She's going to help you. The two of you need to be one. So it's plural leadership. That's why the Bible says that children should honor and obey their mother and their father. Why? Because they're both leaders. So mom and dad are the leaders of the family. The father, the husband, he is the head of the family. This doesn't mean that he's the bully. This doesn't mean that he's domineering, overbearing. It doesn't mean that he gets to boss everybody around. It doesn't mean that he gets to be a control freak. What it means is he's supposed to treat his family the way Jesus treats his church. He's supposed to lead with love, humility, sacrifice, considering the well-being of others. And it should be that when your kids look at their father and your wife looks at her husband, they say, I see a reflection of Jesus in that guy.
You know, I got to give it to Mark. That Mark does a really good job at pandering. Really pandering. Do you know how many things he took out of context in there? Let's start from the beginning, shall we?
You can't treat your wife like you treat your kids.
No
Your
problem
wife
with
is
that.
your peer. She is your equal.
Got a problem with that.
That's a
Got a
problem.
problem with that right there. Where does it say in the Bible that they're equal? Mark, let's go back to Genesis. Let's go back to creation. Genesis 2, right? Got the Bible right here. We're doing the Bible study. In Genesis 2, verse 7, we see that God made Adam. Then the Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. Then we see God places Adam in the garden in verse 15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to work it and to keep it. Verse 18. Then the Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him a helper fit for him." Now the ground of the Lord had formed every beast of the field, every bird of the heavens, and brought them to the man, Adam, to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was his name. The man gave names to all the livestock, to the birds of the heaven, to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper fit for him. So the Lord caused him to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was asleep, took one of his ribs and closed it up and placed with flesh. And the rib that the Lord had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. And the man said, "At last, bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. And the man and his wife were both naked and not ashamed." So let's start right there. We'll stop right there. One, they're not equal. As we can see, Adam has authority to name it. Adam named
Glenn
the
drops
woman,
out and
not
his video
Eve. He
continues.
didn't come with a name. Adam named, not only did he name her once, but he named her twice. Later on, after the fall, chapter 3 of Genesis, verse 20, it says, "The man called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living." So did she name herself? No. Did she have any authority to name Adam? No. Did she name anything? No. Who had the authority in the relationship? Adam does. How are they equal? Well, they're not. Oh, but wait a minute. We got to go back a little bit more. Genesis 3:16. After God found out that Adam and Eve had eaten the fruit, and God's pissed. He's real pissed. He says to the woman, he said, "I surely will multiply your pain in childbearing. In pain, you shall bring forth children. Your desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you." Wait a minute. If they're equal, how is he ruling over anybody? How does he have authority over her if they're equal, Mark? It doesn't make sense. So that's one error. Moving on.
God told Adam, it's not good to be alone. You need help. She's going to help you. The two of you need to be one. So it's plural leadership. That's why the Bible says that children should honor and obey their mother and their father. Why? Because they're both leaders.
Let me go to Ephesians. I like this part. I just wish Mark would just be honest for a second here. Ephesians 5:15 all the way to 6:5. We see that there are 3 contrasts, 3 commands, and 3 contexts. All right, let me explain this, because this is where he to say this, so moms and dads are equal. Let's go. Well, that's in verse 6:1. It says, "Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and mother, for this is the first commandment with the promise that it may go well with you and you may live long in the land." So we're good there. We see that, kids are supposed to obey their parent. There's a hierarchy of authority. They are equal there, right? Watch what he didn't say. Chapter 5, verse 5:22. "Wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church. His body is its savior. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so do the wives submit to their husbands in everything." How is that equal leadership? How are they both leaders? There's not equal leadership. He is above her. Both of them are above the kids. That's called a hierarchy. It's like the military, because actually in verse 5:21, the word here for submitting is the Greek word for submission. It's a military term that means from the top down. When you submit in the military, for those that don't know, you don't get to tell the general to shut up. The general gives you an order and you execute that order. That's top down submission. That's what he's talking about here. So in 5:22, he's giving us an example of what does that look like? What does this top-down mutually submission look like? First example is wives submitting to your husbands. In 6:1, he gives us another example. Children, obey your parents. Oh, and in 6:5, he gives us another example. Bondservants, obey your earthly masters. So he's misleading here.
So mom and dad are the leaders of the family. The father, the husband, he is the head of the family. This doesn't mean that
he's got
he's the
that right.
bully. This doesn't mean that he's domineering, overbearing. It doesn't mean that he gets to boss everybody around. It doesn't mean that he gets to be a control freak.
I love that. I love that. Did you guys see what he just did right there? All right. So what he just did was, it's a false dichotomy. All right. So basically what he's doing is, it's a false choice that's presented. So it's either domineering or serving your wife. It's either control freak or serving your wife. Basically saying that you either are domineering and controlling everybody and dictating, or you could just be serving your wife. He says that he goes from self-pleasing to serving your wife's interest. So, this sounds really familiar because Russell Moore spoke similarly like this. I believe he said, headship is not about having one's laundry washed or one's meals cooked or one's sexual drives met, but rather about the constantly evaluating how to step up and first serve and lay one's life down for one's own family. There's, again, this false choice between naked selfishness and sacrificing for your wife and children. See, now there's actually many possible other choices available, but they don't give you that. They only give you the extremes. It's either you're a selfish prick or you are a perfect servant leader. Let's look at Tim Keller. He's the one that planted that New York church, Redeemer Presbyterian. His wife did not want him. They did not want him to go to New York to plant a church. Actually, she was very much against it. Well, he did it anyways. He wasn't serving his wife, right? His wife was not happy, but they did it anyways. And they end up using that example as a testimony in their marriage. So what he just did, he's equating the male definition of manhood, right? By equating a man's mission with serving his wife and kids. That's his mission. And that's not his mission. That is not a man's mission. A man's mission is not serving his wife and kids. His man's mission is doing what the Lord has given him to do. The problem with a lot of this is that evangelicals, like right here, Mark Driscoll, in these teachings, like they make it to a man has no legitimate claim of his own that he could assert. Like there's no legitimate desire, there's no aspirations he could hold, no mission in the world that, to undertake. It's literally basically saying, hey, you're a slave to your wife. Now, how does this leadership that they have is executed? Well, according to Mark Driscoll, because he just pointed out, it's not doing this, it's doing this. So anything that your wife disagrees with, that comes across to her at least as you're being a selfish prick. How do you determine whether it's serving your wife correctly or, you're being a dick? Because the way that Mark just laid it out here, it's either you're a control freak or you're serving your wife. Let's let him continue.
What it means is he's supposed to treat his family the way Jesus treats his church. He's supposed to lead with love, humility, sacrifice, considering the well-being of others. And it should be that when your kids look at their father and your wife looks at her husband, they say, I see a reflection of Jesus in that guy.
So what basically he just did is that Jesus, apparently to his wife and kids, is a doormat. Because they don't talk about how Jesus didn't allow the disciples to dictate what Jesus did. Jesus came on a purpose. He had a mission. And there's times where Peter twice told Jesus something.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting, Glenn. I hadn't actually, of course, I don't pay that much attention to him. I should say welcome to the folks from the Resurgence podcast, your buddies over there. Glenn, you're muted. Glenn, you're muted.
Nick and Steve and all those guys.
Yeah.
Plutarch.
Yeah, I think Plutarch and Nick are going to be on shortly. I'm not
tonight?
sure about Steve. Yeah, I'm not sure about Steve.
Oh, cool. Yeah, those are good guys.
Yeah, and so I actually don't listen to Mark Driscoll. I got this because somebody had sent it to me because I had complained in another format that my local, so the church I've gone to since I was literally 6 years old, dude, they have changed everything about the church down to like even the all of it actually. And it's a Baptist church, so it's still pretty okay, but at the same time it's not. It's changed a lot. They the last time I went to that church, there was far more entertainment than there was sermon. The entertainment was led mostly by women, which I don't actually have a problem with that generically, but Like, I can understand, you know, when I used to go to this church regularly, it was pretty standard, right? You have your opening, you have your welcome, you have the deacon, you have the pastor come in, does his sermon, he does a closing, and you have some hymns on the way out, right? It's pretty standard. And maybe on a special occasion you would have, you know, maybe a choir, you know, maybe the choir would sing an extra hymn or two without the congregation, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty, you know, but nothing out of so this, but I'm telling you, Glenn, they had a guy with a guitar up on stage and some woman singing for like 15 minutes.
Now he probably had a man bun and some skinny jeans or some flat shoes.
I honestly didn't pay much attention. I was sitting in the back, which I always do. I always sit in the back because that's, you know,
me too.
The polite thing to do, because I can hear, and I know that there are people that can't hear that need to sit up front. So I don't.
I just don't want to say hi to anybody because they all look gay to me.
Yeah, that too. I'm an antisocial fucker, but anyway, so I was critical of the changes that have been made.
As would I.
I don't like it. I don't like the layout. I don't like how they've changed the stained glass windows. I don't like how they've changed basically all of it.
You know, you're not the only one that says that besides me, but a pastor friend of mine, whose video I'm about to share with you right now, calls it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Good buddy, or, you know, friend, Pastor Joel Webbin from Right Response Ministries on YouTube. You guys, make sure you guys go follow that and like that. If you let me present it, Grid.
Yeah. Let me. Is this the one that's up with the guy reaching for the alarm clock?
Yes.
There we go.
All right. I'm gonna speed this one up, but everything that you ask Kat, he answers for you. You ready? Here we go. Hold on.
While that start, oh, never mind. Yeah, Kevin, this is accurate. I think this is true.
Very affectionate ways that I think are borderline blasphemous.
From the mouth of God. You're listening to Daily Truth.
There are a lot of people who talk about God in very affectionate ways that I think are borderline blasphemous. Jesus is my boyfriend worship music. Ooh. They talk about daddy God and my lover Jesus in ways that are really blasphemous. They're gross.
Gross.
It is not biblical. It's weird. Weird. It's really weird. And the reason that this goes on is because the church is effeminate. Because men don't go to church. And chicken or the egg. Don't want to just beat up the men. Men don't go to church because church isn't for men. Every church has almost explicitly said at this point, hey, if you're a man, we're not here for you. We exist for women and children.
It's true.
And if you are going to come to church, we're going to treat you like Homer Simpson. We're going to treat you like you're dumb, you're stupid. Right? We can't preach for an hour. And we can't use theological terms. God forbid a man has to use Google on the way out the door. So you didn't define that term, Pastor. Great, look it up. Nobody talks. Seriously, no 21-year-old goes to their professor in university after class and says, I don't appreciate you using a difficult language. The professor would say, well, buckle up, buttercup. Get your big boy pants on. Let's be an adult. But we have made church for the weak. For women, for children, there's activities, there's coloring, there's snacks, there's food. It's a 25-minute long sermon. No theological terms being used. And men would rather go hunting. Shocker. Because they're men. That's why. Men have failed in multiple arenas. But it's not just men. I mean, here's another thing that you see in church. It's just to show the effeminacy, the feminization of the church. Every Mother's Day, you hear a sermon that says, thank God for moms. And I would say yes and amen. Every Father's Day, you hear a sermon that says, do better dads. I think that there's a problem with that. If any sin ever is preached about in the church, it is always some kind of masculine sin.
Yes.
But that's not the way the Bible reads. Right? It's not always that a man is a predator, that a man is an abuser. In the Proverbs, we see that there is a wayward woman, that her feet never stay at home. She's a feminist. She's an entrepreneur. She's a young professional. Her feet are never at home. And she's going out into the street, to and fro, looking for men to devour. Anytime we see sexual immorality in the church, what do we immediately assume? The man devoured the woman. That's entirely possible. We have Bible verses that talk about that too. But we have like about a third of the book of Proverbs talking about a woman. It says her room. She goes out, she seeks men. She's not being sought by them. She goes and gets them, leads them like a lamb to the slaughter. And it says in her house, there are dead men's bones. She's a man eater. She's a man eater. Right? That's a biblical song. There are women like that devour men. But pastors don't preach about that. Why? Because, well, biblically, pastors should be men. And we feel like only a woman can challenge other women. No, the word of God is what speaks to us. We don't speak from our experience. The authority of preaching, brothers and sisters, is not the experience of a man. The authority of preaching is the truth of the word. The reason why I can confidently say to men, women, or children, thus saith the Lord, is because God wrote a book. He wrote a book, and it's really clear. And it speaks to all of life. And it speaks clearly to all of life.
Wait. Real quick, before you go, do me a favor. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell so you'll be notified.
Please do that. That was actually really awesome, Glenn. And I have said the same thing to the leadership in my church. Again, I told them, I said, look, my grandmother's been here. My grandmother went there for over 70 years. Right. I went there for, I've gone there.
You've been the same. Your grandma went to that church for 70 years.
My grandmother passed at 104 and she started going to that church when she was 40 or 35.
Wow. That's awesome.
Right. And I've been going there since I was 6. And I said, look, I don't recognize this church. This is not a church. This is a worship hall, maybe at best. It's not a church. And
yeah, no,
whatever do you mean? Whatever do you mean? And I'm like, well, I admit that the pastor is actually really good if you'd let him talk for longer than 20 minutes or 35 minutes or 45 minutes. He doesn't get an hour anymore. The pastor is actually really good. He does speak hellfire and brimstone and all of that. But before he gets to speak, you have 10 youth leaders, group heads, whatever,
making all their announcements that take 40 minutes.
Yeah, making a bunch of announcements, talking about the seminar on peace and love or truth in love or love with whatever the fuck it is. Or
the seminar is like love Christ again deeper.
Yeah, something like that. And I told them, I said, I can't come back here. And that's okay for me. I can commune with God when I'm out fishing or hunting. The man said, men go hunting. Do you know why? Do you know why men go hunting in modern times? Because that's where we're closest to God.
Well, it's also where our wives won't be.
Well, no, I mean, some wives go hunting, but that's where men feel close to God.
Yeah, that is true.
And the same thing when they're out on the lake fishing, they feel close to God there. They don't
feel
close to God in churches. Men do not feel close to God in churches. And that's a problem. And it needs to get fixed. I don't know how to fix it. I'm not the guy to fix it. That's a Glenn Lawrence thing. But
so what the hell? No.
Well, you should have seen that coming. Yeah.
But I don't know why in the hell would you lie like that to these folks? Like, I'm the guy that wears the shirt I need to wear a shirt that when I go into church, he says, I will call you out if you're wrong.
You missed out. Hang on. Let me see if I can present this for you. This was the hold screen before my video reel started. Where did I put that? Hang on.
Work harder than. Yeah, you're right. Facts. Like, I get it. Like, it sucks. Like that men don't want to go to church.
Yeah, it does actually suck. And I enjoy going to church. I mean, I actually enjoy going there. I enjoyed being with the men in my men's group. I enjoyed being a part of something. And it had, and the point was made in chat that, men's groups, the men are passing away, or they get divorced and now they can't come to the same church because their ex-wife goes there.
Well, and because the church ostracizes them. Let's get that right.
Yeah, absolutely, that as well. And so, all of a sudden you have you have some problem in society, and instead of the church having your back and being there for you, you're out, right?
Well, I mean, a lot of it has to do with like a lot of the churches have adopted, again, either complementarianism or egalitarianism.
Yeah.
And that is a huge factor in this. They're a huge factor. And
right.
It's like we want to blame men for the fail of marriage.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. They're responsible. They ultimately have to answer for it. But the problem is the church ties their hands behind their back by saying you got to be a servant leader. So wait a minute. So the only time you have authority is the only way you can exercise your authority is if you're exercising it in service to your wife. So your wife's leader, you're just the muscle. Like, can we just call it what it is? Like, hey, you are the bouncer, the bodyguard. You are the arm of the law, but you don't have any authority.
Yeah. It's a really kind of sad situation. And, I'm really critical of Joel Osteen, right? Like, I just think that guy has never given an honest sermon in his life.
Neither has Mark Driscoll.
Well, I don't know him. I only knew that one bit, and I agree with the bit. And that was edited, obviously, right?
Well, yeah. And see, like, I'm kind of blocked on from him.
I'm kind of blocked. Glenn's
there's this thing.
Glenn's been a bad boy, folks. Glenn, he's misbehaved.
So have you not heard of his how dare you sermon?
No. No.
Oh man. Okay, I gotta share one more. I'm sorry, just one more.
Right.
You gotta
I'm
let me share.
This one is short. The guys from Resurgence to get here. They said they'd be here right about now. They're probably just.
This is a short one. This is only like 4 minutes, but it's 4 minutes.
There we go. Let's boot it up. Hit the button.
It's ready.
Well, hello there, Mark. How you doing there, buddy? What are you about to talk about? See, let me get. You guys don't know.
Glasses are back.
Mark and I,
new lights.
We don't see eye to eye.
You can see how it's washing me out.
Although,
that's a lot of light, bro.
His work in the early 2000s, before he kind of went really crazy and got in trouble at his church. He's always like that masculine, like alpha kind of guy. He was like the Christian alpha man, alpha male dude. But like he would come at dudes like it was funny, like it was all for show. In my opinion, like he came at guys like really disrespectfully, and he did so like just to like clout chase for the women. Personally, like I'll show you. But let's see what you got to say this time. He has a way of just finagling scriptures and messing it all up.
Some of you, your dad, he was bigger than you. So he would bully and intimidate you. He would hit you. He would shove you. He was exercising his dominion, but he was doing it in an abusive way. For some of you.
Hold on. That sounds familiar. You do it in an abusive way. Kind of like, hold on. Mark, I got an example. Maybe you can help me out with this. Kind of like this.
How dare you? Who in the hell do you think you are?
I don't know who the hell you think you are talking to me like that, boy. You better watch your tone.
Abusing a woman.
I ain't doing no such
a woman.
Who said who? I never did no such thing. Stop lying.
Being a coward.
You better say. You won't say that to my face. Come here.
A fool.
You're a fool.
Being like your father, Adam.
Whoa. Don't bring my dad up in there. First of all, my dad's name is Glenn. Thank you very much, sir. I don't know who your daddy is. Maybe your dad's name is Adam. You need to stop.
Who do you think you are?
My name is Glenn Lawrence. You know that.
You're not God.
Who said
this guy's got a lot of anger, man. This guy's got a lot going on
over the place.
Like this is like so he is known for this, like straight, like just calling out men in the middle of the sermon, like you right there, you don't love your wife enough, and he's just like just calling dudes out.
That sounds like a great way to get your ass beat.
And I'm like, bro, I wish you would, but see, he won't talk to me anymore.
Won't talk to you anymore?
I tried to like liaise with him because I want to ask him some questions. So, because like I knew a lot of the people when I lived in Washington, I knew a lot of the people that went to his church in Washington, and
Okay.
so me and Mark have a little bit of
History. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like and when he got kicked out of his church got his elders like removed him from authority from his
What
church.
church was he part
It
of?
was
Just
Mars Hill in Seattle.
It was a Presbyterian,
I
Lutheran,
think it was a non-denominational.
non-denominational. Okay.
And it was so bad. Like there was like so many accusations of abuse. Like there's like this huge saga of a podcast calling like Surviving Mars Hill or something like that. And so he left, and then he ends up moving to Arizona, and then he's like, well, I'll just start a new church. So he did because he had the money. But this time he started a new church, and this new church has no elders. And this guy is like he's like when he travels or he goes around town in Arizona, he has bodyguards following him.
That's okay.
Like, because that's how like fucked this guy has done people. Like people have really want to go after him. And see, like he makes these clips. He just started doing this about maybe a year or two ago, where he's like kind of resurfaced from like his exile and when his new church started. And the clips that like Kat says she likes, my wife has said she likes them too. And I'm like, no. I'm nipping this in the butt right away. Let me show you. And it's like, it's a grift for him. It's a total grift.
Well, I mean, you know, unfortunately, that's like the world's biggest grift, right? Is the charlatans, yeah.
But the thing is, it's like, it sounds good, but you have, like I said, you have to listen to the way he says things. And like the one he was saying, like, oh, men and women are equal. Well, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah,
it's like he takes it out of context and he sews that little bit in there. And it's like 90 or 80% of it could be solid, but that 20% is so foundational that it's incorrect foundation. It's like not even true, but it's foundational of the scripture that he perverts it, and now he's misleading people. You know, and it's like it's pastors like him, it's pastors like Joel Osteen, it's pastors like Creflo Dollar, you know, it's pastors like TD Jakes, unfortunately, that really lead people astray. And you wonder why.
I'm sorry. Did you see the pastor and his helper that they wanted an interview with Andrew, and Andrew gave them an interview, and they had what I thought was a really good talk, you know, is of course, you know, Andrew's coming at it from an Orthodox Christian point of view, and he challenges this pastor, I guess he was, on a few things that I felt like was fair. They were fair things to challenge someone on. And they made a video afterwards basically trying to dunk on or backstab Andrew, and Andrew of course got a hold of it and did his whole deal, because that's what Andrew does.
I didn't hear about that.
And yeah, it's in his crucible.video website. And but it was really interesting because this guy is supposed to be, you know, these are, and I think their shtick is that, you know, like a lot of them are, you know, they're reformed convicts or drug addicts or something. They're reformed something, which I'm actually, you know, and I don't normally say this publicly, but I don't really give a shit if you're reformed anything, because we were all fucking sinners.
Yeah,
every single one of us.
Yep. Like,
And
like,
so it doesn't matter that you are a worse sinner than I am in your mind or in the eyes of the law or whatever. None of that has anything to do with anything. And I really dislike people giving these characters, I can't use a better word, these characters any kind of nobility or pride or status based on their being reformed from being a criminal or a, you know, having gone to prison. Oh, I found Christ in prison. Well, it's a good place to find him because his name is mentioned many times a day there. So,
oh Jesus,
that's right. And so it's a good place to find Christ, right? Because he's always around. And
they're always looking for him in there.
always looking for him. And
Well, it's funny. It's like, you know, it's not just those guys. Like you got like Tim Ross, who's another one. I have a clip of him, like, you know, on the stage, like making it rain and talking about Jesus as a stripper, you know, that like, I'm like,
wow.
Oh, you haven't seen that?
What
oh,
the
man.
fuck?
Oh, you gotta watch, man.
No. I've had enough clips tonight, man. We'll do it again.
You got this is like the best one too. Oh,
Yeah,
it's later.
Yeah.
Okay,
hour
not,
4.
like,
We'll do it hour 4. We'll do it hour 4.
it's
And
like
when
it's
after
so
Kat's
bad.
gone, Kat's eyes already glazed over. She's like, I don't.
Man, but see,
wanna
her eyes
talk
were
about
glazed over since this morning when she hopped on my show. I think she smokes too much weed,
No.
Yeah.
or she got that. Was it called cataracts? Is that what old folk get?
Oh my gosh. No, my vision is perfect.
Cataracts.
I think Kat's been putting us on, and she's really like 23.
I think
I'm
so
12.
too. I want to see. I want to see an ID and a birth certificate.
You have a better luck getting one from Obama.
Yeah.
You know, but what you bringing up here in this talking point, but like, you wonder why men have left the church and find themselves in red pill. I find more Christian men in the red pill space than I find like secular men, honestly. Sure. And it's like, well, why is that? Well, they're finding a place that there's a place for men that are giving men tools and advice that the church is refusing to give. And then now you got the tradcons and the Christ pill guys all mad about it, want to like shame these guys back. Was like, well, wait a minute. When you guys had the opportunity to help these men, you ignored them or you pushed them outside your door. So now they're here. And now they're getting the information here. And you got a problem. Well,
yeah,
that's on you guys. That's on you.
Yeah, absolutely. I find it really interesting, and you know, and typically I don't actually go this far down the road with religion, but since I kind of brought it up, and we've done a really good job of talking about it in a very, in my opinion, a very adult way. You know, I never really care about what other people think about religion, right? Like it's their deal, right? And I don't get into it, right? You can be a Buddhist for all I care. It's great, right? Believe in something, right? I just you know, find the God that works for you. I'm not here to judge you. I may think you're wrong. I may tell you you're wrong, and I may try and convert you at some point. But that doesn't mean that I'm judging you, right? It's just I'm trying to help you out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But I really get, man, I got to tell you, the way that people view religion now pisses me off to no end. I mean, first of all the religious men I knew when I grew up were fucking men, right? Like men. First of all, most of them had been to war, like real war, like seeing people get blown apart and shit.
Yep.
And the ones that hadn't actually been to war had lost a parent to war, right?
Yep.
It's a little bit different, right? And they were, you know, and of course this is it's just a different era in society. So I grew up around these men, and at some point, I'm not really sure why, but at some point it kind of became effeminate to be a churchgoer, a religious guy, right? Just like it's effeminate to be a poet. Why is it effeminate to be a poet?
It's not. I was inducted into the International Society of Poets at 18. Not effeminate.
I mean, if you read like Lord Byron, man, that dude was, I mean, Don Quixote.
Yep.
Reading the actual poem, not the comic book version. It's badass, dude. Like, it's badass.
Well,
shit.
see, we have a feminized Christianity because we have, over time, like I said, the egalitarians and complementarians have softened Jesus, the image of Jesus. Jesus is love. Jesus is forgiveness. Jesus is just all loving.
Yeah.
Well, they forget, like, discipline is love. Like, you whoop your kid's ass because you love them enough to correct them. But see, they always want to exclude the discipline side of love. They only want to embrace like the forgiveness side, the fluffy, huggy, dovey,
I get that, man, but let me throw this by you. Let me throw this by you, and you don't have to answer now. You can think on it because it's kind of it's a little bit controversial, man.
Oh, this is good. I like controversy.
What if what if religion is being feminized so that men are embarrassed to be a part of it because they don't want to be considered effeminate?
Oh, well, there's Nick.
There's Nick right there.
What up, bud?
So what do you think about that?
What?
I think like well, Nick will tell you.
And again, you don't have to answer right now. I mean, I
think men are question. I think men are they have been effeminized in the church. And the reason is that those men are useful. Masculine men are very controversial. They don't run away from conflict. They actually embrace conflict, right? And we can't have that. We can't control men that are not going to be docile. So the church is a factory that makes docile men.
That's correct.
And if it doesn't work out, what they'll do is they'll run pastors out of the church, like Nick.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm
actually,
I'm sorry.
My friend's going through that right now in the Orthodox Presbyterian Church. He has an appeal.
Oh, is it Michael Spengler?
Yep.
Yeah.
So let me. I guess I guess I'll put a finer point on it. I feel like that actual masculine men are made to feel ashamed to be a part of the church because to be a part of a modern church is to be labeled gay by some.
Well, because they
whether
make
they're
them
gay
look
or not.
gay. It makes them look gay.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it because everything's effeminate, right?
And it's God is not effeminate.
I understand.
Actually, effeminate is actually there's a curse for it. That's a curse.
Right.
There's a punishment. Effeminate men don't inherit the kingdom of God.
But that's not the way the modern churches are operating. I believe my personal belief, and I expressed this earlier, is that it is a methodology, a plan, if you will, to push masculine men out of the church, and because masculine men do not want to be considered emasculated ever.
Well, I don't think it was an intention, but I think it was, it has to do with feminism, right? And its infiltration of the church. And you'll learn a lot about that in Nick's new book that's coming out. I think that's a byproduct of it. So it's either the men that stay there, they'll become docile and useful, and the masculine men, they will leave the church because they're not wanted, and they'll get kicked out, and we're done with them anyways. So the ones that will stay will be useful, pawns, and the ones that won't stay or we kick out are not our problem. We already control the church now.
Right. So I think that there's like when I went and talked to the leadership in my church, I made it very clear that I thought that what they were doing was ill-advised, and even though it seems to cater to the masses, it's really catering to a small but vocal subsection, and I don't like it. And I've been there going longer than I've been attending that church longer than most of them had been alive. So I didn't appreciate anything that they were doing to cater to the women, and especially, the women and old folk, so to speak. So they didn't like that. They haven't said anything to me about it, but they just don't like it. They can't really say anything to me about it, which is fine. I'm going to stop right now just for really quickly.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off because I know you only like 4 people on your screen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, five's okay, but I kind of have set that dynamic where I really only want 4 or 5 people up, because otherwise it becomes a big mess. Cat, you can't leave.
Nope, Cat, you got to stay
here.
Ha!
Stay, Cat. Stay.
But
Behave.
hey, it's good seeing you guys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get ready for my stream later on tonight. Anyways,
sure.
What time are you wrapping up? So I'll just end up setting my stream.
I don't know. I don't think I'll go as long as I normally do. But I said that last night and ended up being on till 2, as you know.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
But I don't think I'm going to be on that long tonight. So.
All right, so it's like almost 8 here, so I'll set my stream for 10. My
sure,
time
man.
is 2 hours from now.
Yeah,
cool?
I think that's cool. Yeah.
All right, cool. Hey, good seeing you guys. I'm out.
Peace.
Good to see you.
All right, and for my for the people in my chat, our guests are Nick. I actually don't only know him by Nick. He is the fellow there on my right of the screen, waving his hands. Nick, if you can give a quick introduction of yourself, that'd be great.
My name's Nick. I used to be a pastor in the Orthodox Presbyterian Church, did seminary, grad school, the works. I got sort of red-pilled. Now fighting for men in the church, a restoration of proper order.
And Plutarch.
Hi. I also came to the red pill through a divorce, and yeah, I know, right? A lot of us get there that way. But I have my issues with what the red pill does. I think there's a lot of good. I think there's a lot of not good. So Nick, I, and Steve have been running a channel where we dive into some of those topics about, okay, what are they getting right? What are they getting wrong? And so, yeah, that's what I've been up to.
And we all know Kat. If you, Plutarch and Nick, if you do not know Kat, that's Kat. Kat won't be here very much longer. It's almost time for her to turn into a pumpkin. I think we have basically an hour out of her at best. And unless somebody gives her a ball of string, then she has hung out for many, many hours before and surprised me, but it is rare. Yeah, she's a part-time co-host, it's not hardcore. But yeah, and you guys came in the middle of kind of an impromptu discussion that Glenn, it was a continuation of a discussion that Glenn and I had attempted to have the other night, and a woman, basically a drunk woman, annoyed me to the point where I just punched out and said, I'm out. I don't have time to argue with drunk, noisy bitches.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that. So
yeah. Oh, the video's great. The video's great. So it's good. But so since you guys are here now, we were talking the other day, Glenn and Viking Paradigm and we were talking about how, of course, I've never been divorced, right? So I haven't gone through that.
Very fortunate.
Chief Wahoo, actually, while I'm fleshing this out, Chief Wahoo has a question for Plutarch. Ever heard of the silver bullet strategy?
I'm going to have to look that up. I might have heard of it under a different name. Okay. I do. Are you referring to werewolves? Because I'm familiar with that one.
My chat can be quite entertaining. So I am not even going to
Oh.
apologize beforehand. They just are who they are. But they're
If
good
he's referring to finance and trading, then yes, I have heard of it.
Okay. Good. All right. So where do I want to pick up in the discussion that we were having the other day? It's a very long discussion, so there's specific parts of it that we can kind of just get into really quickly and just kind of bat around and have a great show. One of the things that we were doing was there's this idea, I think, that we hear, right, that the idea that women have of love is it's all like soft and puppy dogs and feelings and emotions and all of that, and for men it's vastly different. And where does that go? And so what we were trying to answer the other day in a private chat on Glenn's server was what would you consider love to be? Could you or define it? How would you define it? And then in what way do you apply it in a relationship that you have?
How would I define love and apply it to a relationship that I'm in?
While you're thinking about that, Clover Tack, you're correct about that. I actually took a stage win on the long range this weekend and the multi-gun match. So you're right. I do things, some things quickly, but not often. So, and Wahoo says that the silver bullet strategy was a divorce strategy for women. Not really sure.
Okay. Yes. I looked it up. I haven't heard it called that, but I know what he's talking about now that I've heard
I have
about
a feeling I probably experienced that.
Yeah, I think you did. Yes. But we don't always know the names that people use for this stuff, but
yeah, that's fine. I don't either.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Just ask, the easiest thing to do is just go, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So. Nick, do you want to go first?
Oh, okay, I can go first. So, so love for a man, well, love is multifaceted. But if you're talking about love for a woman, man's, he understands love as, he's willing to protect, provide, and cultivate that relationship.
Sure.
Even laying down his life to protect her and his family. So that would be probably the common things I would pick up in a guy's love for a woman. Of course, there's a sexual aspect involved too that you can't discount. So that's what love, and how would he apply that to his relationship? How would you cultivate that? Well, obviously, have a job, be able to adequately provide, have frame, be able to be a person of status, or being able to communicate well with your words, not be wishy-washy, being able to be manipulated, stand firm on your principles. Also, for a man, that requires loving, being forgiving, and not tolerating what is detrimental to the well-being of said relationship and family, setting those boundaries. There's probably a lot more things you could do. So,
okay, that's good. Plutarch, any?
Yeah, I'm going to take a far more practical bent than Nick did. For me, loving, particularly in a spouse situation, is about doing what's best for them, even if they don't think that it's the best. And sometimes that means doing things that they don't like, that they say are going to hurt them. Sometimes it means protecting them from doing and saying things that are going to get them in trouble, even though they're hot under the collar. And I think all of this works both ways. So for me, the application kind of bleeds over into that. Like, cannot tell you how many times I have had to restrain my wife from going too far on a DM conversation, or even on a public conversation afterwards, you know, and sometimes she comes to me and says, "Hey, look, you really should have thought about this. You know, that's not going to play well, you know." But the end result is that you end up working together, and you're both better for it. So there you go.
Kat, as someone who hunted down and trapped her husband, please explain your version of love.
Giving someone the opportunity to hurt you and trusting that they won't. Putting someone else's needs and wants over yours. That's all I got.
Okay. So that's all really great stuff. But all of those things describe what you would do for friends as well, friendship, right? And I actually can't really define love. And I told this is like, I'll tell you as much as I can flesh out from what I said in the chat the other day, because I think it's a different take, and it may be just too far out of bounds to be practical. But here it is. I can't actually define love because much like hate speech or something like that, or something that is wrong, I can't define it, but I know it when I see it, right? So I understand it as that. For me, some days that is, along the lines of how the Romance period poets wrote about it, and all of this flowery, violent mess of emotions. Some days it's super practical. I just want to take care of this person and all of that. But the most important thing for me is that I need that person, and I don't need anything. I've never needed anyone in my entire life. I've been able to just walk away from friends and not talk to them for 2 years and pick up right where I left off when the next time I see them. I just have that disconnect in my brain. And I know not everybody's, most people aren't like that. I'm probably mostly psychopath. I don't know, but fortunately never diagnosed. And but at the end of the day, the only reason I married my wife was because I needed her, and I've never needed anybody. Like, she went, and I've said this before, so it's not a private thing. When I met my wife, we dated for a very short period of time, and I knew that I really liked her, but it was like, I've liked a lot of people. I felt like protecting a lot of people in life and all of that. And then she went back to China for a few weeks for vacation. She was out of school for that period of time, and and she just went back to see her family, see her grandparents, whatever. And she's been gone about a week, and I'm like, I actually miss this person. Like, I need this person in my life. Like, I need this. And I don't need anything. So that to me was what love is, right? Like, I have friends that I would drive across country for right now if they called me today, and said, and I use this example a lot. I have a friend, John, who lives in Colorado, and if he once called me up and said, "Hey man, I've got to go to Utah. I don't have anyone to leave my dog with. I don't know what to do. I'm still looking for people, but is there any way you could help me out?" And I'm in Nashville at this time. And I was like, "Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow morning, man. I'll saddle up." And I told my wife I was leaving. I'm like, "Hey, I'll be gone a couple of days. And, just everything will be cool. Don't worry about it." And I was all set to go. And he called me back and said, my brother's going to drive down from wherever he was at the time and take care of the dog. And, it's, so the things that we ascribe commonly when we use to describe the people we love are really, we could just as easily describe friendship. And right. I think that's interesting. And I think it's cool, but I don't know that that's what love is, because even though I have friends that I would go through great lengths for, I don't miss John. I haven't talked to John in 6 months, and eventually I'll call him and I'll be like, "Hey, dude, what's up?" And we'll just talk for 4 hours and catch up. But that's not like I miss my wife. If my wife is gone for more than 2 days, I'm like, the fuck is wrong with the world? Where's my wife?
Well, it's because you've become one flesh with her, so you have this bond with her that you can't replicate with your other friends. Is it a need? I don't know if I would call it a need. Historically speaking, I don't think people necessarily call their marriages a need, but you do grow attached to that bond, so you do feel the separation. You miss them, and um, but historically speaking, I don't think people struggled with this concept of love and marriage. It was duties, and you two that join one flesh, you express your love by performing your understood duties in that marital relationship, and that was love, was to perform your duties. Like if you're a good friend, you perform your duties as a friend, as good counsel, to be there when he's in trouble, to have his back, to be there to help take care of him and his family if something happened to him.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I can see that. I like Clover's comment. Well, first let me read Siege D. I'm sorry. I get to talking, and the chat knows this. I get to talking, or I get to listening, and I forget all about what's going on that side of the screen. So I have to catch up. Siege D, I'm crying right now. It's so awesome to see Glenn and my old homies with our new homies. Thanks for coming, Plutarch, Pastor Nick, and Sandman. And he sent in $4.99 American, and we always appreciate that. Clover Tack. Love has to be fluid. You can't love friends, family, etc. the same way as your wife. I find that to be exceptionally true. And if you do, you probably aren't. You shouldn't be married, probably.
No arguments here. Although I wonder if this is part of why there's
a unique relationship.
Sorry.
Good.
You kind of ran together that I couldn't.
Oh, sorry.
Couldn't make out which one of you were talking.
Well, I was wondering if this is why there are 6 words in Greek for that describe different types of love, because they couldn't just come up with one word with it. And maybe that's the struggle that we're all having here, is we're all trying to overload this one word with so much different meaning. And maybe we're having poor communications amongst ourselves, maybe even with our spouses as a result of it.
Maybe we're sold in a vision of love through advertising, media, education that doesn't exist. And we need to get back to the idea that of what love really is. I don't know. Cam the King, I don't know why you're getting subbed. I'm not doing it. I promise you. I actually don't know how to do that. So I can't do it. But I can.
There's probably if you're not doing it, Grid, there could be a technical issue on YouTube side. I do software for a living, and I can tell you that it's usually not a conspiracy. It's usually people like me being not as intelligent as we think we are.
No, say it ain't so. Kat, how long have you been married? Okay, but hold on. How old do you think Kat is?
Don't tell people my age. It's like
I'll just give them a range. How old do you think Kat is? They know this is a trick question. Here, let me help you out. How old do you think Kat is?
You could pass for 20s.
Yeah, I was going to say mid late 20s. You could pass for that.
Yeah. She's in her late 40s.
Oh my!
She's been married over 20 years. She has an 11-year-old child.
Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell her. She wants to look like she's 18, guys. She wants to look like she's 18. So,
well,
but to
congratulations,
answer your question, Elena, she's been married over 20 years. Over 20, right? It isn't 20, it's over 20.
I'm not going to say exactly, but enough.
Whatever. Whatever. So cat-like. Let's see. The bot's being weird again. Ignore the bot, guys. Just ignore him. You know, he's still in training.
I was going to say about love is who can compete with Hollywood if you think that's what it is? What's shoved down your throats, these fanciful stories.
See,
you know, they
that's
can
right.
make that stuff up. Who can compete with that? No one.
Yeah. How can you not? How can that's a deal?
Well, and if you try to live that kind of love, speaking from experience, because my ex was all into Disney movies.
Oh boy,
it's going to blow your relationship up.
Yeah,
because it isn't
a
love.
lot of psychosis in Disney.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And well, they keep exporting it to their non-animated kids projects, you know, like, oh,
yeah, we could kind of stray off into the wokeness of Disney, but I would get canceled. So I do that tonight, maybe later. Maybe we'll do that.
We'll get canceled later.
Yeah, I'll get canceled later. Oh, it's it's going to happen at some point. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Wow, you guys are I'm like way far behind on chat. So if I don't read your comment or acknowledge it, it's not personal. I'm hating everybody right now, so it's okay.
Well, chat's been pretty active so far tonight.
Yeah, they've been there. It can get really bad. They can really start going. Clover Tax says love is a spectrum. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Why not?
Yes.
I think that word's overused.
Yeah, but it can be on a spectrum, but it's like on a spectrum for each individual person. You know, it's like you're not placing people on a spectrum. It's like, okay, where are you on that? Because sometimes you're going to do things that don't look very loving in an effort to try and save them from themselves, right? You know, getting in somebody's face like a friend and yelling at him and saying, "Look, dude, you can't do this." It doesn't look loving.
Yeah, I see that. I think it's just an interesting deal. It was just an interesting subject because and I laid that groundwork to move into, obviously there's always something else. I don't do anything just single-sidedly. There's always a plan. It may not be a good plan, but there's always a plan. So one of the things that the red pill says poorly is they give this idea of men having this frame that they establish, and therefore women have to fit in it. And if the women don't fit in it, then they're gone. And they talk about all of this cutting women in and out of their lives and being ready to walk away at any time period, or just because the woman is not following their lead or whatever. And it's really an interesting dynamic with so much room for misinterpretation. And I find it very interesting, partially because before I say this, I have to ask, who are more valuable in society, alphas or betas?
According to who?
Just your opinion. Well, your observations as human beings, having lived in the world at least more than 10 years.
Yep. Objectively alphas, but betas are useful idiots. For
interesting.
So,
Cat opinion.
Those Jezebel demon girls love betas to get them to do their bidding. They're useful idiots, but alphas don't listen to them.
Okay. We may have to do some definitions here. I'm sorry, Plutarch. I skipped you. I didn't mean to.
No worries. I might actually take a bit of a different tack on this because I'm thinking about the men who actually hold the world up.
Mm-hmm.
And these aren't guys you would traditionally consider alphas. You know, they're not, and this I think gets to your definition point. They're not flashy. They don't have lots of money. They don't have all of those traditional markers of alphaness. But think about the plumber. Think about the electrician. Think about the was just telling my wife over lunch today. Think about the guy who's keeping your cell tower connected to keep your phone connected, right?
Okay.
A lot of those guys are going to be betas because alpha, beta, the biology doesn't need a lot of alphas. If you look at like a wolf pack or anything like where that terminology comes from. So most of the guys who are going to be doing this work that keep society functioning and running are going to be on the beta side of things. So how are we defining important here?
Who is stronger, alphas or betas?
Oh, alphas they're going to be stronger, particularly on frame, which
you think
is
so?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Define that.
Frame. So frame is the ability to.
No. Define why you think they're stronger. You said frame already. I understand.
Oh, okay.
Frame.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because the alpha is less likely to be influenced by outside factors. I'm not saying that they can't be, but the stronger your frame, the more likely you are to be capable of doing your mission and ignoring the rabble that's going on outside of that. So if an alpha is classified as having stronger frame than a beta, which I think would be part of that definition, then it would have to go to the alphas.
Okay. I'm now, obviously I have an agenda here. First I'm going to read Steve's, I'm going to read Steve's thing here. Love is an emotion. Love as an emotion is promoted. Love as a commitment and willingness to sacrifice is not understood. Not sure that I disagree with that, but I also don't 100% agree with it because every Disney movie shows us this commitment and willingness to sacrifice, but in the wrong way. So that's a teeter-totter, I think, but I like it. Thank you for the $5 US. I appreciate it. So let me reframe this for you. Because I asked the argument, I asked this question in a very leading way so that you would fall into the trap.
Okay. I could have figured that.
Betas are 10 times stronger than alphas, mentally, physically, in every way. They have to be because they get up to work. They get up every day and go to work. They get up and make the world work. Alphas do not make the world work. Alphas are by definition explorers and hunters and not gatherers. They do not build anything. They can conquer, maybe they can lead. Often they lead to ruin. The world is full of alphas that have destroyed entire civilizations. Kat, don't cover your ears. You have to listen. And so I have a real problem with the idea that alphas are the preferable male. I think that they're useful. They're useful meatheads. However, betas are smarter in general because they have to learn more. Betas in general are more faithful because they have to get up every fucking day of their life and work and do the things that make the world work. And they are the ones that are faithful in relationships. Alphas by definition are not. They go to spread their seed, and they are the worst possible thing for a society in general. So,
okay. Can I turn this around on its head a little bit?
I think we have different definitions of alpha and beta.
Oh, we might, but I can I turn this on its head a little bit because what you're describing is what I would call the classic or almost the red pill grifter definition of alpha. And the reason I say that is because when I talk to a lot of these red pill alpha types, and you dig into their lives, and you see them, offline, having met a few of these guys, and I am not going to name names, you find out that their frame is not like they actually kind of come across as betas themselves. And so
Mm-hmm.
could I make the argument then that if you have a bunch of false alphas leading you
Sure.
to ruin,
You can do that. How about I say this in response to that? The world's leading CEOs, the highest earners, the highest alphas, the people who drive Lamborghinis, who legitimately make millions of dollars a year in like real money, not in like selling classes like Wes Watson. I mean, legit, like, and I know these people, by the way. I used to interact with them way more often, but I still do to some degree. They go through multiple marriages because they are incapable of love, because they're so alpha. All they do is lead and make money and build empires. And they have no format. They have no way of making attachment to people. It doesn't exist for them because they are an actual alpha. I think that what happens is, because I reject most of the red pill as being a bunch of malarkey at this point. I think that Rollo had a lot of really interesting and accurate things to say. However, most of it's been twisted by grifters, as you noted, and we've got into this. You must be, to continue to parody Wes Watson. You must be, what is it? Ripped,
rich, and roided.
Ripped, rich, and rare.
Ripped, rich, and rare. Yeah, sorry,
yeah.
I did the Andrew Wilson variant.
yeah. I like the Andrew Wilson version, by the way. But I disagree with the entire premise, right? And I also disagree with this idea that I disagree with a lot of it, because I think that the idea of a beta being an idiot, a loser, no frame, they have the strongest frame because the woman has to fit in it, because they do not have the option. Right. I think that it's backwards. I think that we've had a psyop run on us.
Okay.
And I think that if you really look at how the world works, I think if you really look at what's going on in the dating or relationship sphere, you find that the men that actually have long-lasting relationships are not alphas.
Well, because when you were talking about CEOs, that reminded me of a study that was done. And so sociopaths make up about 5% of the population. But
and most of them are CEOs.
but it's in CEO land, it's like over 50%. So
yeah, absolutely. It has to be, right?
To some extent. And I've often heard, large scale competition between large companies described as warfare by a different means. So I understand that.
Oh, we'll get into that in a second. This is one of my, I was leading you to this, and I'm glad that okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
But what I find interesting is you're really describing a sociopath. And what I would say is that being an alpha does not require you be a sociopath.
But it helps.
It helps with the money's muscles and game part of being.
Right. It helps with the frame part. The idea.
It does.
The definition of the frame part of it, right?
Yes, it does. So, but that then leads, and this is where I think we agree, that leads these red pill grifters down the path of basically trying to turn men into sociopaths in the name of achieving this stuff.
Similar to that. Yeah. Yeah. So I do not consider myself an alpha, and I don't really consider myself a beta either, but I will 100% believe that tell you that I believe that life is war. I treat life as war. I treat life. I have treated business as war, right? Like every day I get up and I have to do battle with everybody around me. Right. And I still do. I'm retired. I've been retired for a long time now, and I still act that way. I still think that way. That doesn't mean I'm out to destroy the people around me. It's just I believe that they're out to destroy me, right? And so therefore I take all necessary precautions every minute of the day. So is that sociopathic? Possibly. Again, not diagnosed, but could be. Who knows? It's not, doesn't matter now. I'm too old. Doesn't matter. You know, I'm out. I'm mostly out of the game. But I think that I say all the time, you know, life is war. And I ask people, when I ask you how your day is, I don't say, how's your day? I literally say, how goes the war? Because I'm asking you legitimately, I believe that you're at war every day and you have to make decisions just like you were in war every day. And I know not a lot of people believe that or talk that way or think that way. And I understand that. That nobody has to. But I find that it's very interesting that a lot of people who get up every day as plumbers, as HVAC guys, they look at it the same way because their job is a battle every day that they have to accomplish. They have to get up out of bed. Just getting up out of bed is maximum effort, right? Because they get beat down from the day before. And they get back up the next day and they do it again. And I find that alphas do not have that staying power. They get knocked down and they stay the fuck down.
Well, at the risk of making a no true Scotsman fallacy here, and I am going to call that out ahead of time.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm not debating you. I'm just having a good discussion. I'm not trying to. I did try and lead you down a pathway because I wanted a conversation to flow in a specific direction, but I'm not.
No,
I'm not
we're good. We're
Okay.
good. No,
right.
the no true Scotsman fallacy would actually be, have we got the definition of alphas right? Is it, you know, are we, you know, have we turned around and said, you know, these people who are actually sociopaths over here, well, that's what true alpha looks like, not because that's what alpha actually is, but because that's what we as a culture have decided that because a person presents that, you know, in a strong way, that must be alpha.
Right. And I agree with, I do agree with that, that specific outlook. So Kat has been so pleasant as to provide us with the sociosexual hierarchy ranks: alpha, sigma, beta, delta, gamma, omega. I honestly didn't know that delta, gamma, or omega existed. Thank you for that. So
I believe this is Vox. I believe this comes from Vox Day. If I think I'm saying that right. There was a blogger years ago who actually put this exact list together. And he was part of what you would know as the red pill before it was really called that.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know that well, first of all, I have to go to the other side to make it big enough for me to see. So let me, confident, dominant, charismatic. See, this is my problem with the whole alpha thing is that leadership doesn't require any of those things. You look at, like, you know, some of the CEOs look like toads. They're not charismatic at all. And yet they are the most alpha people on the planet. You know what I mean? So,
well, I mean, if you want to get started on a conversation about how we have over-indexed on physical characteristics to determine alphaness, I'd love to, because I think you're on to something there in a big way.
Before I'm going to drop this off, Kat. Thank you for the material, Kat. You are one in a million. I'm not really sure. Is that Bajinkin? But I'm really not sure how to say your screen name, sir or ma'am. I shouldn't assume, I guess. May I ask, with you having seen Nashville back in the day, what's your opinion of the city today and the mass convert invasion? I'm assuming you mean the mass California migration into my formerly great city of Nashville. I actually live outside of Nashville, about 30 miles. I don't go to Nashville unless I absolutely have to. And even then it's in limited doses. So I don't know how much I can really speak to that. Other than that, we have a lot of people who complain now, and we didn't really have that before. So we have this thing called Nextdoor that's supposed to be an app for you to, like, get to know your neighbors. And it's literally 24/7 Karen. Just Horrible. Angel Berber says that is an excellent explanation. You and many men like myself see the alpha beta dynamic as such, but we don't get the spotlight because the red pill is barking the loudest right now. I think that goes to what Plutarch was saying, that specific people have defined it, and therefore that is what we choose to call it. I don't disagree with that. Plutarch might. I don't know. Would you can respond, sir, if you choose.
No, I think that's about right. And the general thing that I'm trying to get to is that there is an alpha, there is a beta. They're probably not who you think they are.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that a lot of the guys who are actual alphas in the world, you have no idea who. It's the same thing as you walk into a grocery store and you see someone wearing standard jeans, polo shirt. Yeah, they're nice and new. Maybe he's got a nice watch on his wrist, but other than that, he looks normal.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He could easily be a multimillionaire, right? These people do not. Most millionaires do not walk around projecting their wealth.
They don't want attention.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want attention if you had money? Lots of money on you?
I mean, I don't actually carry lots of money, but
okay, but if you're worth a lot, you have a nice car. The person goes out, sees that in the parking lot, goes, "Oh, hey, I better follow this guy home." If you're worth a lot of money and you have some cool toys, somebody could think about that. And so I look at these guys out here who are flashing their wealth going, you guys are setting yourself up. And again, when you talk to them, they're missing something in the like, and I even say frame, and I want to make a distinction on frame because you can have frame and it can be really brittle.
Yeah.
So you come across initially as having good frame when you're not challenged, and then you lose your cool when you are.
Oh, so it's like iron that can shatter, basically, or break, but not like the oak, as they would say, that can bend and sway.
So let me give you guys a real world example. Okay. So a few years ago, my wife and I had talked about me getting a boat. I've always, I'm a fisherman. I enjoy having a boat, and we hadn't had one the entire time we've been married because we haven't lived anywhere where one could actually be used. And then we moved back here to Tennessee, and I'm like, I want a boat. She's like, you'll never use it. I'm like, I will. So I bought a cheap boat, and I was on it all the time. Finally, she's like, yeah, go buy whatever you want. So I literally had, I don't know if you guys understand what bass boats cost, but at that time, Nitro Z21 was about $75,000. So I went down to the bank, I pulled the money out, I had the cashier's check sitting on my nightstand. The whole night I'm watching YouTube videos about how to outfit this boat, to get this and to get this and we get this and all that stuff. And in one of the videos that I watched, there is this channel called Tactical Bassing. I'll shout them out because they're awesome. If you're a fisherman, go watch their stuff. They're great. And they're professional guides. Now they've moved on the new boats now because they've gotten big enough, I guess, or they've just beat up their old boats enough. But the thing that they were professional guides in California on the water every day. And they said, we don't buy new boats. We buy old boats that have good hulls that we know work in the water that we run. And then we tear everything out of them and we put all new stuff in. And that way, we end up with, $20,000 in a boat that would have cost us $100,000. And I said, you know what? That's fucking brilliant. So I went out that day and I bought a Nitro 190 TF for $3,000 cash money. The guy wanted 5. I talked him down to 3. Pulled it home. I still have it. I have another boat too, but I still have that one. And, spend a lot of time on the lake with it. I can buy whatever I want. I mean, I retired at 45 and I don't do anything I don't want to do. And so I still shop at Walmart for my t-shirts, especially my work shirts. My wife gets so pissed if I mess up my good shirts. That's probably her texting me now, telling me to shut up. And well, maybe, yeah, it's her. No, that was her asking me about something else, but shocking how I mention her and she calls or texts me. Anyway, I think that when I see somebody in a Lamborghini that I know is a rental or it's a lease car, they don't own it, I feel bad for them. When I see somebody that does things in such a way that it's just for appearance, that's not alpha. That's not alpha at all. Matter of fact, that is literally the most cuck thing I can think of.
Well, Kat actually dropped a great comment in here about this exact thing. She called flashing money insecurity.
Yeah.
And I've actually talked to a lot of women who would say exactly that.
Yeah.
Personally, I've never purchased a new car. I have a nice car, but I bought it at 2 years old and let somebody else take the depreciation hit.
Yeah, I have a 5-year rule on vehicles.
Yeah. You know, just let somebody, I mean, it's a, you know, but I was just like, yeah, no, you want to take 1/3 of the price off the car for me to drive it for 12,000 miles. Yay. You know, but
I mean, I'll be honest with you guys.
Have is the paid one you own. And
exactly.
works.
I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I've spent a lot of money in very strange ways, right? But it made me money, right? And like a little over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, I had a friend of mine who was selling his Lamborghini with it was a UR kit on it, and it's a really cool car. There's some problems with the title and some other things. It was a little weird, and it wasn't bad. It was just weird. And he wanted like $220 for it, and I probably could have sold it for $3. And I probably would have done it if it had just been an easy deal. But it became a hard deal. And at that point, I'm just not interested. Right? Like, it's just like, it's too much work. Not enough there. It's not worth it. So I think that when you talk about money, rich people own things. Poor people pay interest.
Yeah, I heard
that's what my dad advised me to do. Said, son, pay cash. Don't operate off debt. Don't have credit cards. So,
well, I mean, I use credit cards, but we pay them off every month. So, but yeah,
right. Yeah, I do the same thing.
I went into all of that. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. Not that I'm trying to redirect or anything. I just want to make it clear that I went into all of that because I want to. I really feel the need to dispel the myth that the rich part of the rich, ripped, and roided mantra is irrelevant. Because what's rich to me is I'm a pauper next to some of the people I know. And what I've done, you know, what the way that I've spent money in the past would drive most of you guys nuts, like crazy, right? And or you just couldn't even wrap your head around it, right? I mean, I was in racing. I made a living playing with race cars, right? That's liquid money, literally just poured in, you know, just and keep pouring because it's going to take it all. And so I don't like it when people say, well, it's not that I don't like it. I don't care when people try and tell me how much they made on this business deal, unless they really made money. If they're telling me that they bought a house and they paid like X amount for it and they had it for how, you know, they sold it for X amount. My next question is, well, what were your carrying costs? You know, how much do you actually make? You tell me you made 40 grand, but did you really? Because you had $60,000 worth of carrying costs. You buying and selling that house costs you 20 grand, which is dumb. Don't do that. Right. don't operate in debt that way.
Well, it's fascinating to me you bring up real estate, because there is a very definite connection between the red pill version of flashy wealth and the real estate bros. And
Waller's the best. Waller's the best example, bro. Waller's the best example.
Yeah, and the crypto bros.
Yeah. Oh, crypto bros. I love the crypto bros.
Oh yeah. I studied finance for a while, and I can tell you right now, all the big banks are laughing at the crypto bros, and they're taking those guys' money left and right. So, it's funny to watch. I have my screens up right now, and it's funny to watch. And hey, maybe some of their crypto stuff will work. I don't know, but the big banks
moon, bro. It's going to the moon. It's going to the moon. I can't tell you how many people have told me that.
Well, yeah, but the interesting thing about
Bitcoin's going to the moon, Cat. Bitcoin's going to the moon. Cat doesn't care. Her husband pays for everything. She is a fully kept woman. She cares
as it should
nothing,
be.
Nothing for money.
As it should be.
My wife, however, works in investment banking at a very high level. She works in investment banking for the #1 investment bank in the world.
Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about then.
Yeah.
Well, but I find that interesting because these are flashy, quote unquote, asset classes.
Yeah.
Real estate is, can't tell me how many times I've heard real estate can never go down. It can, okay.
I've been telling people for 2 years. We quit buying real estate 2 years ago because it was so fucked up with the interest rates were high, and the price they were trying to prop the prices up and keep them high, and all that did was make a lot of people pay a lot more for houses that are not worth what they're supposed to be worth. And now, and I don't know what the days rate is, but the last time I checked, we were at 35% of all home mortgages are in negative equity.
Yeah, the underwater.
Yeah, negative equity. That means that you owe probably more than $100,000 than your home is worth. Except Kat checked and she's okay. So on paper.
Well, and of course, the other problem with real estate is that it's a highly illiquid asset. I mean, if you've ever had to sell a house, it's what, 2 months?
Yeah. And it's an interesting thing because, and I like to pick on Waller about this because he was on the Iced Coffee Hour and he's talking about this, how he's, so we have to be really clear that these guys tend to, in the red pill space, they make their money one way, but they tell you they made it another because it sounds better. Right. Waller made his money in construction. He owns a construction company that does roofing, commercial roofing, which are probably $1 million projects, which is not, there's nothing to be embarrassed about doing that, about saying that you own a roofing company and you make you have crews working all over the country. And he said that clearly on Iced Coffee Hour. But then he started talking about how he bought the trailer park that I guess he had lived in or whatever when he was a kid. But then he starts talking about the deal. And I'm like, you're supposed to be smart. And this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Right. Like he had overpaid for it out of the gate. That was rule number one. You never overpay for anything. And second, to get the financing, he had it on like 7-year commercial notes, right? So they weren't conventional 30s, and they were balloon payments in 7 years. So like literally he's carrying probably, so it's probably a $3 million more loan, and so you figure he's carrying like 10 grand a month in cost. And then at the end of it, at 7 years, if he doesn't pay it off in full, right, which is, and now we're not talking about he's not paying off like a couple of $100,000. He's going to end up having to pay off like $1.5 million, right? But he can't pay off the $1.5 million. It's a balloon payment, and the bank can either continue to give him another 7-year note, or they can call it. If they call it and he can't cover it, it's gone. That's the dumbest deal I've ever heard of in my fucking life. And he's like, well, we're cash flowing. And I'm like, it doesn't matter how much fucking money you put in your pocket every month, dumbass. That has zero to do with anything. You have
Well-
$1.5 million worth of debt that's going to take you out.
Well, see, but this is part of the grift, because when the people that he's
Robert
talking to,
Kiyosaki bullshit. Where's Glenn at? He's going to come after me for that one.
well, this is so part of the problem is that the people that he's talking to, that he appeals to, the biggest loan they've ever dealt with is going to be their mortgage. And that's probably going to be a 30-year fixed that's not callable. So they're not used to thinking in terms of commercial loans where, you know, commercial loans tend to be much shorter and they can have all these terms. Like, I mean, they might know what a balloon payment is if they got an arm back in 07, but you know, and so he can sell this vision of, oh, well, you just do this and this and it'll all work out. And there's another point I want to make here too. Years and years ago, I was talking to a VC about a project I was working on, and he gave me a piece of advice, and he said, never, ever work on a project where you do not understand the industry better than the industry understands itself. So on, you know, Waller's, you know, okay, he's a construction guy. He does roofs for a living. If he wants to get into the real estate game, that's great, but it's a different mentality. And so you were saying, oh, well, he, you know, that's a stupid way of doing it. Is Waller stupid? I don't know. Never talked to the guy.
I don't think he's stupid. I think he's prideful. Kind of.
Sure. But well, so his pride makes him think that, I handle all this money over here. Surely I can handle this.
Yeah.
Totally different deal over here. But he doesn't actually understand what he did because he doesn't have the experience doing it.
Right. I think it's a mentality issue. It's not a money issue, right? Like I always bring it back to finance because I'm very comfortable talking in those terms and Kat's eyes glaze over and it's funny. but really we could talk about anything, right? Like we could talk about, it could be cars, it could be anything where you are going into debt for no damn good reason, right? Like if I go into debt,
Yes.
it has to be pretty fucking solid reason for me to go into debt. And there's a way I handle it. We can talk about the way I handle that in just a second. Elena, that's one of your guys' wife. I don't know which one.
Not mine.
Mine.
Yours?
Mine.
Okay, Plutarch's wife.
Yes.
A lot of millennials can't afford to buy a house today. They fucking shouldn't buy a house today. It's a dumb idea to buy a house.
Yep.
Unless you can actually afford it. And even if you can, it's probably a dumb idea because people today always overbuy and they're idiots. They're complete idiots. Unfortunately, we've raised a couple of generations of idiots who believe that their first home needs to be a 3-2 McMansion in a neighborhood with sidewalks and street lights and fucking everything perfect, you know, in an HOA service that they pay $200 a month for. That's what they think they need to be in when they don't. They need to be in a 2-bedroom shack on the edge of town on maybe an eighth of an acre where they can put a fucking garden in the back and they can literally lean over the fence and talk to their neighbors. That's what they need. That's not what they buy. That's what they fucking need because that's what we used to call a starter home. And that's how the world is supposed to work. You're not supposed to go out and buy a McMansion for your first house. That's fucking retarded. Pardon me, YouTube. That's regarded. We shouldn't do it anymore. We should not be teaching people to do it. It's wrong. Okay, it's wrong.
Yes, but how else can large hedge funds sell massive loans and the
hedge funds themselves don't sell loans, but certainly the banks don't mind doing that, although they're getting less and less enthusiastic. Well, I mean, for the past 2 years, he hadn't been able to get a loan.
Yeah, right. I got it backwards. Well, because I was thinking about places like BlackRock who are buying houses in large chunks through. They're not quite hedge funds, but they're property investment funds of some form.
They're a massive investment fund, and they're actually not a client of my wife, but
okay.
But
yeah, you don't have to out her.
Yeah,
I understand.
But I do know things, and one of the things I know about BlackRock and Vanguard and there's several others, is that while we want to paint them as the devil, they're really not the devil. They're what they are is they're a bunch of people who can move the market at a whim. And here's the scary thing, and I've been saying this for three years now. You want to talk about the scariest thing right now in the entire country? Is that BlackRock decides that the 3 or 4 points that they lose in real estate is not enough for them to keep the real estate, and they divest themselves of all of their real estate holdings. They take another $1 trillion tax loss, okay, which they've already done once, and they pull all their money out of real estate. They sell off a mass sell-off of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of homes in this country. Mass sell-off, which would destroy the real estate market, and put all of that money back into the stock market and tech, which is what they feel more comfortable with anyway. The reality is that we need to hope and pray that BlackRock and Vanguard decide that real estate is something worth holding on to, because if they decide to dump it, the entire market is destroyed overnight. Your house, that I don't care what you paid for your house, it'll be worth a third of what it is today.
Well, I know a lot of millennials who are hoping that happens.
I'm sorry?
I know a lot of millennials who are hoping that happens, that BlackRock dumps it. And I am not going to try and say what they're going to do. But I do know that, you were talking about the whole McMansion problem. I don't know why we're not building more starter houses. We certainly don't have enough.
I do. I do.
No.
I can tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Because I have 20 acres over here, and I want to build 3 houses on it, right? To build a 2-bedroom house cost me 110 grand ish. To build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house cost me 180 grand. One of those I can sell for $200,000. The other I can sell for $430,000.
Okay.
Which one am I building?
Yep. No, it makes sense. I've never been on that side.
I
of
know
it,
that
so.
I know exactly why builders build exactly what they build. So,
well, we're gonna have to sort this out as a nation at some point, and experience says that it's going to be a brutal shift when it comes, because
it's gonna be horrible.
Because we're not willing to take the pain incrementally up front.
So yes and no. Globally, I think that right now what's happening with the housing market is very interesting. What's more interesting to me is the employment market, and the fact that more people who thought they could work from home are now working back in the office. And when they were working from home, they were willing to spend a lot more on their houses. They were willing to do a bunch of things that were kind of stupid. They did it anyway. And now that they're having to go back to the office, now it's changing things. I also think that one of the net positive effects of the last 5 years has been that I think people are more willing to move for work. See, one of the problems that we've had for a long time in this country is not a lack of jobs. It's not a lack of industry. It's not a lack of money. It's not a lack of housing. It's not a lack of anything. It's except a lack of willingness for people to relocate into areas where they could actually thrive. To some degree, that's changed. It's a very small degree. My feeling, and some people would say that it's massive, and we have mass migrations from all over. Like Texas has had X amount of people move in, and Indiana and Ohio and Tennessee and Georgia. We've had all these people flock to these states without income tax and other things, which is true. Those numbers are not wrong. but I think the bigger indicator to me is that people are now willing to move for their work, where they historically have been very unwilling to move and relocate. And that's actually very promising, to be honest, because my biggest problem with people that have my biggest problem with people that complain about lack of money is that they don't go where the fucking jobs are. Right. And I'm like, why won't you move? Oh, I like it here. But there's no job for you. Literally just told me there's no job for you here. Yeah, but I'll find something. But yes, but it'll be a third of what you could make if you would just move. I don't want to move. I deserve to be able to make what I need to make to live on here. No, you don't. You don't deserve shit. Get the fuck out of here. Go where the jobs are. There's an employer that has invested money in a company. Go work where they want you to fucking work. Stop being a dick.
That's why I drive 11 hours from home to work where I'm at right now. So that's where the money's at.
Well, Nick, you have a bit of a reason for driving 11 hours every few weeks, though.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's an external force there.
Oh yeah.
I also think that people are more comfortable. Are people want to live 20 minutes from where they work? I've never known that. I mean, it's always been like an hour or 30 minutes at the closest to where I could go to go to work. Like I normally lived in I lived in where I live now. I worked in Nashville. It was an hour and a half drive back and forth to work every day. And I never complained. It was just what I had to do. My brother still to this day, he works. He moved closer to work. He bought a house closer to when he could afford it. He bought a house closer to his job. But it took him 10 years to do that. Right. First of all, how many people stay with a company 10 years now? That's a whole other discussion.
I work in tech, and 2 years is considered you're old and need to move.
Yeah, you gotta, yeah. Why are you not gone yet?
Right. Now, here's a thought that I did have, though, about this. And it was funny when the tech industry was, of course, they were big COVID decampers, right? We all had to stay home, and a lot of them did move. Not a lot of them realized that they were going to have to take a pay cut to move, because most of them were living in really expensive areas nearby where they were working, because as of the dynamic you've pointed out. So, but I am wondering if there is an advantage economically to say, well, for jobs that can stay home, can be done from work, we turn those into maybe not full-time work from home, but you only come in once a week or twice a week, and that can actually help improve the commute situation for those who do have to drive an hour and a half. Right.
Cat said good night.
Okay.
So
good night, Cat.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So first I want to answer John Burt's question. I actually own 5 properties in China, and I would move there. I don't like it there, but I would move there if I had to. And I actually need to figure out a way to sell them without paying maximum taxes so that I can get that money out of there. But anyway, that's a personal problem. Most people don't have. Anyway, my wife is Chinese, so it just helped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. That probably explains that comment. But anyway, I just thought that was funny that he said go to China, and I'm like, oh, I could. I have a house there.
Yeah, I can't.
I have a house there that I've never. I actually have an apartment there that I've never been to. My wife has, but I haven't. I would like to go. I'd like to see it before we sell it. Yeah, probably won't.
I promise I'm not going to derail this to a chat on China.
Yeah, that's all right.
I've studied. Now I don't have any context there, but I like studying geopolitics. So
Sure. Is it true business laws in China are shit for non? Yes, absolutely. Fuck yeah, they are. Technically, I can't own property there. Only my wife can. My wife, because she was born there. She's technically, even though she's a U.S. citizen now, the Chinese still sort of recognize her right to own property there. But we are trying to actually, to be, bluntly honest, we are eventually going to try and sell that. I guess, I don't know. My wife's probably yelling at me again because I'm talking about stuff that she would rather not talk about. But whatever. You can't do anything about it with that. You can't do anything with that information. So
I cannot.
Nobody can. I mean, you don't. There'd have to be a lot more work to do it. This is bullshit. Total horseshit. We actually, the U.S. is still the #1 manufacturing company in the world, or country in the world. Do you know that? I didn't.
I did know that. I did know that.
I had to look it up. I had to look that up. I did.
But
so that's bullshit.
It's a popular narrative. It's a very popular narrative. And
it is.
I do believe that there is a component of our society that we enjoy dooming. I mean, we have the largest prepper community, and all of that.
Yeah.
And I do believe that there's a lot of people who believe it. And so when propaganda like that gets pushed into the system, it gets play. But the data says you're wrong, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, the reality is that we are still the largest manufacturing country in the world. I don't know, my country is just on my brain, I guess. We are the largest manufacturing country in the world still to this day. Plus, we manufacture the highest level of tech products in the world. And we have the highest profit margins of any country in the world, including China, which is weird, but it's right. The really interesting thing is that China doesn't really want to sell to us as much as they do. They would rather sell to their own people, and they're making moves to do that, which is why goods from China continue to increase in price, because the Chinese government is trying to discourage exportation. At this point, that hasn't happened. They haven't gotten there yet, but the Chinese government is actively trying to discourage, and they have been for probably 10 years or so. I was over in China one time, and I was over there, and they have one English speaking TV station, so it's what I could watch, and because I don't speak Chinese, and they had this show on that was basically the subject matter was why do they not sell premium label Chinese products outside of China? And they had this thing where like DiCaprio was seen wearing some high-end Chinese brand shoes, and everybody wanted them, but nobody could get them because they don't sell them outside of China. You physically have to go there to get them, right? And there's some like bicycles and other things, and the economic guy from, I forget what country he was from. He was maybe some European country, and despite his accent, he was very very clear that in his estimation, the Chinese didn't care anything about selling to the US because their home market is so large, and they would rather cultivate and sell to their own home market. And that's why they didn't care to sell their high-end brands abroad. And you had to go there to get them.
All right.
Interesting deal. It was a very
You're going to make me go there. You're going to
Yeah.
make me go there.
Is an interesting comment. And the other thing is I actually was doing, so at one time we were going to do private label pistons and connecting rods and a few other engine parts with our name. They were built in a factory in Shenzhen, where they all are. And we didn't do it because just the minimum order was so high that it just didn't work for it. It just didn't work for me, right? Like we were wanting to do maybe 100 sets a year, and they wanted us to do like 1,000 minimum order set of, so it's like, I just really don't, just really didn't want to get into it. But I spent a lot of time over there. And I have two observations that I think really pisses Americans off. And it really pissed me off, to be honest with you. Although I will say we've come a long way since then. But when I toured American companies to have these products made, the factories were shit. Old, worn out equipment. If they had new equipment, it was half the time is broken down because they didn't have enough operators that understood how to keep it working because it was brand new, it was new tech. The staff were in some hodgepodge of no uniforms, none, zero uniforms. You had guys that, there was no professional atmosphere at all in the American manufacturing companies that I went to see in this specific area, right? When I went to China and toured Shenzhen, I've never seen as clean a factory as where they were making these pistons. Ever. Like it was crazy. They were all in uniform, every single one of them. And their QC department was crazy. Now there's some caveats to this, which I don't know if it's worth getting into, but there's just because they can do a good job doesn't mean they will. The Sears good, better, best thing is alive and well over there. And I learned some interesting things over there about how they do business, and which is, I can't say it's wrong. I don't know that I agree with it. But I just don't. And I think that now I will say that I have a friend of mine who's in manufacturing currently, and he doesn't do pistons and rods and that sort of thing. He does intake manifolds and billet aluminum parts mostly. And his facility, it's an expensive facility, but the facility he operates is crazy. But they still don't wear uniforms. He wears jeans and a polo to work every day. That doesn't even have a company logo on it. Like, you wouldn't even know he worked there if if you walked in and if you just walked in and saw him, you would think, yeah, I don't know, whatever.
Okay, so you were talking about the Chinese have been trying to cultivate internal consumption and all that, and I understand why. I sent you a link.
Yeah.
If you want to share that, you can or not.
Yeah, I would just rather have the discussion now, but it's
Okay. Well, so the link is just a chart, and the
I
chart,
see that. Yeah,
the chart is the Chinese demographics, and that is from the CCP. So
yeah, this is a big concern that they have, actually. I think I've read and seen this before.
So that is old data. That's from 2018. They did a census in 2020, and they published the results in 22, and it's gotten worse. And then later in 22, the Shanghai Academy of Sciences came out and said, we think the Chinese government has overestimated people under the age of 40 by 110 million total.
Yeah.
So they
have a lot of problems. I mean, they have a lot of problems that they know about, right? Like they're because of their one child policy, they have a very high male to female ratio. Yep. And a lot of the young men are very effeminate. And there's a number of reasons why. I mean, they have super high soy content in their diet. They have mostly females taking care of them, so they don't have a male figure. And even the male figures are not necessarily that male. So, and as a matter of fact, so shockingly, one of my wife's cousins, he his first companies, and he's a serial entrepreneur, but one of his first companies was a makeup line sold in the local department stores. And he, I mean, I don't
Okay.
I don't think he used it, but that was his first line, was makeup. And I think he's married now, but for a long time, I wondered if he was homosexual, because he really showed no interest in women until very late in life. Probably after he spent 2 years in Europe, I think. They have, it's a very interesting dynamic over there. They actually, it was kind of a secret. Now I don't think it's much of a secret, but I don't think it's common knowledge, but they are literally exporting young men to go out and find wives, because they
yes,
have women in China.
They're sending them to Russia.
Conversely, no, they're not sending them to Russia. They're sending them to Australia, and they're sending them to Europe, and they're sending them everywhere.
I can't get too much into my personal life, but
Sure.
I have some deep connections to Russia.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, I'm sure some go there, but not. I don't know. I don't know that it would be a ton. But conversely, Japan has so many young women that they're supposedly importing young men to find wives in amongst the Japanese women.
I wonder how that's working, because there's long running cultural history between those two, shall we say.
It's a very interesting dynamic, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, so we've gone down kind of a weird path there, but it does actually, it's very interesting to show that what happens in one country can be completely opposite of what's happening in another, but have kind of the same effect, right?
Yeah.
Japan right now has such a population problem that they've had so many people pass that they don't have children to inherit the homes. The homes are sitting empty and they're for sale. Now, these are not in like big cities. These aren't in Tokyo or anywhere, but I mean, you're not going to go buy a cheap house in Tokyo or Nagasaki, but you outside of those cities, yes, you could go, if you wanted to move to Japan and you wanted to be an expat living abroad, certainly you could do that far cheaper than you could here.
I know I've seen a couple of YouTube channels where that's what they're doing, and they vlog about their lives, and it's super cheap out here. Food's cheap. You should see this house I bought for $10,000. You know?
Yeah, right. But you're literally, to get anywhere, it's probably a 15 or 20-minute car ride or 30 to 45-minute walk to the high-speed train station. Then from the high-speed train station, you're heading, cross country. And we talked about this the other night. I'm gonna pop this up there. This is very interesting. But yeah, so yeah, sure, it's a nice house. It's cheap. You can live there. That's all accurate. It's the where and what, and you may not have high-speed internet. Okay. You may not have power in every room, because that's not necessarily something that the Japanese cared about. So, it's an interesting dynamic. I think that people, Americans, like to project our modernity on everyone else, and we do it literally to everything. We were talking about the Civil War last night, and I literally destroyed this guy's entire worldview because I pointed out that the South was the seceded states had seceded for a year before there was a war, and that because they were an actual country, they were a sovereign nation, that when the Union crossed the border into Fort Sumter, North Carolina, or to head to Fort Sumter, that was an act of war. They were an invading army into a sovereign nation. And it wasn't the United States of America as we see it now. Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas were all territories. California didn't fucking exist. Right? So
hey, Nick, can your smile get a little bigger there?
Yeah. So it was.
He
I
probably
ruined his
recognizes
whole
some of the
world.
books in my background.
Oh, I can't actually see anything in your background.
I got the
But-
Lost Cause and Dabney's biography of Stonewall. So
Yeah. I mean, and he was, but the whole thing started because he made a quote and he was kind of idolizing Grant, and I'm like, Grant was an idiot. He was stupid. He acted stupidly. He did stupid things, and Lee was twice the general. If Lee had had half the resources, Grant would never have made it through ever. But and even lacking resources, Lee was such a great human being that he rendered aid when possible to wounded enemy combatants. And Grant never did that. Never. And he always had the supplies to do it. Lee could only do it when he had enough supplies for his men and enough to give out in aid to other wounded soldiers. But he was a true human, and Grant was Grant acted stupidly. I can't even believe that he made it through the entire war. I can't believe he was president. That was the dumbest thing ever. And what's really insulting is that people believe that the Civil War was over slavery as a single issue when it had nothing, almost literally nothing to do with slavery. It's a dumb conversation to have. And it changed his whole worldview. He's literally like, I have to go reread everything now. He's like, I've read all of Lee's letters. And I'm like, yeah, in Lee's letters, he didn't even want the job. He had to take the job because his country was being invaded. Right.
he was offered to be the what was it, the commanding general or the chief general of the North,
commanding
the
general of the army.
Yeah,
The
I'm
Union.
related. I'm related to Lee and Stonewall. So,
Are you? Yeah.
So
yeah, I have I'm of course I grew up in the South, so I got the version that the school taught, and I got the version that everyone else knew. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to Shelby Foote's series on Audible, so it's good stuff. So
cool. Yeah, like I said, the guy's like, I now have to go like rethink everything, because it had never occurred to him that, well, first of all, nobody ever talks about the timeline, right? No. Nobody talks about the fact that the states had seceded. What the narrative is that the states seceded, and 2 weeks later they were, here comes the Union Army to drag them back into the Union, and that's not what happened. They had operated as a country for it was either almost a year or slightly over a year. They were a country to themselves. And the Union Army was an invading army. So it's interesting. Points
all I know is they're down here.
Huh?
So all I know is you're down here.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Anyway, I kind of get sidetracked on various things, especially history. I like history a lot. Accuracy matters, and I find that most people dislike accuracy. So this Japan thing came up before. I asked my friend, his wife is Japanese, and it is all BS. And she goes back there 2 to 3 times a year. Men coming in for wives and men having side chicks, she says, is BS. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I do know that China is sending to Russia right now, and there's a lot of economic reasons for that. But I can also I have a similar chart to the one I sent you there, where you're talking about the imbalance of women and men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Russia has 10% more women than men, and as the war drags on, that number gets worse.
They have for a long time. The Russia's always had more women than men for whatever reason. I don't know what that is, but they've always kind of had that dynamic. And so, I mean, the Russian bride thing's been a thing for like 40 fucking years, guys.
since the
This
wall
isn't
fell.
yeah, like it's not news anymore, right? Like
Nope.
import your Ukrainian bride. Alcoholism. That's funny. You're probably right. That's probably the reason. I mean,
It could be.
you're not wrong. I'm gonna go. I mean, I'm just saying that's probably a real thing. But yeah, so it's an interesting thing. Yeah, men. Yeah, I mean, honestly, all anywhere that's cold, I find that the men drink like fucking fish because they don't have anything better to do. It's too cold to go outside, do things.
Yeah, so the mail order thing has actually thankfully gone away because we can now, well, up until 2 years ago, you could freely travel back and forth. And
Yeah.
so, thankfully that's gone away because it was a bit exploitative. But
this will be an interesting one to talk about.
Oh no.
This will be interesting. So I have Into a Wild. Did you know that the Ukraine is the largest producer of wheat in the area, and they export it to many, many countries? Did you know that despite all of the men that we are told, we don't, I say we're told because I don't think we know, and I don't trust the news. Would
Good.
you believe that the wheat production has not dropped even the tiniest bit? Not even 10%. Despite not having any men or women for that matter. All the women fled, right? They're all in Sweden, they're all in Germany. All the Ukrainian women are gone. Who
The young
is
ones.
growing the wheat? Who's doing the farming?
So okay. If you want to talk casualty numbers, the official reported number of dead Russian men from the Kremlin is somewhere around 50,000.
And I think that's probably pretty accurate. But they're
yes, maybe, but also and this is stuff that I get to see a lot. We're seeing large numbers of wives whose men have never come home, but are classified as missing in action, and thus they cannot receive the death benefits. So they're complaining about it on social media. This is a peculiarly Russian problem. They will not critique Putin. So all of these complaints are done in the style of, if only the Tsar knew what the boyars were doing, he would have mercy on us. And I have seen far more than I care to admit to. Video evidence of, okay, so the official number is 50,000, but the Russians have no way of calculating how many they've left behind because they're using meat wave assaults, and they do not go back to collect the remains like we would if we could.
Yeah.
Battlefield dependent, of course. And so there is no count. So they get listed as MIA, even though the video footage clearly shows that they are not missing. So this also is beneficial to the generals, because if you know anything about how Russian corruption works, the generals can take the salary payments that are supposed to go to those MIA, those men, and they can keep them for themselves. So the answer is 50,000 is nowhere near close enough. We do not know what the number is of dead. It probably is, if I had to put a number on it, if you were to pin me down, closer to 250,000. And I hate to say it, guys, but American military technology is really freaking good. And you can see it in how effective they are at killing Russians in job lots.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, and because of my situation, I have cultivated sources for information that most people would probably never even heard of. For the first 2 weeks of the war, I spent so much time watching what was going on, trying to get a picture of the battle space, that I slept maybe 2 to 4 hours a night. And after 2 weeks, I got so sick that I was forced into bed for 2 days. So that's kind of like how much I care about the accuracy of the data I get out of this. The one thing I want to say to people on this is, if you wade into this information space, you personally cannot handle this. The information campaigns on both sides are the most complex that we've ever seen. You are not equipped to dig through what is true and false on any of it. You need,
I think that's pretty. I mean, we have a pretty impressive information control system here in the U.S. So
yes, and to work around that took a lot of time, a lot of effort. I had to throw away pretty much every news source I had used before then. Mainstream media, even some not mainstream media, because you dig through and you find out, oh, that's literally just owned by the Russian, it's the GRU. And okay, well, I'm not going to believe anything that comes out of Russia any more than I believe what comes out of Ukraine, right? I mean, Putin is ex-KGB. He is a spy master. Information operations, he's been running these for 20 years. He's good at it. So don't, it's like, I hear people spewing the propaganda of one side or the other, and I can't, like.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is very, it is very interesting. I think that I don't know that I really want to go too far down this road, because and because like,
I hear you.
One of my good friends is Ukrainian, and he gets very, very touchy about it. So,
well, I'm just mostly trying to say, look, to the viewers out there, it really doesn't matter what you hear; it's probably wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. And I think that I could believe, well, when first of all, I thought that he said it was 50,000 on the Ukrainian side. So,
that I think is actually, if it's is on the Ukrainian, I do believe that is the actual number.
I think that's pretty close to accurate.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the Russian numbers are, I mean, you'll never get anything true out of Russia.
Well, so I just saw a question from our Arthur Dea in here that I do want to answer, because I can answer it, and it is good for people to know. And the answer is yes, and that's all they've ever heard. I'm not going to read the question out because I don't need the censors, but so Arthur Dea, to answer your question, all of the propaganda channels in Russia all say that Ukraine is loaded with this, and that is the whole reason for fighting the war. And they are now starting to shift to all of NATO has the same problem, so Russia is going to need to go cleanse NATO.
Yeah, it's gonna be unfortunate for Russia. I mean, we're using like 1980s level technology. So
yeah, I watched a video of a Bradley wrecking a T-90 with its chain gun. That I did not expect to see.
Yeah, we're literally using like stuff that was manufactured in like 1980 and going against latest, but when it's available, the latest Russian technology, and it's getting just destroyed. Which, hey, that's how that works. I mean, our war machine's pretty good. Pretty good.
It is the biggest war machine in the world.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. When they say air superiority, what they really mean is the United States of America.
Yes. So that's all I wanted to say on it. And
Sure.
it's mostly just to say, look, guys, it's a almost impossible information space to operate in. And
war in general is that way. And
yeah.
I don't get into it that much because I have I don't really care that much about the Russian side of it, but I do have some Ukrainian friends who get very touchy. And you know, when one of the things they really hate is when I point out that, you know, Zelensky's not I don't consider Zelensky the legitimate leader of the Ukraine. He was installed in a coup organized by Obama, by the Obama administration, and generally we're the people that fight against those things, and I have a real problem with supporting it. So I never really have. I've never really gotten that into it. I don't want to. Because I'm honestly I'm really concerned that I will hurt my my friends' feelings if I get really into it, and I just kind of ignore it. I just don't want to get into it because I will lose friends, which you know I don't have very many.
Here's a tack that I've taken with it because I have to deal with this as well. It's like, well, from the United States standpoint, we get to send our old 1980s military hardware that we are actually in the process of decommissioning and
We're
storing
throwing that stuff
anyway.
away. Yeah,
Right. And we get to knock out we get to destroy the military of what was a near peer power without having to send our troops.
Yeah.
I mean, grateful to the Ukrainians for putting up the fight. As a guy, you know, as a US guy, I'm grateful that we don't have to get called into that war. I know it's kind of vicious, and I know the Ukrainians don't like that. They like some of that answer, but not the other, you know, it's like, well,
Right.
you know, that's kind of the tack I've taken with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps you.
No, I mean, I just don't want to get into it because I will say things that I really mean, and you know, it's just not.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm not really sure what this reference. I believe you were the one talking about the U.S. government back in the 50s buying up patents from businesses and civilians. No, I've never said that. I don't believe the government buys up patents like that. If they want a patent, they own the patent office. They just
right.
I would never have said that. That's way too conspiracy theory for me. That'd be an interesting topic for a live stream. What were those patents? I don't know because I don't think I said it. Maybe another stream said it. Maybe a speakeasy said that. But I don't. I mean, look, if the U.S. government wants your patent, they'll just fucking take it. I mean, it's
well,
right.
There's a lot of conspiracy theories that get thrown around that I just look at and I go, have you ever thought about how that might work? You know?
Yeah, and Arthur Dye keeps talking about the money that we've given to the Ukraine. I don't agree with any of it. I don't mind the war material, right? Because we were decommissioning that, and we have a history. We can go back to the Flying Tigers in China of supporting military movements. However, the difference is China actually paid for the airplanes and war material that they got during that war, and Ukraine is running a tab. I mean, you know, I don't believe you should have debt. I certainly don't believe the U.S. government should have debt. So,
agree.
That's where that's at. So, yeah, it is 100. I think I don't think it's around 175 billion. I think it's a tick over 175 billion to Ukraine. Which honestly, in today's market, that's probably cheap for a war. So,
well, the way I think about it is if you go back in 2020 constant dollars and look at the cost of the World War II.
Yeah. It's a bargain.
175 billion, tiny each equal fraction of what we spent on World War II.
Yeah. Yeah, I would again, I don't actually have so and I have the same thing for any foreign war that we get involved with. I honestly have no problem sending our old antique weaponry to countries to use, right? Because again, we as a country, we constantly improve. So we have stuff coming online virtually daily.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with that. I think that we should. I mean, you know, somebody has to be the guy, and we are the guy. I agree with that.
We can use so it's like sending off hand-me-downs, but for your own benefit.
Yeah, right. Like, right, exactly. I'm gonna make the new cool shit for me, and I'll give you what I don't need anymore, and that's cool, right? But yeah. I'm not going to get into the debt thing right now because that's.
Do you want us to go for the next 4 hours?
You know,
I'm
it's,
listening.
I don't really want to jump into that. Kind of want to move away from Ukraine and all of that. Talk about something else.
Well, we've gone all over the place. We started with red pill alphas.
Yeah. And it's easy to shift topics, right? Because a lot of things are really related. I really do believe that I believe, as I've said many times, I believe that red pill as an ideology, as a set of tenets for people to follow in their basic form, as kind of proposed by or as kind of written down by Rollo. He didn't really propose them. Or you can go back to Campbell Loftmiller, The Worth of a Boy, back in the 40s. You can go back further to the 20s, and there was some, and I cannot remember the guy's name, but there was an author that wrote some things about men's advocacy back in the beginning age of feminism, when we had what were they, like Dapper Dans? What did they call those guys? They were
Well, I've heard the Dapper Dan term before, so I know
yeah,
what you're
but I
referring
think
to
there was
there.
a specific. I think there was a specific thing back in like the back in like the early 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s, that was basically like a effeminate man. There's like a really specific term for it, and there's that it shows up in a lot of old cartoons, like in Mickey Mouse, in the original Mickey Mouse cartoons and the Tom and Jerry cartoons and stuff like that. It shows up in that because they were, making fun of that era when we could make fun of things. And man, I'm drawing a blank. It's getting too late. It's a problem with getting old, guys. It's a problem with getting old.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, it doesn't. Anyway, Dapper Dan's close enough, right? So you have this idea of these milquetoast men, for lack of a better description, that go around and they're effeminate and dandies, I guess, is pretty close. And that was becoming the rage. And so there was a couple of authors that sat down and said, no, men need to be this, right? And I feel like that a lot of authors have said that. I mean, as a matter of fact, I have a quote from a fellow. Let me give me 1 second. You might have heard of this guy. His name's Robert Heinlein, and he's really good. He's really good author, and he's not speaking specifically about men here, although he does in another section. I just didn't decide to pull that out. A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. And I think that's and I don't remember. I think he wrote this in about 1950, I think is when he wrote that, somewhere along in there. So, this red pill idea, right, is not new in any shape or form. So I think that once we understand that, then it's easier to think of red pill as not a movement so much as a set of tenets that people can identify with. And because most people have seen The Matrix, it just clicks, right? Just clicks. But it's been co-opted by grifters. It's been co-opted by charlatans that preach a whole new religion. And that's not good for anybody. It's especially not good for people who want and need a way to define a set of codex for life to young men and young women. It's not good. It's not, you have to be able to define things, right?
Well, one of the things that I think is most odious about the direction that the red pill has gone recently is they're basically trying to paint, they're trying to conflate really the fact that an observation doesn't have a morality attached to it with the morality of what they're choosing to do with that observation. Does that explanation track, or I'm
Yeah,
trying
no,
stuff out?
I think that's pretty close. I mean, I think that we can maybe not clearly define, right? But I think that it's yeah. Hang on one sec, guys. Sorry, I have someone ask me a question. I got totally sidetracked.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
I know what it's like on stream. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that they're trying to say that, well, because Evo Sykes says X, Y, and Z about how women behave, therefore it's okay for me to behave in what I would call a pretty immoral way.
Right.
And
agreed.
Okay.
Well, that's actually a very good point. So the other problem I have with red pill is that some of the chief proponents of it currently they do not actually prescribe to any religious component. Now, I'm not saying specific, it needs to be one or the other. I mean, I don't care which one, but I believe that if you're going, so if red pill by necessity has to have a moral component to it, right? It all falls apart without a moral component. Without religion, you can't have morality. So you have to include that. And so when you have red pill prophets out there, for lack of a better word, spreading a bunch of rumors or not rumors, they spread the gospel, right, of red pill. But when they do that, they don't say, we don't care what church you go to, but you need, I brought religion into it, and Andrew has appeared.
Oh no.
Andrew, how are you tonight, sir?
Good. I got a fucking early ass flight, but I can't sleep. So maybe I'll just stay awake until
I'll
the
put you to
flight.
sleep, brother. I will do that for you. I'm going to bring one more guy up to the stage. And if he World War I and II expert, if you could just kind of chill out for a few minutes, man, that'd be great. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
no.
you, sir. Yeah, thank you. Can't sleep, Andrew? Really? You?
Can't sleep. It's true.
Oh, okay. Have you met or are you know Nick and Plutarch here? My guest
I don't
tonight.
know. I have
So
no
they have
idea. Maybe I do. I don't know.
I've interacted with his
probably
wife a couple times, so with Glenn.
You don't know me, and that's okay.
Yeah. They have a small channel called well, actually, you guys you tell Andrew who you are. No, why am I doing this? You guys do that.
All right. Well, I'm a former pastor. Got what you call zeroed out of the Orthodox Presbyterian Church. We run a channel called the Resurgence of Sanity. So basically, we're red-pilled guys, but we're Christians, and we try to approach. We take the what you call descriptions of the red pill, what do you see, the observations, and we try to view them through a rational and Christian lens. Plutarch, you agree with that?
Yeah, although we don't limit ourselves to red pill topics. We enjoy the act of taking rational thought and applying it to pretty much whatever fits our fancy.
No. Neat.
So
what are we talking about tonight?
We've been all over the place, honestly. We were just talking about how I feel like that some of the red pill not leaders. That's not really the right word.
I liked your prophets. That's actually a good word.
Okay, the red pill, the current batch of red pill prophets speak from
what the fuck is a red pill prophet?
I don't know. I just just the guys who are trying to, like Wes Watson, right? Like these guys that sell red pill to young men and as a way to solve their problems, right? I can't call. I mean, they're false prophets, but I can't think of a better word. Maybe, but you can. You're much better than me. Plus, you're awake.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, the term red pill is just nonsensical. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's a data packet full of descriptive knowns that are handed, you know, they're delivered in various ways from different content creators, but most of it's pretty common sense stuff that you can look up that at this point has been pretty heavily sociologically researched, at least.
Yeah.
But also seems to comply with the ontological nature of men and women. So, I mean, most of it just kind of makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
See?
So I don't know. I don't know if there's. Yeah, I don't know if there is actually a red pill. I think. I think when people say what I hate about red pillars or things like this, to me, it's always an ultimate straw man. It's kind of a meaningless straw man, because what you're really saying is there's creators who say shit that I don't like, who are retards. That's what people usually mean by that, right? There's creators who say retarded shit that I don't like,
okay,
because they're dumbasses. But I mean, if you're just talking about basic, what you'd call red pill or manosphere descriptors, like women tend to like tall men with lots of money who are handsome. It's like, oh yeah, really? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Tell me more.
It's funny because I said almost the same thing. I even used the word retarded and half an hour, 45 minutes ago, and it's very funny because I said maybe I'm listening to you a little too much, Andrew. Maybe I'm absorbing too much, because I literally said I even used the word retarded. That was very funny. So I don't know that maybe I'm listening to you too much. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say about it, honestly. To me,
good.
I've debated with so many of the red pill content creators, and they're just kind of grouped together as being that, but they have wildly different ideas. Some are total coomers and degenerates, and some are essentially Christian ethicists who try to use some type of a descriptive prism to guide people through life. There's just such a wide array that I just kind of boil it down to: you're either a retarded creator or you're not. That's it.
Oh boy, I may be in trouble.
It's not an oversimplification.
No, I actually I don't think it is an oversimplification. Okay. I think I mean, what are agreed to red pill? I don't know what the agreement would be of what the red pill is. Like, what is it? What is the red pill?
Awakening or unplugging from the matrix, awakening to the reality of the gynocentric system.
Yeah, well, what the fuck does that mean, though? That's just verbal trash, right? Like, so the blue pill is staying asleep to the gynocentric system. I'm like, what does that mean, though? What is the gynocentric system?
Okay, do you want to you want us to explain that?
Yeah. What is the gynocentric system?
So the gynocentric system is essentially the feminized system, the worldview of feminism that has basically become the default philosophy, a lens through which they view the world, instead of being, the patriarchy, what I would call the proper worldview of, a fallen creation, and that God created this world. It's a fallen creation and works a certain way. It can be flawed because of sin and the effects of sin. But basically, it's a hierarchy. They can see that.
So if the red pill is about gynocentrism, then how come people use the information inside these descriptive truths to coom? Instead of combating the gynocentric system, they seem to be happy about women's liberation because then they can hump more women.
Right, and I think that's wicked. So
yeah, I understand, but you don't think it's wicked because of any red pill terminology. You think it's wicked because you're a Christian ethicist, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, right. So the red pill itself is a packet of descriptors you don't even disagree with. You're just like I said. Your problem is with case use of people who take these descriptors and misuse them, right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. So it's just a data packet then.
Right, I viewed it as like natural revelation, basically, or natural theology.
What the hell is natural?
Like
natural
the light
law?
of nature. Yeah, natural law, the light of nature. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get into a deep theological discussion about natural law, but yeah,
That's how I categorize it.
Gotcha. Okay. Again, that's a Christian ethics position. It has nothing to do with the red pill, though. So,
Andrew, I loved your take on Destiny's review of your Dave.
Oh, the Coomer Gremlin.
The Coomer Gremlin. Dude, I have to be honest that it was kind of scary how sharp Destiny was in regards to your arguments with Dave Smith and all of that. It was very
they were basic arguments. Those were not arguments you're supposed to get bogged down on. Those are really kind of basic positions to just get established before you have a debate.
Yeah,
you're not supposed to be debating about those positions. Like that's
right.
Getting boiled down to
listening to you. It was like he was saying the same things that you
yeah.
would say. It was
you're not supposed to get bogged down on the basics of the NAP if you're a libertarian. That's that's supposed to be something established immediately and self-ownership, and then you move on from there. So you're not even supposed to get bogged down there. You're just supposed to have kind of these agreements that at least it's in some way axiomatic and demonstratively axiomatic, and then you move on from there to its use, right? But
yeah,
so nobody was expecting to get bogged down in just the idea of if you own yourself, why can't you unalive yourself? That's a really basic question that most libertarians can answer, which is, well, you can, right? You can.
Yeah.
So,
but, it was interesting. It was very interesting. I was, and I imagine you're also not supposed to ask or tell your opponent to go look in a dictionary because you're trying to agree on word usage, right? So.
Yeah, you never want to do, not for meta ethics, especially. That's the dictionary is not going to help you with that.
It was great. I was listening to it on my way back from the range. My son shot double skeet today and super sporting, and so we were in a really good mood on the way back, and I just popped that up on my phone and had it playing in the car, and I was just rolling laughing going down the highway. It was hilarious. Because I was like, I know what Destiny's about to say here, and he's like, yeah, no, you don't. I'm like, oh yeah, I do. He's going to say that this is dumb, and he did. And then you were like, yeah, Destiny said it's dumb. Everybody's like, we're all in agreement. This is a dumb thing, and don't do that. But it was very funny, very good.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was really good. So you've got a big schedule going on, right? I mean, you're on a plane. You're flying to the West Coast first, right?
I'm flying to DC.
Oh, you're flying to DC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I have to get my Fed debrief. So
okay, yeah, okay. Well, straighten out Congress while you're there. Could you do that? could you help me out, Andrew? Could you just do me one little favor while you're in DC?
So go in there and then home and then Santa Barbara, then Miami. So it's like a weird fucked up triad, I guess.
Yeah, that's some air miles right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I should get a frequent flyer card or whatever the fuck that is.
Do they still
I hate flying. I don't know, probably.
Yeah. You hate flying, or you hate
Yeah, I
flying?
hate. Well, I just don't like traveling.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
That's fair enough.
don't. That's not. It's not my favorite.
Right.
It's a pain in the ass, and
It is.
I have a really comfortable chair, so
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I like to travel from the couch to the refrigerator. I do like to do that,
yeah.
but I don't like to travel from my house to other places.
Which refrigerator? The beverage refrigerator or the standard refrigerator?
Oh, I mean, whichever one has the food and the beer. That's
Okay.
That's the one I like to travel to.
That's the one you like to go to.
Mm.
All right. All right. Cool.
I feel like I interrupted this conversation or fucked this
No,
conversation
actually,
up
we were
somehow.
just kind of winding down because we kind of talked about. I basically had said that I think that my position is, and the guys here, I think we'd agreed earlier to some degree that the red pill was just to me, it's just a set of tenets, descriptors, whatever that describe something that's been described as far back as the early 1900s, and it's it's really not anything special. And that one of my problems with the people who attempt to sell red pill, which I don't know I use the term sell it, but it is what they're doing is my problem with it is that they often do it from a point of morality, but they don't proscribe any religious component as part of their red pill strategy, I guess, strategy, teaching, whatever. And I find that to be hypocritical and wrong and many other things. So and that's kind of where we were at, where you came in, and then you very effectively made the argument for me. I don't have to do anything now because you were just destroyed it. It's cool. Everything's great.
Well, I think it stands to reason that with the explosion epidemic of single motherhood and no good proxies for masculine figures anywhere, that there would be an entire cast of men who don't really understand masculinity, which is something that is not easily teachable. It's not something that you teach like you're in a classroom and you say, this is what masculine things are. This is what masculine people do. It's absorbed. It's absorbed like, like oxygen is absorbed. It's absorbed into your skin, into the fabric of you being around men and male companionship. That's how you learn masculinity. You don't learn it in books, and you don't learn it from a guru. You don't learn it from things like that. You learn it through camaraderie and going through challenges and trials with other men. And that, because it's not something I think which is taught easily in some kind of classroom setting or through books or through things like that, it's very difficult to capture the essence of what it is. And it's no wonder that so many of these kind of gurus have cropped up and have these boot camps and everything else in between to try to show you how to be a man. But I'm not so sure that that's something which is easily taught. There seems to be a huge need for it, but I'm not sure how you fill the need.
Well, Andrew, this is something that I grew up in the Boy Scouts, and I cry at what they're doing to the Boy Scouts. And I had other, because I had a dad throughout my entire childhood, but I'm thinking back to all the different experiences I had, going to summer camps and all of the things you could do. Like we had a rock climbing summer, like thing you could do, or you could go canoeing, or you could, of course, go shooting, which I personally found a lot of interest in. And you're not allowed to even call it Boy Scouts anymore. Like,
yeah, but
we are allowed.
But as you're kind of talking about that, right? This is kind of what this kind of segues into what I'm saying a bit. You agree that women can canoe, and that women can rock climb, and that women can shoot, and that those are intersex activities. They're not exclusive to men, though probably a lot more men do them. There's certain, well, maybe not canoeing, but the other two, I think at least probably men do a bit more. But are they masculine activities? Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're masculine activities. I and that seems to entail that masculinity has a lot more to do with something else besides some specific activity or something that you do. There's something more to it, which is part of the fabric of you, which is absorbed. It's behaviorally and socially absorbed, rather than here's a series of things you can do. Eat beef jerky, eat beef jerky and drink a lot, and you're a man. You know what I mean? There's something more to it than that. So I think your experience with the Boy Scouts maybe had nothing to do with the fact that you were rock climbing or that you were shooting or that you were doing those activities, but that you had a ton of males who were around you. And so you were able to absorb what a tribal culture of males was like. And so
absolutely,
those are the values that seep, right?
Absolutely. And I also grew up in an automotive repair shop. So again, around pretty hard men, the rough men doing labor. Your hands are at least going to be greasy and grimy at the end of the day, if not cut up, and you just deal with it. That's again my dad, and I think you're onto something when you say, it's the single moms they don't do this. They don't send their kids to a shop and say, here, go cut your knuckles open and learn how to do an oil change.
Well, but how could they? They can't absorb that either. So they can't absorb. Even if you take a woman and you put a woman in with groupings of men, I think that she can gain maybe a bit more in the way of, I don't know, what you might consider masculine trait. Maybe she can change her own oil. Maybe she understands boys a little bit better than other women do, right? Or this type of thing. But because she doesn't share physiology with men, she can't relate the same way. So she can't absorb it the same way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely agree.
This is why I think it's a huge failure. It's been a massive, overwhelming failure. In fact, inside of the manosphere, the groupings of men who have kind of they've risen to the top of this micro hierarchy to teach you how to be a man without the I mean, think about this. So many of them follow evolutionary psychology, and so it's always been bizarre to me that you follow Evo Psych, but you take the the socialization aspects out of this because you can't recapture them from adolescence. And so that's why you end up with these guys, they find it in their 20s or something like this. They try to move over into, okay, well, what is it to be a man? But they didn't have that adolescent absorption from the culture around them. And so they're not only playing catch up, but they can't really capture the essence of the thing. You know what I mean? It's not a thing that needs to be talked about. Usually around men questioning each other's manhood, right? That's not really how it works, because it doesn't need to work like that.
That's my whole childhood.
Yeah,
we didn't talk about it.
Yeah, there's an absorption to it. It's unstated. It's unnecessary to state because it becomes part of. And so I think that you have an ontology and you have a teleology. You have both the purpose and the being, and so only you inside of that space of your ontological self and your teleological self is even capable of absorbing that socially. So women can't do that any more than you could absorb with your logical brain their sociological kind of induction into society. You can't really do it. You just can't absorb it the same way.
So does that put the nail in the troons?
Yeah, well, that's one of the prime arguments I often use against trans is, what's your point of reference? Well, I've always known I was a woman. That's an impossibility. It's a grounding impossibility from the outset. You don't have the requisite physiology to even absorb what that could mean. You're never going to have a period or cramps or understand what it's like to have a life growing inside of you, or even the potential of that, or the responsibility that comes with that, or why that responsibility is there. Many of those things aren't even necessarily talked about inside of the groups of women because they don't need to be. It's absorbed. It's absorbed by the, the very air they're breathing. It's absorbed.
Yeah.
So how could you ever make the determination that you feel that way? You couldn't. There's no frame of reference. So you're just lying, right? You're just lying either to you or to me.
Both.
Both. Yeah.
Lying to themselves and others.
Yeah. So there's, you have to, there has to be some frame of reference for these things. A thing can only be what it is. And that's the law of identity. And that's in the third law of logic, that's what they're violating. They're trying to change what is to what isn't. And so that's a direct violation of the third law of logic. And that's why people find it so perverse and such an inversion, and why they're disgusted by it, and why they fucking want them to get away from them, and why they think they're abominations and this and that. It's because every horror movie you've ever seen, when the alien bursts out of the chest, there's something fucking wrong. It doesn't belong there. It's not supposed to do that. This thing which isn't supposed to do that. It's supposed to do something that's not that.
That's why sins against nature are so essentially heinous.
Well, it's not even in many ways it's worse, right? So I think a sin against nature might be something like, molesting a corpse. I could say that's maybe a sin against nature. But you're still you, and the corpse is still what it is. There's nothing perverse in trying to change the makeup of the thing. In the case of the trans, it's a mass gaslighting propaganda campaign to convince you that this thing which isn't is. And you have an inclination. Basically, all human beings have an inclination to recoil away from that. Well, that's wrong. No, and it's key to our survival that we don't ever accept what isn't as being there. I mean, imagine if you just imagined there was a bridge across a canyon, and so you took a step onto it. What happens to you? You die, right? It's just a kind of a fundamental violation of what is.
I got an image of the Last Crusade there. So
yeah, well, I mean that was the point, right? The leap of faith, and everything in him recoiled to not take the leap of faith because everything in him screamed, "Wait, what is there is nothing," and so it would be a violation of everything that I know, that there is something there, right? And so it's this law of identity, which I think they're violating, is I think fundamental to why people recoil away from this so much. And it's also rarely talked about, but it's also the most talked about thing, right? So it's rarely talked about at its core that there's a violation of identity going on, but that's most often the argument used, even if people don't know they're using it. What do they say? No, you're not a woman.
Right.
That's what they say, right? They are attacking kind of the core of this idea without being able to verbalize why. And that's where the trans LGBTQ are ready to pounce, right? Well, give me the criteria for the identity of what a woman is then, right? Oh, men have nipples too. Some women can have gonads. Some women don't have uteruses. Some women don't have blah, blah, blah. So I'll find an exception to each criteria that you put in. But the one exception that they can't give you is the essence perception. There's that we can always perceive that descriptively will fall short for any definition we give for anything. But the reason we have these definees or these root words is because we do understand that there's an essence to a thing. And even if we can't capture definitionally what it feels like to see a sunrise, we know it feels like something.
They want to make the universal dead by 1,000 particulars. exceptions.
Yeah, well, that's a great point, and it's true. It is. It's when they boil down to the particularism, though, they avoid the essence. They avoid the essence of the thing, and that's the failure. So you can give a definition of a painting. You can give a definition of the Mona Lisa. You can describe the Mona Lisa in excruciating detail, but you can never capture the essence that you would have if somebody saw the Mona Lisa. And so that's where all definitions fall short of the energy of a thing and the root of what a thing is. And we can't capture it in definitions. And so, like typical Bolshevik communist scumbags, they use perverse language in order to gaslight you into believing what isn't is.
Communist scumbags. Andrew, you have the best takes, my friend. You have the best takes.
Well, these guys are Christians. They know.
Yeah.
They understand. Yeah. They understand ontological nature.
Yep.
God gave us a nature.
Yeah.
Because God has a nature.
So what's going on? I mean, some of these Christian circles, it's interesting. Is they'll talk about talking about ontology, male and female having a different ontology, and they'll charge you with saying that you're saying that a woman is a different species than a man. Have you heard that argument?
No, well, that's not what ontology means.
Well, I know.
I would say that two different cats, right? While they share, they share a lot in the way of the same ontology. They also are going to have distinct differences in their essence. So while they might have the same telos, right? What they are as a being is going to have some leeway. Some cats are going to lick themselves a lot for no good reason, and some aren't, and we don't fucking know why.
That's true. That is true.
We don't know why. So these portions of the nature probably aren't fixed, but perhaps they missed the point. Perhaps they missed the point of what we're getting at when we say you can't not be a cat, though.
So Andrew, is what you're really saying, and this is a question for edification, is that this drive to fractalize the meaning of words is really an attempt to fracture people away from each other and being able to understand each other. Is that kind of what you're saying, or am I misunderstanding you? Because like a word, like we all agree that in the panel we all agree that a word has a certain meaning, but if they say, oh well, but some people don't have this, then it's an attempt to essentially legalize the word to say, well, this word isn't accurate enough, so we have to come up with another one.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
Don't know.
I scared him off.
Oh no!
Well,
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we got
sorry.
you now.
So I was saying, yeah, I agree. I largely agree with you, and then I got to kind of give a little bit of pushback on one angle too. So yes, words, you and I agree they have meaning. So if you can call it a rock and I can call it a flippadoo, but if we mean the same thing, then we're not talking past each other, right? We're both referencing this kind of same thing that we're trying to point at. But descriptively, and this has always been known with definitions of words, that you can only capture so much of a word in a definition of what it is that you're pointing at, if it's a material thing. And even if it's a social construct that you're pointing at that's non-material, you still can't quite really capture it with the word. And because of the overarching vagueness that all descriptions will inevitably go to, right? They'll inevitably circle back and they'll inevitably leave some room for vagueness. So we know that there are such things as rock, right? But there's no possible way that we can describe everything about a rock, about what the nature of a rock is. And are rocks big? Well, some are big. Are they small? Well, some are small. Well, how small is small? And you can just kind of get into this indefinite loop of nuance where Like as you were
Mhm.
explaining, you fractal it and fractal it and fractal it and fractal it until eventually whatever the original meaning you were trying to capture is just gone, right? And so
The
that's
problem of
the
unity and
new,
diversity. Yeah.
yeah, the problem that you run into here is that these leftist scumbags, in order to weaponize language, which is a fine weapon, by the way, it's a much finer weapon than a gun,
Yes.
is understanding how to weaponize language. They fall into the small nuances or the cracks of you being unable to completely capture the essence of a thing, and instead promote those things which you can't capture with language, and they bastardize it. And it's really a mass attempt to propagandize and convince you again that what isn't is. And this over and over, this is what you kind of see over and over and over as the inversion of the left, right? That they just constantly tell you what isn't is. A proper family is whatever we want it to be. It can be a single mom. It can be a single dad. It can be two homosexuals. It can be, four mommies at home. It can be all of these things, right? Because you can never capture perfectly what family means. And so that's why that exists. That's why the weaponization of words is so crucial to leftist scumbags. And why you really have to hold their feet to the fire and asking them to capture the essence of any word, and they can't. And so then your definition is as good as theirs. Fuck them.
It sounds like a kind of a postmodern destruction of meaning.
Well, but postmodernism is correct in this sense. I mean, it's a terrible ideology. Don't get me wrong, but it's correct in the sense that that everything which is interpreted has an interpreter. And so all descriptions are eventually going to fall short, and they're eventually going to become some type of subjective value. And that's inarguable. It's just that it's not particularly useful. And so who cares, right? Put them to the sword. That would have been the answer of old, right? They would have said, well, yeah, that's true, but we're going to kill you because it's not useful. Right. That's what they would have said. They would have said but it's not very useful. And you're taking a lot of usefulness out of society by convincing people to kind of over microanalyze everything to the point of nihilism. And so you're a social plague, and we're just going to end you. And then that took care of the problem. Right. So the ideological oppression.
Man was not supposed to have infinite understanding to begin with. So we're trying to play God.
Yeah, of course.
It all. So yeah.
Of course, and when you were hungry and looking for food and shit, it was a lot less likely that you were going to be pontificating about the micro nature of everything which is around you that makes society function, to the point where you become nihilistic because you can never descriptively capture the essence of a thing, right? So we were just never bogged down with those problems. And there was a solution. They often had a solution for it, which is, well, off with their head. They're a witch. They're a fucking freak. There's some kind of societal plague that needs to be gotten rid of because they're causing all sorts of social upheaval that it's not good for us. So just get rid of them. But such a solution's not implementable anymore. And so now we have to weaponize the language back the same way, and we're 100 years behind. So we got a lot of work to do.
That's true, and that's actually a really, again, really solid observation. Andrew? What do you think about? What do you think the next evolution of of debates are? Because it seems like that they're getting, we've gotten the blood sport debates have gotten really good, and now the debates that you're doing, just watching your footage of the mock debate where you played the leftist against and I'm not really sure how to say that fellow's last name, but it was Nick, right? I can't. Anyway, but that was an amazing. The takes that you had were awesome, dude. Like, and the criticisms that you had of Trump were really, really accurate, and obviously not really deniable. So, what do you think? Is this like an evolution or just like a clarity in debate? Because dude, it's
Well, these
deadly.
things, these come in waves. So there was a blood sport debate wave which happened roughly between 2016 and 2019, and then tons of TOS and things like this ended up ending those, because those conversations became very much about things like race and IQ and Jews and blah 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 blah, all kinds of shit.
Right. Yeah.
So the terms of service quickly shifted to eliminate a lot of that and a lot of those kind of highly skilled debaters. And so now there's kind of a new crop of highly skilled debaters who are coming up who have a complete kind of different set values of ideas. And the Christians are becoming quickly an overwhelming force because they can talk about a lot of these material ideas in a context which is not only palatable, but offers something that all of these other kind of, let's call them micro groups or online clans can't. Okay.
Right.
Which is purpose.
Yeah. I think
which is purpose. And so they're just mangling these degens in a way that they've never had to experience, because now we've had a good 60 years of degeneracy. And really, the Christian ethicist who is in the debate just kind of has to point that out a bunch. Well, it doesn't seem like it's better, does it?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we're living under kind of this leftist.
It's very effective.
Yeah, we're living under this leftist utopia now, and it doesn't seem that wonderful.
Right. Yeah.
It's not nearly as much fun as you promised us. You know, the coom pods and the legal drugs and the nihilism isn't really making society any better here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, there's I think that there'll be a good wave for another good 2 years going into post-election, especially because you're in a political season. And yeah.
It was really good. Obviously, you know, Jake got ambushed by the body odor guy last night, and I don't know if he's recovered yet or not. I haven't talked to him today, but
you mean Project Veopod?
Yeah. He got ambushed pretty hardcore by your nemesis there, who is not going to make it.
Who's my nemesis?
Not your nemesis. He wants to be your nemesis. He's a legend in his own mind. He's you know, I've decided he's irrelevant.
You mean the 17 viewer douchebag?
Yeah,
I don't even know why this guy's being talked about. He's totally worthless.
Right. It's an interesting deal. Because I think his style, I mean, the way that he's able to debate is gone. Like it's not even relevant anymore. Like he can't come to the table with anything, right? So it's very interesting. I
already gave the prediction of how that all falls out, and so it's already, you know, I mean, what is it at this point? Like 4 people on the internet who just are arguing with each other constantly. Like what's the outreach program there? Let's just go on and argue with the same 4 people every night about how we don't like each other.
Right.
Doesn't seem like a great recipe for success, man.
Yeah. No, you know, it was a very interesting thing to have gone back and watch some of your earlier stuff, because, you know, again, when I first saw you, I didn't know who you were, and then where you're at now, and and of course I can't determine your arc because I don't know what you have in mind, but what I see happening is pretty exciting stuff. So that's really cool, man. I've been, of course, I'm not in that sphere, so I just have to kind of, you know, watch you do it. So it's pretty cool, though. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see all of to see it change so rapidly from just basically blood sport to you have a very like pinpoint targeted debate style. And
yeah, but that's good. Well, I think ultimately, I think that people enjoy watching debates for a reason, and I think that they enjoy having their worldview represented when they can't represent it themselves very well. And the reason most people can't represent their worldview very well is because they're too busy fucking working and supporting their families. So very difficult for them to take the time out to learn shitloads about philosophy, argumentation style, do counter research, learn about other worldviews, things like that. It's actually quite difficult to do when you're working 10 hours a day to support your entire family. So, so oftentimes they can't articulate what it is that they're trying to say, even though they want to say it. And so, kind of people, these kinds of in these segmented different groups, a lot of these different guys will kind of come up the chain, fighting their way up to represent that worldview the best that they possibly can, because they're really fucking good at it. But most of the guys in the circle that you're talking about here, with those people, they're not even talented enough to represent their own worldview, let alone they don't have any worldview which people have ascribed to. They're not representing anything, just kind of their own, I don't know, bizarre takes about nonsense, and so nobody ends up giving a shit, right? They can't relate to it.
Right.
Hey, Grid.
All right, guys, we're heading out.
You guys heading out? All right, cool.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I'm gonna head out soon too.
I wanted to roll one thing in there before I headed out, though. So
Okay.
I might stick around for a couple more minutes, and that was on the. I think the ambush last night was an attempt to reclaim some relevancy. That was my take of it. He's trying to get back to what he was after the fallout, and I watched some of that, and it was bad. But I think he's trying to say, well, see, I can be, he's just going to be like, well, I have to just go even harder and hit harder, more blood.
I think it was a petulant child. I think he basically he got caught. He couldn't do anything about it. He, like I don't even want to talk about it. This is dumb.
I agree.
He's dumb. I a month ago I asked what was the over under on him even showing up, and he tried to act like he tried to bluster his way through, and he did. He's not going to show up. He never intended to. It was all a bunch of nonsense, and I'm actually. Andrew's a much better human being than I am, because I would have called him out on it much harder core and just Andrew's played this like a champ, to be honest. I mean, he's again better man than I am, because I would have called this whole thing out much louder, much harder. So
I absolutely agree. Unfortunately for me, it's well past dinner time, so I'm getting yelled at.
Well, have a good night, man. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you too.
Yeah, you take care, dude.
Take care, guys.
I'll go.
Yeah. So Andrew, what you're going to be busy, man. You're going to be a very busy guy for the next 2-3 weeks.
The next 40 days. Gonna be
40
real busy.
days. Wow.
Yeah, roughly 40 days mapped out. So
nice.
Yeah, it's fucking just nonstop. But
never wish.
Yeah,
for
I don't know. Yeah, I think I really don't understand this, because like these kind of various little I don't know, groups like this BO group and these other guys, didn't these guys kind of all meet, like including you, with these people because of the Crucible? Like, wouldn't you guys not have ordinarily have met if it weren't for the Crucible being around?
Well, this Andrew, let me, and I know I've said this, maybe I haven't said it quite this way before, right? I came into the Crucible not because I wanted your help or I expected anything or anything. I just came in to see what was going on, right? I didn't know who you were. I wanted to kind of interact with you because I'd seen you on whatever My initial impressions were just not that great, but then they kind of turned around, and you were, unlike a lot of people in that situation, you were like, hey, come into the Crucible, check it out. You might like it, you may hate it, whatever. And I got in there, and the next thing I know, in another, obviously I was on another Discord too. And, Josie had told me to start the program. She thought I'd be good at it. And I barely even mentioned it to you. And you're like, oh, you should totally get with Mr. E and he'll help you out, and he did. Like, I didn't come to you with that in mind. It wasn't like I didn't have a plan to utilize your resources. It was just like you were like the second I said anything about it, you're like, oh yeah, you should totally do this. I got guys, they'll help you out. It was it's the way that I treat people, and I rarely encounter it in other people, right? It blew me away. And then of course I met Based, right? Through he was marketing his show in the thing not the stream alerts, you guys don't do that, but what is it? It's the self-promotion, right? He was marketing himself in self-promotion. I was poking through there, and the next thing I know, everything's great. I remember the first time I talked to you privately, I was like, hey man, I just want a couple of minutes of your time. I'd like some advice. And you were like, yeah, okay, sure, whenever. And I found pretty much everyone. I mean, there's a couple of guys in the Crucible that, are maybe a little bit more reserved, but everybody's been great, man. It's been really great.
That's a fantastic community, which was cultivated by great community organizers, real ones, not Obama community organizers, but
right.
But those guys, the people who run the Discord, run the show in the background, they do great community organizing work to make sure that that everybody gets kind of the help they need where they need it, whether they're a creator or they're just somebody who wants to come in and BS or whatever. For some people, it's a time killer. For other people, it's entertainment. For some people, it's engagement. For some people, it's they're just lonely. For some people, they're content creators and want to get some help. There's all different sorts of people with all different sorts of agendas, and we have just kind of the better community organizers anywhere on the internet who seem to be able to put all of that together in a structured way to help people out. I mean, they're really fucking good at it.
And I had no idea that you had helped Alex with PWF. I had no idea that you had helped all of these other people and that they had turned on you. I had no idea any of that happened. Right.
Well, that would include BO, by the way.
Right. Who, yeah, he did after
who
that.
Also, who also like all of them, right? The kind of the backbiters, right? In some ways, I guess I make my own enemies. But there's nothing you can do about that. There's going to be some people who just, for whatever reason, they just kind of fly off the deep end about nothing. And then when they realize that they've done more damage than they can repair, then it's time to kind of double down on it, right?
So
that's how that usually works.
When I went on to Based show, I think it was the first show I had been on other than my own, and I had done a little bit of, I went and watched this stuff first. I'm new, I'm not stupid. So and one of the things that I found was he kind of came after Rachel for something or the other, and I thought it was very trivial, and I thought, well, he's kind of doing this as a not necessarily a hit piece, but he's doing it to, get some content out of it, a little bit of controversy, whatever. I didn't realize at the time how far that potentially he would take everything, right? And
well, I mean, he hasn't. None of these people have taken anything really. So I need to try to understand it from my perspective, right?
Sure, man.
I come on two shows essentially. but what I call my decompression shows or my BSing
Yeah.
shows, where I get the feel of the smaller audience and I can actually interact with the chat in a more interpersonal way. And that's
Yeah.
your show and Glenn Lawrence's show, right?
Yeah.
Those are the two. And so there's all sorts of kind of little zany characters that you guys surround yourself with that I don't fucking know anything about these people, right?
Right.
They don't exist inside my world or orbit
Sure.
or anything like that. And if they do, I don't know about it, right?
Right.
So like Jake from Project Veopod, he was a person who had just reached out and wanted an interview, and I was happy to give him one, like I do for most people on their channel. We fit him in somewhere.
And I interact with them all the time.
But from the perspective, from my perspective, so that you understand, all of this shit is basically meaningless to me. I come on your show and I come on Glenn Lawrence's show because I enjoy assisting, helping you guys out, make good content. Maybe you can make some clips out of it. You can tag the name, you can tag the Crucible. It'll help bring some people in, which assists with revenue, and like that's just kind of the online game, right? But these kind of little zany characters who are running around who talk smack to the void, right? Like talking smack to nobody. Who are you talking smack to? There's nobody there to hear it. It's like I'm gonna wake you up with a chainsaw from China. It's like I don't even hear it. You know what I mean? The only time I even hear about this stuff, really, the BO thing was because he had offered, he had called me out and said, let's do this. And so I said, sure. And then when we got it all nailed down, and then later when he refused to give me any details about it, I was just like, well, this just isn't worth my time to do anymore. And I consider the matter closed. To me, there's just nothing, there's just nowhere to go from there, right? He's just another one of these kind of like zany little micro characters who runs around that is on, these two adjacent shows that I sometimes come onto. But from my perspective, and maybe this sounds mean, and I don't mean it to, but they're all basically totally meaningless to me. They're not in any type of field that I'm ever going to engage with. So from my perspective, it's like it's like talking about I don't know, it's like talking about your neighbor, you know what I mean? I have no kind of interpersonal investment in it. Well, I had no interpersonal investment. Like I don't actually know anything about these people. And I'm not ever going to really be engaging with them. So why would I care about these people? You know what I mean? Why would I care? They just
we actually talked about that last night here. I was like, this is, I don't ever want to, I mean, I'm talking to you about it because to me it's a little bit funny, but I don't care to even talk about it anymore. Like I stopped Jake last night from going on and on about it as much as I could, but we had, and Sarah came on because I told her that I won't go on her show because I refuse to give that person any chance to get any content from me or or just even interact with him. I as long as I know that that she's harboring him to some degree, I just don't feel the need to go there. I like her show. I like going there. I thought it was
these
fun.
are all, I mean, so like Intel Wild, he's in the chat. He says, but you were going to engage with him, Andrew? That's odd to say. Why is that odd to say? The guy offered $1,000 to do an IRL debate where I just had to go meet him and do a debate.
Yeah.
That's, that doesn't seem, that seems reasonable to engage with somebody who wants to do that. But the second that no longer becomes fruitful, what's the point in engaging with him anymore? There's no fruitful relationship to be had. He's just some zany character on the internet who I'll never have to deal with again. So like, what's the point? There's no point in keeping up with any of it. You know what I mean?
You got to trademark that, Andrew. Some zany character on the internet. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but I'm never going to be engaging with any of these people. Right. The only time there's going to ever be a voluntary engagement is if I go on your show and one of them happens to be there. But I mean, other than that, why the fuck would I ever engage with any of these people? They're not in any way, shape, or form in a position to make any demands of my time at all. But they're most certainly not in a position where whatever circles they run in that I'm ever going to be in. So I don't even know what the point is in dealing with them ultimately.
Well, just to kind of, switch gears here, my son shot double skeet today, which I don't think he'd ever shot that in competition ever. He's only done it a couple of times in practice, and him and his two squad
Why
mates.
Intel Wild, what you're saying makes, I just explained this. He says, right, but just now you're saying you would never engage with him. Yeah, again. Do you know what the word again means, bro?
Yeah.
That means again. So almost anybody who reaches out, who asks me to come on their show, I'll come on their show. Most people who reach out to me in DMs, I'll reach out back, right? I'll engage with almost anybody who wants to engage until I realize that there's no more point, right? Once they've kind of demonstrated that they're a bad faith interlocutor, or it moves to a road to nowhere, or it becomes about trolling or some kind of like little microcosm time waste, and they can't be kind of included in any type of community that I'm building, then why would I ever engage with them? That doesn't even make sense. Yeah. And I don't need to. They're never going to be inside of social circles. So hearing news about them is kind of meaningless to me. It just doesn't mean anything. So
I think my son took a second place in double skeet today. Team.
Good.
His team did, and like I said, he's only ever shot it, I think, twice before, and never in competition. So it was really awesome. It really was really cool. Yeah, and it really I was really proud of him today, man. He did very well under pressure, and it's good. It's good. He had a little tiny bit of motivation in that I told him that I would get him an upgraded shotgun, a Browning 725, and I told him I would do that.
That's a pretty nice shotgun, man.
Yeah. Well, I told him that if he does well and he applies himself, then he earns that, and he's earning it. So,
Old Joe, do you feel like something about this needs to be finished? No, it's finished.
I don't know why we're still talking about it. I mean,
what's their? Well, I mean, because people are curious. So
yeah,
I mean,
okay. Well, guys, let me lay this out. Let me lay this out for you.
It's done. There's nothing to finish.
Yeah.
Why would I waste any more of my time with any of this? It's just worthless.
Yeah, let me lay this out for you cleanly. Base asked Andrew for a debate. Andrew said yes, but you're gonna have to wait because I have a lot of demand on my time. Base whined and cried like a little girl. Andrew said, you know what? If you're gonna cry about it, deal's off. I'm gonna move on to the next guy. Base whined and cried more and asked Andrew, offered him $500 initially to debate. Andrew said no. Then Base whined and cried some more. Andrew said, fine, I'll do it for the 500 plus another 500 for annoying me so much, because there's a fee for that. Andrew, I was listening when Andrew said, you really need to do this remotely. Why can't we do it remotely? And Base said, no, I want to do it in person. That should never get twisted. Base wanted to do it in person. He suggested it. And Base, from that point on, has pretty much lied or misrepresented pretty much everything about the exchange. If I were Andrew, I wouldn't entertain it either. And I don't, I would much rather talk about trap shooting right now than this moron that can't understand simple things. A man has demands on his time. If you're going to be serious, he will take you seriously. If you are not serious, he's not going to take you seriously. And worse, he'll think that you are wasting his time, and then he'll just a real man's going to tell you, fuck off. I don't have any time for you. So, and that's what Andrew has done. Is that clear enough for everybody? Because I hope so. Anyway, sorry, Andrew. I had to do that.
I've donated a lot to Andrew. He and others can't deny that. Just debate and wreck BO, Andrew. I just want to let you know that the worst wrecking that I can ever give a guy like that is to never
Not.
talk about him again.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, just done.
That's the worst wrecking. That's the worst wrecking you can ever give a person like that.
Yeah.
Is let them seethe for the rest of their life about nothing. And the thing is here's the other thing too. Like if I'm gonna have an arch nemesis, or I'm gonna have somebody who is coming for me, that I'm gonna like waste actual significant amount of time combating, it's not ever gonna be based Oracle. I mean, it's like, let's face it, it's not ever gonna be fucking based Oracle, dude. Like, come on. Like, I deserve better enemies than based fucking Oracle, bro.
Yeah.
What do you think? We're gonna get a whole trash talk team together, go and make fucking $5,000 doing a trash talk extravaganza, trashing some guy who talks in a monotone voice? Well, the thing is I don't believe that that's true. It's just fucking low hanging fruit, dude. Come on. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real here. There's many people, many people who would make a good nemesis. This guy's not one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old Joe asked
Author Deo wants to talk about social constructions. The definition of Andrew is a social construct. No, it's not. So I'm gonna actually give you a there's a Socratic list that I can show you how when you're using a name, Andrew, right, it's pointing at me. And so Andrew means me. Me is not a social construction. Andrew is not a social construction because Andrew means me. A rock is not a social construction. The scientific method is a social construction. You're using a word concept fallacy again. You do that a lot, Athro. I don't know why, but you use a lot of word concept fallacies. It's like for some reason inside your mind you have trouble untangling concepts, right? You have to be able to untangle concepts. So there's a difference between a definition, in other words, and a label. So Andrew is a label, not a definition. How is it right a social construction? Because it doesn't exist in material reality. Andrew does. Andrew exists in material reality, so we label what is me, Andrew. That's a label, though. It's not a definition of me. So,
yeah.
That just so you understand the distinction between a label and a definition. And the definition is a social construction, but the thing which it's pointing to in material reality is not.
Old Joe, this was the state SCTP state championship. So that's
oh yeah. What did God give you the right to do, Athrodia? What did God give you the right to do? No, virginity would not be a social construction either. So there would be a material action which would lead to a thing not being a thing anymore. In this case, we label that thing virginity. So the act which taking away the virginity is not a social construction, is a material condition. I don't know why. Why do you guys have trouble with this? Why do you have trouble with this untangling of these concepts? It's super weird. I'm still pissed about Sonzel. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you can come on, Athro, if you. I mean, if
yeah, it's fine. Let me send a link. That will be fine. That's great. Are you tired yet, Andrew? You ready to go to sleep?
Yeah, probably maybe 20 minutes, and then I'll check out, try to get a couple hours before the flight.
Yeah, and then you can sleep on the flight, right?
Yeah, that's the goal.
I can't. I rarely can sleep on a flight. I don't know why, but I just can't. So waiting on Arthur Dia to come on in. World War One and Two experts. What was it that you wanted to talk about? You've waited very patiently. What was it you wanted to talk about?
I was okay just talking about anything y'all was wanting to talk about and everything. I wasn't particular about anything I want to talk about.
You're a World War II expert?
I know a lot about both the First World War and the Second World War. I know a lot about
What type of ammunition does an MP44 take?
That was I think that was a 9mm for the
No, that's an MP40.
40. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, 44 was the. Never mind. 44 was the first ever.
Sturm.
Was one of the first
Yeah,
ever
the Sturm.
rifles.
Yeah, the Sturmgewehr. What did it? Do you know what it took? The Sturmgewehr.
I know more about the tanks than I do the actual other stuff, and I know more about the battles, more specifically than I do about the
small arms. Small arms are pretty terrible. Arthur Dye, you are here. I don't know if that's you making the noise or not.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this may not be as lively of a debate, but maybe Andrew can explain what's wrong with my worldview. So I would say that because we're made by God in his image, rights are given to us by God, like the right to our life, security in ourself, the right to our property.
You don't have a right to any of those things.
Okay,
Until you demonstrate it.
And that those rights are supposed to be enforced by government and men and the father and the family, whatever. But my problem with saying it's a social construct is that if it doesn't come from God and it's just created by whoever has the most force or whoever democratically votes it in society, then there's no moral absolute to it. And so
Yeah, that's right. There's no moral absolute to rights. That's correct. Where did you ever get the idea that there was?
Because I think there is a moral absolute right to.
Well, it's nice that you think it. That's nice that you think that. I'm glad that you think that. But can you demonstrate it? That's the question. Can you demonstrate that you have a right to do anything, ever?
You don't think that God gave us a right to our
I didn't ask you to ask me a question. I asked if you can demonstrate that you have rights.
How would I demonstrate that I have rights?
You're the one who says you have them.
Well, to me, I have them because God gave them to me, and there's.
Oh, okay. Well, show me God. Show me that God gave you rights then.
Well, when he lays out rules in the Bible against, for example, murder, stealing, or whatever, it's the implied.
Well, no, those are all duties. Every one of them is a duty. None of them is an entitlement. They're all duties. Every one.
But did those not?
Every one of the 10 Commandments is a duty.
Did those not exist though as an acknowledgement of our right to, for example, our life?
You don't have a right to live. I'm sorry. Let me get this right. Do people die all the time for no good reason at all?
They die natural death, but then they also can
Well,
have.
no, they don't. They also die They also die unnatural deaths. They'll be walking along and a piece of an airplane fly out of a sky and hit them in the head and kill them. What about their right to live?
Well, that comes under God's control as far as a natural or accidental death. But as
so if there is no material right to live, and there is no material entitlement to live, and it's all under the domain of God and not you, then any material right you give yourself is going to be a social construction.
Well, then how do you explain that it's wrong for me to go kill like an unborn baby in the womb or to go kill?
Because you have a duty, because you have duties not to do those things. You have a duty to not murder, right? Thou shalt not murder.
Yes.
That doesn't give me the right to not be murdered. That gives you the duty to not be the murderer.
But duties imply there are rights.
Duties don't imply rights.
They do, though, in my
No,
mind.
they imply the opposite. They imply the opposite. The opposite of the word entitlement is duty. And rights are entitlements, not duties.
So when you read in the Constitution that we have rights endowed by our Creator, you think that's inaccurate, the way it's written?
That's axiomatic. So they say they make the claim that this is self-evident, but they can't demonstrate it. So instead they use an axiom. The meaning of the word axiom is self-evident. This is something which is self-evident. So in the Constitution, they say, we believe that it's self-evident that we have these rights that we're about to list endowed to us by our Creator. We think that that's self-evident. Great. Why reject that axiom? Because it can't be demonstrated.
But I think we can demonstrate that in the Bible. If God gives us those duties, it's for a reason. It's not just,
so that we follow and obey his commands, his divine commands. So wait, you're saying we have a duty to obey divine commands.
yes.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
But wouldn't the duty be there because I have a duty to protect someone else's rights and defend those rights? I mean, that's the whole point of having a government.
No, you don't. You're conflating, and people do this all the time. They take the idea of Western egalitarian nonsense, which was enshrined by John Locke through Enlightenment principles, and they try to map them onto the Bible because they're retards. The Bible has nothing to do with Enlightenment principles. God nuked Sodom and Gomorrah. What about their right to live? What about their right to live?
I don't have a great explanation for that.
Yeah, not a great explanation, huh?
I mean, they were
no
very
great explanation.
They were very.
Oh, so you're saying if people are degenerate? Wait, so if people are degenerate, we have a right to kill them?
Well, God killed them because he wanted to give that land to the Israelites.
Well, so it sounds like God has the ultimate authority over life and death and not you. And that instead you have a duty to follow divine commands, and your divine commands are that you're not allowed to murder. That's it. That's your divine command. You're not allowed to do that. That's your duty. You have a higher duty. It does not imply a right of any kind. And if you claim that people have a right to live, then you're actually going against the nature of God, who kills people all the time.
Well, that would be me.
You would have to admit that God violates your rights. But then on the other hand, you say God gave you those rights.
Well, the problem there is that would be me usurping God's right to do what he wants
But he gave. Wait, well, I'm sorry. God's nature is immutable, right? Isn't God okay? So if God's nature is immutable and he gives you something, if he takes it away, his nature is no longer immutable, right?
God, say that again. If God gives me something, but he takes it away, his nature is not immutable?
Yeah, how would his nature be immutable at that point? I mean, are you saying God can lie?
No, God does not lie.
So then did he lie to you about your right to life if he can take it away?
Because he has the right to control what's within his plan, not me to.
So you're saying God's a liar?
Outside of his plan and
so wait, so I'm sorry. If God comes down and he says, you have a right to live, and he tells you this directly, and you say, awesome, and then he kills you the next day, did he lie?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes no sense. Can you explain how that's not a lie?
I mean, the reason we even have.
No, don't pivot. Don't do that. Can you explain how that's not a lie?
How I would have a right to life.
If God came down tonight, right now, and he said, Afro, you have a right to live. And you went, great, awesome. And then the next day he killed you. How did he not lie to you?
Well, here on Earth, I have the right not to be aggressed upon by other people that would take
my
life.
Oh, well, now, hang on. No, wait. You're not answering my question. It's very sneaky. So if I come to you and I say you have a right to not be murdered, and then I murder you, did I lie?
Well, if you as a human did, yes.
Okay, but it somehow, if God does, it's not a lie.
Because God works within his plan, which is holy and perfect. So
This does not explain to me how that would not be a lie, and God cannot lie. It's against his nature.
because God's the one with ultimate control over life and death, and we as
Right, and
humans
God never told you you have a right to life. God never told you you have a right to life, ever. You made that shit up in your own brain. Because God takes people's lives all the time, God can't lie. Therefore, you must not have a right to life.
I'm just not quite following that argument.
Okay, well, let's try again. God can't lie, right?
Correct.
It's impossible for God to lie, right?
Right?
It would completely be against God's nature to lie, right?
Yes.
So God can't lie to you until you have a right and then take your right away, could he?
He can take away rights because he's
Well,
God.
then he lied. Then he lied. Then he lied. This is the entailment of your logic. It's that God can lie to you.
But we as humans aren't supposed to decide who has rights or who doesn't, and we're supposed to protect the ones laid out by God.
Great. We as humans aren't supposed to decide who has rights and who doesn't. Okay, let's start with that then. Do we as humans decide all the time who has rights and who don't have rights?
I mean, the government passes laws, which may or may
So
not.
then, do we as humans decide all the time who does and doesn't have rights?
You do, and it may or may not.
Well,
be
then your previous statement's not true. Your previous statement can't be true. That humans can't decide who does and don't have rights. They clearly do it all the time.
We can decide that we can decide what to enforce within society, but it doesn't
Yeah.
make the right not exist. Like the fact that you want to make, abortion legal, not you personally, but someone wants to make abortion legal and then go kill all the babies doesn't mean that they don't have the right to remain alive inside the womb. It's just you're not enforcing their right and upholding and defending it like we're supposed to.
Yeah, okay, so back to my question, right? I'm going to ask you directly again. I know that you literally have an allergy to answering questions, even though I'll answer any of the questions you ask me, just to prove that I'm not allergic to them. I'll ask you again. If it's true that human beings are not supposed to give each other rights, but we do give each other rights, then the rights that we give each other have to be social constructs, right?
If you're going to talk about something like a right to bear arms or a right to vote or something of that nature, something that's
okay. So,
okay,
great. We're making progress. So at least some rights are social constructs, right?
I mean, but even something like the right to bear arms would be based on the moral imperative that you have the right to defend, or the duty rather, to defend your family. And so you need a gun to facilitate that duty. So it's based on a higher moral imperative.
There's no duty. You don't have a duty to own a gun. Like, what are you talking about?
You have a duty to defend your family, right? You have a duty to defend.
Do you have a duty that you must do it with a gun?
No, but we enact that.
Then what are you talking about?
Because we enact a law like owning a gun to facilitate your ability to carry out your duty.
Yeah, that's great. That's great that it can facilitate that. That's great that you can facilitate this duty by some mechanism, but you don't have a duty to actually do this with a gun, right? There's no duty to own a gun.
There's not a requirement to use a gun to do it, but we allow you to have
well, there's no duty
to
to have a gun, right?
You don't have a duty to own a gun, no.
Right. Perfect. So then this right to keep and bear arms must be some type of, social construction?
But it's put there because it allows you to carry out your duty.
Yeah, you know what else? Running away allows you to carry out your duty. What's your point? Hang on. Running away allows you to carry out your duty too. What are you talking about?
I mean, not as effectively as pulling out a pistol and shooting the intruder between the eyes.
Oh, you know what? It's not as effective as a Scud missile either. Can you own one of those?
I don't believe you can.
Yeah, I don't believe you can. Yeah, it's like there's some kind of limit now on how much you can facilitate this supposed duty of must defend with gun. Very bizarre stance.
It's not a
Can't
duty that
make-
you have to use a gun, but we allow you to
Mhm.
have the gun so that you can carry out your duty.
Okay, well here,
That's
let's
the
make an easy
higher
one.
moral reason for
Do you know
having.
what the third Amendment says?
The Third Amendment is it is that you can't put soldiers into your house to make you have soldiers.
Well, it's that what was going on in the Revolutionary War is that British soldiers were taking over homesteads in order to create headquarter bases for their troop deployment.
Right.
And so they enshrined in the Constitution. Yeah, so they enshrined in the Constitution and the Third Amendment that they weren't allowed to do that. Is that a social construction?
The specifics of it are, but it would go to the larger right to be safe in your own property and not have it taken from you.
Yeah, you don't have that right. You just made that right up. God tells people to take people's property away all the time, constantly. Would you like to go through the Bible and see all of the instances of God saying to people to go over and kill a bunch of other motherfuckers and take their shit? It doesn't seem like he has a lot of respect for this whole right to property thing.
But that was in the context of Israel conquering a bunch of degens and forming their own country, not in the
Oh,
daily.
so I'm sorry. So degenerates don't have property rights now? Is that what you're saying?
Not if God decides they don't, because he's giving the land over to Israel.
Okay, so then the idea is, as long as you say with your group of people, God wills it, then it's okay.
If he truly wills it, then yes, it's okay.
Yeah, how do you know? And how do you know if God wills it? Because somebody tells you so, right?
How would I know if God wills it?
Uh-huh.
Would hope it would be fairly clear that the imperative there would be consistent with the Bible and with
What does that mean?
No.
How would you know if your leader comes to you and says, God told me to come over there and take that guy's shit? Right?
in the context of a larger war, I could see.
No, not a context of a larger war. There's no war yet. No war yet.
Don't
There's
see
no
where
war.
God would tell me to go take my neighbor's stuff.
Well, then how come he tells people all the time to do it then? How come he tells people all the time to go and conquer their neighbors, put all of them to the sword, kill all the children, enslave all the women? Does it often.
That was in military battle, though, in the Old Testament, not in
No, it didn't start. It didn't start as a military battle until it was ordered to be a military battle.
But
The other thing is it seems that God has no problem with this idea of fuck your property, degen.
But not in
It
the.
seems like God doesn't give a shit. It seems like you care a lot, but he doesn't give a fuck.
God definitely doesn't tell me that I can just go, rob my degenerate neighbor and take over his stuff because I would use it for a better purpose.
So okay, so wait a second. So
Yeah.
wait, back up. Let's just make sure, right? If the degenerates are causing havoc in your society, can you remove them by force?
If they are breaking the laws, yes.
No, they're not breaking the laws. You just don't want them there anymore because you don't fucking like them.
I don't think I can if they're not breaking a law.
Okay, so now God also wants you. So now God also wants you to live amongst degenerates, and you have no appeal to remove them from your society. Because why again? Because God commanded that where?
Well, because
In the second book of Karen, chapter 5.
No, because God wants us to work through the orderly system of government and not in proper channels, not just on an individual level. I go shooting degens to get rid of them.
Oh man, then God must hate the United States, which started as a revolution against a duly elected government.
He very clearly ordained government for a reason, because he said
Then I get
dealing with situations on just a personal level that they need to go through appropriate channels.
founded as a rejection of God, was it?
Sorry, what's a rejection of God?
The Revolutionary War.
I don't think the Revolutionary War is a rejection of God.
Well, that's really weird. I thought you just said he wants us to work through the processes of government. And the process of the government said, well, you guys are all a bunch of fucking terrorists and we have to put you down.
Well, I think they did actually initially try to bargain with England over the taxes and whatnot.
Yeah, that's nice. Where does it say that that the government must bargain with you?
Because because war is so serious and there is loss of life, it's better to first try all channels you can before moving.
Yeah, that's all subjective Karen speak. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying if God wants you to work within the confines of the government, if the government tells you no, when is it appropriate for you to say no back?
If something they're asking me to do is in direct violation of what God's word says.
Oh, you mean like follow the English crown laws? What exact English laws were implemented on the colonies that were rejection of God's laws?
Well, they were specifically mad about the taxes.
Yeah. Oh, so taxation's a violation of God's law. Then.
I mean, on a larger level, a lot of them rejected the theory of the divine right of kings, that the king spoke for God.
Oh, yeah, that sounds very godly. We should work within the confines of government unless they're kings, even though God makes kings. Yes, it's all making sense now.
I mean, if you're asking what the American founding fathers thought, they really opposed that doctrine of the divine right of kings.
Yes, because their egalitarian doctrine of Enlightenment principles was a rejection of God. That's right. You just logicked yourself into it. Now you know.
Not all of them were Enlightenment, though. A lot of them were more based Christians.
Oh, you mean deists?
Well, some were deists, but some were actually Christians.
Yeah, well, a Christian by your metric, it sounds to me like they rejected God's law by your logic.
I mean, that's why we have kind of washy wording in like the Declaration of Independence and Constitution, is because they couldn't agree to clearly say things related to God and biblical scripture, and so they made
That's right.
Yes,
that's right. So they made it secular, right?
Yeah, they made it secular.
So they rejected God. Got it.
Yeah.
So your whole country and egalitarian principles and all your feminist bullshit that you based it on is basically a rejection of God. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done.
I mean, there was still a very heavy Christian influence there, but they did take out and make it more of a deist document.
Yeah, so they rejected God. They rejected the divine right of kings. There was no law that you can point to that the British were implementing that was against any of God's laws. They just really wanted this shit and they took it.
I mean, they were
so I guess they had property. I guess they had property rights, but I guess the king didn't have property rights, even though he owned the joint.
Well, they felt that they were becoming burdensome, and so that's why they were.
Oh, yeah. So I see. So when you don't like your landlord, you can just take his house. That makes sense. Yeah.
It's not that you don't like.
Boy, I'm really enjoying this this philosophical pep talk from what God wants.
I mean, but God does say you can take human life if it's in defense of your family, your property, your country.
What were they defending themselves from? Tea taxes? Whew. Man, but let's get the machine guns out for that. It's time to get the cannons, boys. They're taxing the tea.
But it was to the point where they could not even make a living because the taxes were
so no, they were making no. The taxes then, in comparison to what the taxes became post-colonial America, were fucking absurd. No, they were making a living just fine. Nobody was having a hard time. The rich lawyer Thomas Jefferson, who owned slaves, and the slave-owning Washington, who had the Washington estate, which was literally like 5 square miles of land. These people were not hurting. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Well, some of them were doing well, but not all of them. I mean,
but that's everywhere. That's everywhere. Yeah, that's everywhere. It's not if you're struggling and can't pay your rent, you can take your landlord's house. That's not how that works. Unless that's part of your, unless that's part of your weird divine law of rights.
No.
No, that wouldn't make much sense, right?
No.
So to get this right, your entire worldview is based on egalitarian principles, which rejected God by your own admission, or they stole the property from the divine right of kings by your own admission, signed into law by a bunch of deists by your own admission, for the purpose of implementing God's law. Okay, sure. Tell me another one.
No, what I was stating was that the proper role of government is to enforce God's laws. Now, I'm not saying every government actually does that. Obviously, they fall very short.
What Western government ever does that?
They all fall short.
What Western government does that? Enforces God's laws.
Short, but I mean, they, to some degree, if you say, murder is wrong, they do prosecute murders to some degree. So, I mean, they do it on some level, but they're certainly fall.
Yeah, but I mean, so wait, so you're saying that secularist societies that enforce murder are following God's law? Ooh, brilliant argument. Man.
To the extent that they do.
I'm moving to Iceland tomorrow because that's the will of God. Where I'm moving to Iceland, the most secular society I can think of, because they're implementing God's law of not allowing people to kill each other. That means that they're enforcing God's laws.
But they're enforcing morality, which to me ultimately comes from God, unless you have some other.
Yeah, I understand. I believe in objective morality too, and that all objective morality comes from God, and you have a duty to follow it. I don't think that there's any entailment of any rights there, though, and you still haven't demonstrated any. You just keep saying, I think so. I think there must be rights because I really want there to be. Because otherwise, I have to admit that we just basically shirked off the divine right of kings and killed a whole bunch of people and took their shit for our own gain. And that doesn't sound fun. That we should create a different narrative, that taxation without representation and tea taxes were a justification to kill tons and tons of people and boot them out of their own property. I don't know about this whole egalitarian thing. Doesn't seem like it's matching up with this whole divine law thing.
Well, I mean, we're not a theocracy, though. We're far from
Yeah,
that.
but why shouldn't we be if you want us to follow God's law? I thought you said the government's only job is to enforce God's law. So if that's all the government's job is, why would you be adverse to a theocracy? That makes no sense.
I said the proper role of government. I said that our government doesn't really do that very well, but
Okay, so if the proper role of government is to enforce God's law, what's wrong with a theocracy? Sounds based.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but you're going to have trouble convincing most of the population to agree to that.
Wait, you don't have a problem with a theocratic nation?
I don't, but most people
Really?
would.
You don't?
How would you define a theocratic nation as one that's ruled
You're under ecclesiastical law and run by a central church.
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that, frankly, but
Oh, okay. So then why are you a feminist?
I wouldn't consider myself a feminist on most fronts.
Yeah, but you believe in egalitarianism.
I believe in equality of opportunity, not that you're going to force the outcomes to be equal, because you're never going
Yeah,
to
but
make
equality of opportunity doesn't mean anything. That's still an enforcement of outcomes. Creating equality of opportunity in and of itself is forcing an outcome, which is equality of opportunity.
No, it's allowing people the opportunity to do what they want with that opportunity.
Oh, yeah. And if people won't allow you to have that opportunity, we're going to use force.
Because that's how we always enforce.
Right. Because that's
morality,
it. Right. Because that's right. Force. So this social construct known as rights, it really is just force. And any example you give is just going to come back down to force. I believe in equality of opportunity. Yeah, that's just force again. But whatever your kind of simplistic beliefs are, your little axioms that you come up with,
like I said,
which you then try to cherry pick out in the Bible of your enforcement mechanisms for, make no sense. And the second I put a little bit of pressure on them, they fall apart.
If it all comes down to force or some sort of like democratic vote or something, though, how do you actually maintain a moral absolute? Because then it's just whoever
Because you have divine command. Why would why would your duty to God not be absolute? I don't even understand the argument.
Because with the people who have the force may not follow that.
That doesn't mean that just because people don't follow the absolute morals, they reject them, doesn't mean that there's not absolute morals.
Right. I agree with that.
So it's absurd to say that because most people may not follow them, that we don't have absolute morality. Via divine command, your duty to follow it. So the order of operations works like this. God says, do this. You say, okay, that is you accepting divine command and your duty to follow it. Where these rights things come in, I have no idea. I have no idea where you came up with those. Except that you just like them. You just think they're cool. Like, I like these rights. These are awesome. But where you get the idea that they're God-given, I have no clue.
I just feel like the God-given moral imperatives imply that those rights exist.
Oh, well, I just feel like they don't. So I guess we're on even footing now.
Well, I know we women love using the word I feel like, but that's how my brain comprehends it, that those moral imperatives exist because we are to protect the
because you feel them. Because you feel them.
No, not because you feel them.
And there's a reason that the Orthodox tradition explains very, very concisely why we default to virtues and not passions, that your heart betrays you, and that you shouldn't listen to your heart. The last thing you should listen to is your heart.
Correct.
Because that's Satan's playground, right? So when you say I feel, my heart tells me what I think, my feelings, that means nothing to me. That's just woman prattle to me.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would like is for you to just kind of logically demonstrate there's a right.
But I have a question on that. My understanding, and I've been trying to read more about Orthodox Christianity, is that you don't believe in original sin, which would
that's correct.
Like my heart, my feelings would imply that I have a sinful nature, that I'm going to default.
You do? You think, God?
Nature.
Yeah, you think that God was just doing a social experiment to play with you? He just wanted to mess with you. And he's like, this thing that you had no responsibility for at all, I'm just going to endlessly punish you for it. Yeah, that sounds like an all-loving God to me.
But then how do you explain, Adam sins, the fall of man, and then we all live in a state of sin?
Yeah, so just like if I drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima, the people there pay a price, but it's not because they did anything wrong or that they're tied to the nuker. They're not paying the price because of what the person who dropped the nuke did morally that was wrong. They're paying the price because of the externality of the act. And that's what the Orthodox believe when it comes to original sin. We pay the price for the externality of the act, but that doesn't mean that we're born sinful. That's fucking nuts.
Don't eat the apple.
You're not born to sin. You're supposed to follow theosis and be like Christ. How can you be like Christ if you can never achieve the goal? This idea that this idea that you must sin is fucking crazy. You don't have to sin. No, it's not necessary. Just because Adam did doesn't mean you have to too. By the way, that all came from one saint, a Catholic saint, not an Orthodox saint. Well, he's both our saints, but he's widely disagreed with on the Orthodox Church on this, and that was Saint Augustine. Mm-hmm. He was the one who came up with this kind of fucking absurd idea, and he had all kinds of weird sexual hangups and all kinds of weird shit going on with that guy. And he came up with this idea of original sin. It stemmed from one man's mind. It was never canonical. It was never a thing which the church adopted, ever. And Protestants adopt it for reasons, because Protestants are fucking crazy and just make up their own shit. That's why. They just make up their own shit.
Well, I think it got carried over from the Catholic Church when they broke off. But
no, the Catholic Church got it from Augustine. It didn't carry over from the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church adopted it from St. Augustine. It's an Augustinian dialectic, and it's rejected by the original church, the Orthodox Church, totally rejected.
So how do you explain the need for salvation then if you don't have original sin? I guess
I'm sorry. You think that Jesus came to die for your sins because Adam sinned?
Well, no, because I mean part of it's because Adam sinned, but then that gave me a sinful nature, and so I can't help sin.
No.
And so then I need saving.
Why do you think that your nature is to be sinful? Christ came to give us a church, and he came to give us the message of the new covenant, and he came to die on behalf of all of humanity to wash us clean. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not because of original sin, and it's not because your nature is to be sinful. You should be adversarial to sin.
But if my
And
nature
there are people who walk the earth right now, I'm certain, who commit no sins. I don't buy this idea, never have. It doesn't even make logical sense that there aren't people who don't sin. Well, you just have to sin. You have to. It's in your nature. No, it's not in your nature.
Anyone who just manages to make it through 80 years of life and never sin, aside from Jesus.
Yeah, I think that there have been people who have done that. Why couldn't there be? The whole point of theosis and the whole point of Christianity is to be more Christ-like. You can always make the claim that Jesus Christ, who is God, is perfect, but that doesn't mean that there aren't people who have walked the earth who are sinless.
But then why is it always such a struggle that day to day trying to be Christ-like? It's something that you're constantly struggling to achieve. It's not something you just kind of say.
Because you have a great adversary named Satan. And Satan uses a methodology which is called the logisme. The logisme is invasive thoughts, intrusive thoughts. And those intrusive thoughts are designed to make you sin. Sin is a sickness. It's a spiritual sickness, and the church is the cure.
Then where does repentance fit in with that?
Repentance is part of spiritual sickness and the cure. Repentance is also a what you would consider what do they call it? A prophylactic, right?
Okay. I don't think if it was a whole discussion or if it was just with you guys in the debate. I just wanted to add something to that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, ultimately, confession is for sin. But I'm sure that there's people who have walked the earth who don't confess because they haven't committed sin. So why would they confess it?
Who would that be? Because even
I have no clue. I'm not aware. I'm not personally aware of any. I'm just saying that it's not logically impossible.
I mean, do you think we actually ever truly achieve absolute theosis in our life?
Yeah, there have been. Yeah, I think that there are people who have achieved theosis. Yeah.
And that would be a saint or just a normal person?
I don't think all saints have achieved theosis, and I think some normal people have achieved theosis. Hard to say. It's impossible for us to read their heart. We don't know for sure. But it seems like it's inside the realm of possibility, considering there have been billions of people walking this earth. Just like I think that there's people who have achieved the spirit of Antichrist.
Yeah.
Plus, also, why would it say in Revelations that it's achievable? It talks about how it's achievable in Revelations. Because it says you must do this in order to.
All of these, look, all of these kinds of insane ideas came from the Protestant Reformation. Mm-hmm. This idea that you're born to sin, right? Mm-hmm. You're not born to sin.
No.
Okay?
No.
You're not born of a sinful nature. Your nature is not that. You're fallible. Your nature is fallible, but that doesn't mean it's in your nature to sin. No, I don't know where that doesn't even make sense. Think about it for a second.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, it just seems like even on a biological basis, people are very self-centered, very self-oriented, and they will do that at the expense of others.
It can be. I'm
Sinful
talking
behavior.
yeah, this is so you're a biological determinist now? You're born a serial killer?
No, not necessarily.
No. So no, there's no biological determinism. Okay? And there's no determinism on your soul, or it would negate free will. How could you have the free will not to sin if you're born to sin?
So you do have a lot of very primal instincts and drives that will lead you to do sinful, self-centered behavior, and you're supposed to overcome them by your higher brain to have self-control and not do those things because you understand what's right and wrong.
Yeah, but how do you understand what's right and wrong?
I think we're born with a little bit of innate understanding of what's right and wrong, but primarily from.
Well, that's weird. I thought we were born to sin. Wait, that's a really strange duality. We're born knowing right from wrong, but we're also born to sin. Meaning that you have the foreknowledge that you're doing something wrong and you just do it anyway because you just can't help yourself. That doesn't sound like the ontology of any humans I'm aware of.
Well, I do think most people seem to have, and you call it like the ick, where they have this very visceral reaction to knowing what's right and what's wrong, even if they're not.
Yeah, so that seems contrary to the idea that they're born to sin.
As a Christian, I look to God and the Bible and the church to tell me what's truly right and wrong.
So I just want to make sure I get this position correct. You believe that a baby comes out of their mom and is already sinning, that their nature is to sin, a baby's nature. Like when a baby dies, did a baby sin already? Is the baby paying for the sins of Adam?
So what's taught in the Protestant churches, and I think the Catholic Church as well, is that
not in the Catholic Church. No way. No.
Well, hear me out. Is that initially when you're born, you have a sinful nature, but you're not responsible for that until you reach an age of reason.
Oh, well, that's convenient. Well, that's awful convenient. So let me get this right. You're born with a sinful nature until you hit the age where you can distinguish right from wrong, meaning you have a choice to sin or not, but you just have to.
And then you have free will.
That's super weird. So you just
have free will,
sin.
but you have an inclination towards sin, which is why parents.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so you have an inclination towards alcohol, but you have to drink.
Do you have an inclination? I mean, there are genes that predispose you toward alcoholism.
I agree. Do you have to drink?
But no, you have a choice to override that. With
right. So if you have a choice to commit no sin, why is it logically impossible that there's people who just don't commit sins?
Well, if they never committed a sin, what would be the need for God saving us then?
You still would have to go through Jesus Christ, who is the gateway to heaven. He said, I am the way. And by the way, if they're not committing sins, then they're following in the footsteps of Christ, which they're supposed to do. So I don't even understand the contradiction.
So a sin is an action and a consequence. It's not in the nature.
An action and a consequence. It's not in the.
So if I follow your logic, your logic is that you are biologically born to sin and you just can't help it. You're going to, no matter what. You have no choice in the matter. It's going to happen, no matter what. That's really strange. And by the way, let me ask you this: if this is true, okay, if babies, if they're not responsible for sin, when they die, do they go to heaven?
I think they do because they're not able to understand what's right and wrong. Even though
Great. Then why aren't you a big supporter of abortion? You're just giving them a one-way ticket to heaven.
Because I think there's a right to life too. So
wait, that's really weird. If you give them a right to life, that's super weird. If you give them a right to life and they're alive, they can sin and then they'll go to hell.
Well, by this logic, murdering people would just help them on to purgatory, and we clearly don't do that.
I don't believe in purgatory. I'm an Orthodox.
I thought you guys did. Don't you?
No, that's Catholics. Catholics believe in purgatory, not Orthodox. We don't believe in purgatory.
Okay, well, you'll help them onto heaven then if you were to just murder them. But
How would you help them unto heaven? How do you, their nature is that they're sinful, right? So every aborted baby gets a one-way ticket to heaven.
that's what we believe, yeah. Because
So
they're
if
not.
every aborted baby gets a one-way ticket to heaven, I can assure you of a way which you can give every human being a one-way ticket to heaven.
How would I give everyone a one-way ticket to heaven?
Well, it's simple. The final, you just implement a government policy and you say, this is going to be the last generation, but we're going to send 1 billion people straight to heaven.
But this is ridiculous. But why?
Well, wait. I don't know. It's not ridiculous. Let me make sure I get this right.
Mhm.
Let's assume you have button A and button B. You have 2 buttons. Okay.
Mhm.
Button A assures that 1 billion people go to heaven. And button B assures that half the people go to hell and half the people go to heaven. Which button would you push?
Well, I would not usurp God's power and authority and decide.
You have to push a button. Stick with the hypothetical. You have to. There's a gun to your head. You have to.
I mean, obviously, I would choose A in the interest of having more people go to heaven. But
Right. That's right. So testing your logic, the most moral thing we can do, is kill all the babies because they go right to heaven.
But you're making me assume to basically usurp the power of God to decide who lives and who dies, and that's not my appropriate role.
Well, why not? You're sending them all to heaven. You're literally giving them a one-way ticket to heaven.
But
What's the problem here?
Because we clearly.
In fact, I'm going to go tomorrow. I'm going to go tomorrow and thank an abortionist. I'm going to be like, you know what? Thank you for sending your child to heaven. If they were born into this world, why, they might have sinned and then they could have gone to hell. You really did them a favor.
Because God set it up where we're supposed to be born and have free will to choose if we're going to sin or not, and He hopes we'll choose Him.
Yeah, but I just found a great loophole. I just found an excellent loophole. All I have to do is go to an abortionist and be like, listen, do you want to send 20 people to heaven? And when they say, yeah, I'll be like, okay, so here's what you do. You go and you fuck a random dude and you get pregnant and then you go have an abortion. And then I guarantee you're going to send 20 people straight to heaven.
But wouldn't that work the same with a completely orthodox worldview as well? I mean,
No, we would never be arrogant enough to make a salvific claim. We would never be arrogant enough to do so. Ever. And yet here, with your Protestant pride, you just couldn't help it, right? All dogs go to heaven. All babies go to heaven.
But the Orthodox
Okay, great. So
go to heaven.
So then
they're born without
we
us.
don't make salvific claims because we're not insane. We don't make salvific claims.
But why
Ever.
the Orthodox worldview, if you have a baby that's never sinned, and you're saying they don't have a sinful nature, they've never
How do you know it's never sinned? How do you know they've never sinned? How do you know they've never sinned? How do you know that?
Well, if you're saying they're not born with a sinful nature and they've never committed the act, then by that logic,
How do you know they've never committed the act? How do you know they've never committed the act? How do you know that?
Because a baby doesn't have the ability to comprehend right and wrong.
Oh, great. So now you're making salvific claims again. It's nice that you, at the one hand, say only God can judge, and here you are judging, making salvific claims about babies. In fact, you're so sure in your salvific claims that all babies go to heaven. So by your logic, hey, I'll just go pay a chick to have 20 abortions. I just sent 20 people to heaven. You can't get more rewards than that. In fact, I'd say I sent more people to heaven by killing 20 babies than people who preach at church. Because I know they got a one-way ticket.
But I don't like what do the Orthodox Christians believe happens to a baby that dies or is killed?
We don't make salvific claims.
So you say there's absolutely no
There
way you
is no belief in what happens to babies when they die because we don't make salvific claims. We don't know. We have no idea.
you claim complete inability to know if the child goes to heaven or hell.
There is a complete there. It's impossible to ever know who goes to heaven or hell, not just a child.
But in theory,
No, in theory, it's impossible to know. Now, who knows? Do you know, or does God know?
well, ultimately
Who
only
knows?
God knows.
Do
But
you know, or does God know? Well, then why are you sitting here making salvific claims, lady?
because I can judge based on, like, I look at you and you claim to be
Oh,
Christian, and I see that you appear to
only
be.
God can know, but you also can know. Okay, got
Well,
it. Yeah,
I
only
can't know
God can know, but you also
100%.
can know.
I can't know 100%.
Yeah, so then you can't know. So then you can't know. Yeah, so then you can't know.
But I can get a good idea of a guess. I can make an educated guess.
So, well, okay, yeah, you could, great. You can make a guess. That's fantastic, but you don't know. So if you don't know, why would you make a salvific claim? You're instructed specifically not to make salvific claims because you don't know and you can't know. And you're told specifically you can't know. And so not to do that.
Well, even,
You're not
Number one thing you're told, the number one thing you're told is don't do that because you don't know.
well, we
And
don't
you
know
can't
for
know.
I agree that we don't know for any like one individual person, but we know in theory.
No, you don't know.
That
No, you don't know in theory. You don't know in theory. Your theory is that you don't know.
No, my theory is that if I know that someone in theory has accepted Christ and is saved and is becoming like Christ and bearing all the fruit.
Oh, wait. So babies, wait,
And-
wait. That's really weird. That's really weird. So Jesus Christ. So your earlier criticism is why did Jesus Christ come and die for the sins of people when if some people hang on, stop. If some people never sin. I go, wow, that's really weird. Why would he come and die for babies who've never sinned?
Well, I guess that's what I'm not understanding is that if everyone has
No,
to.
I'm not understanding. Explain this to me. If the criticism is, why would Jesus Christ come and die for men who have never sinned, right? Wouldn't that logic equally apply to babies by your worldview?
Because he took the punishment of all their original sin on him by dying on the cross.
Well, then by that logic, you have no original sin, and you're admitting that men can live their whole lives without sinning.
Well, I think there's a difference
So,
between original
You just
sin.
got caught. You just got caught in a contradiction. Just so you know, that's what one looks like, and now you're experiencing what's called cognitive dissonance. You don't know exactly what to do with this information.
Two things. One is a sinful nature, quote unquote, original sin, and then there's the Greek word you guys use as a martema, which is the act of actually sinning. And so, the fact that you're born with original sin that inclines you toward committing the acts are what not only what God or what Jesus died for, but also the original sin.
Oh, wait. So just to get this, just to get this right, let's just use this logic again.
Mm-hmm.
How would that preclude people from going through their whole life without sinning?
I just don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Right? Oh, you just don't think. Oh, I just don't think so. What a great argument. I just don't think so. Oh, fantastic. So what about this precludes men from going their whole life without sinning?
My understanding is that if you're born with a sinful nature, you will sin if you become, old enough and coordinated enough to do so.
So Jesus Christ came and died for the babies who commit no sin?
He would have died for any original sinful nature.
So they're born. So then the most just and moral thing we can do is kill babies. We're back to that.
But why would that not be the same claim under an Orthodox worldview?
Because we don't make salvific claims. We don't know if babies go right to heaven. We have no idea.
But then how do you know that you're saved if you can never make a salvific claim?
We don't. That's what theosis is about. We don't know if we're saved. We have no idea.
What faith is.
How could you?
You're
Are you
faith.
saying? Wait, are you saying that you're the only person on planet Earth who knows that they're saved? That's interesting.
Well, I suppose there is an element of faith, but I would say that I know that I am
There's
saved.
there's no element of faith.
Wait. Hang on. So you know that you're going to heaven.
I have faith that I am. Yeah, I.
Okay, so then you don't. So then you don't know.
Strongly.
So then you don't know.
Because faith is a don't
Well,
know
do you
thing.
know? So let me ask this a different way because it's very evasive again.
It's
Do
always
you know you're going to heaven?
I mean, for me, my faith is so strong that I would say I know that I'm going to heaven.
Perfect. Okay, so then I guess Jesus Christ is a liar, and his apostles are liars when they say that nobody can know. You, though, you can know. You were the one person who broke the mold. Man, I mean, should we call you a saint from now on?
But the thing is, I cannot prove it. That's why it's faith.
Yeah, I know you can't prove it because you don't fucking know. That's why you can't prove
I
it.
mean, there's always that element. This isn't science where I can do the experiment and prove it to you. It is a faith-based knowing.
You know?
You don't.
I mean, what's the difference between knowing and having faith? I guess.
So let me ask you a question. Am I going to heaven?
I think. I mean, again, so I can't make the self-ethic claim for you, but based on what I see.
All right, you can't make a self-ethic claim. You can't make a self-ethic claim. You can't make a self-ethic claim.
I can't 100% say for you, but I can make an educated guess.
Yeah, but you can't make a self-ethic claim, can you? So you can't make a self-ethic claim?
I cannot know your heart the way God can, so I can't ever make a self-ethic claim for one.
Right, there we go. You can't make a self-ethic claim, but how can you make a self-ethic claim on a baby then? Yeah, it makes no sense, right? This is fucking stupid. It makes no sense.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, I guess.
Hey, Melissa, do you do the
Why am I laughing,
arm waving thing
stochastic
at
decay? Because I'm completely right, and logic wins again.
I'm sorry, say that again, Josie.
Do you wave your arms like at church? Do you do the arm waving thing?
No, I've never waved my arms at church.
Okay.
You're thinking of like the Pentecostal churches? Is that what you're thinking of? Where they like?
Well, no,
wave
it's just like the
their-
Protestant church kind of have a way of making it a little cringy for outsiders.
Well, when you say Protestant, you have to realize you're referring to literally like 1,000+ offshoots of offshoots that all have their own. A lot of them have their own little weird things that they do. I mean, I think that's why. I mean, this is why Andrew sees so many Protestants on his channel going, maybe I should look into Orthodoxy, because they're frustrated with the amount of ridiculousness that goes on in a lot of the Protestant churches. I mean, I'm a Protestant, but it's really hard to find a reasonably based church because there's a lot of BS that goes on that's clearly not in the Bible in a lot of the churches.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier tonight. Michelle gives Romans 3.9 summary. No one is righteous. All are under sin. I don't like just single verses out of context personally, but that's what she wrote.
I don't.
Not sure what the context is there. So, Andrew, that was fairly interesting. It took us a while to get to faith. That took a long time.
I mean, there's a number of verses in the Bible that say that all men have sinned, like in Romans.
Yeah, but do you understand why I get so frustrated with biblical cherry picking? Do you want me to explain it to you? The reason I get so frustrated with biblical cherry picking from people is because God has a nature. The nature is the logos.
Right.
Logic is part of the nature of God, gifted to us as part of the nature of God. So I always know when somebody's cherry picking biblical passages when the shit that they say is logically incoherent. That would go against God's nature. That's why I reject it so often. So I'm like, I don't even fucking care what you say about what you think the Bible says, because if it's logically incoherent, I never even have to contend with what you say the Bible or what you claim the Bible is saying. It can't be logically incoherent. If it's logically incoherent, it goes against the nature of God.
I mean, I very much agree with that, but there are multiple verses that say that we are born into
Well, then you
sin.
need to make them logically coherent to me first
And they all
before you.
seem-
I don't care about your Protestant prattle. If it's logically incoherent, which it already was, it's rejected. The prattle for Bible cherry picking, so that we endlessly go through nonsense, so it's disproven time and time and time again. Make it logically coherent first. Make a logically coherent claim first, then back it with scripture.
But even like in, is it John, where it says in the beginning was the word?
I don't care. I literally don't care.
If
I don't care. It's just Protestant prattle. I don't give a shit. Make a logically coherent argument first. First principles.
But like when it says in John, it says if we confess our sins, he's faithful and
I
just.
don't care. I literally don't care. I don't care.
It goes on
Make
to
a logically coherent argument first, and then back it with scripture. Tell me what you think a thing is. So say all people need to be baptized to go to heaven. Say that, and then you can logically demonstrate that, and then you can show the verse to back it. So do it that way. Otherwise, I just dismissed it outright because it makes no sense to me. If it's not logically coherent, I don't care what verse you pull up. It's unnecessary at that point.
Well, I'm trying to make the argument that we have all sinned. And if it says in 1 John, where it's talking about the word and logos, it says if we have not sinned, we make him, if we say we have not sinned, we make him a liar and his word is not in us. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us.
I need you to first make it logically coherent, original sin. I don't care about biblical cherry picking until it's logically coherent. Thus far, it has not been. So I don't care.
But I mean,
You see what I
those
mean?
verses directly follow the verses you were referencing.
No, the verses are illogical.
Logos.
The verses are illogical to be pulled up in context unless there's a logical argument.
That whole passage is talking about sin and
It's like it's literally. I'm gonna find a blunt object and strike myself with it. It's like talking to a brick wall.
Nice.
And it says like in I'm bad with verses. I think it's Romans. None is righteous. No, not one. No one understands. No one seeks for God. They have all turned aside.
Arthur, I think that's if they sinned and then they lied about it, and then that would be like kind of a sin. Like it's not because they're of sinful nature.
I think what he's saying though is he's talking about like we're under the penalty of.
Can you? Okay, so let me give you a counter. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Athro, can you pull up Corinthians 14:34?
Let me Google it. Corinthians 13:34. Do you use I can pull up a specific version. Is it King James that you use? Is that what you guys?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what version.
Okay. Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is a shame for women to speak in the church.
Great. So, do you have a husband at home?
I don't, unfortunately, no.
Yeah. So you should get one so that you can ask him about these things, and maybe he can talk some sense into you.
No, but I don't have a problem with like that verse in the Bible. Like we were actually discussing we were calling it the feminization of churches, and how the sermons are like 10 minutes long and it's all sing song, namby-pamby, let's all feel good about ourselves stuff. And I asked I think legitimately, what would and then they were saying that women are the only ones that come to church because it's all catered toward women and kids and not toward actual men. And I said, well, as a woman, what would I even begin to do about that? Because
Yeah. But
I certainly can't take a
wait.
leadership. Then it's not.
Let me help you out with something.
Yeah.
What is the church?
The church, so generally speaking, would be the body of believers.
That's right, the body of believers. And do you agree that So do you believe that I'm a believer and you're a believer?
Yes.
Then we're in church right now. And what does Corinthians tell you to do?
It tells me to shut up.
That's right. Tells you to shut up. And if you need correction, go to your husband. Right. But other than that, not to countermand me in any way, shape, or form. Right. Because you're in church right now.
Well, I'm on the internet right now, but I agree with
No,
that.
wait, no. Wait, no. What did you just say the church? What did you just say the church was?
Well, it says in the verse, it says, "Let your women keep silence in the churches." So there, it's more.
Yeah. No. What is the church? What are churches? Churches are just a body of believers, right?
In the generic sense, yes. I mean, it can also.
Yeah. So we're all believers. We're all believers. We're all gathered. We're talking theology. What must you do?
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Right. I mean, that's what it says.
In a nice manner.
Now, I mean, if that seems logically coherent, right?
I mean, I don't have a problem with women being silent and submissive in church. I think that's appropriate, and the men are supposed to be the leaders in the church.
Yeah, but this is the church. Isn't it a body and assembly of believers by your own logic?
Well, we haven't really assembled for the point of worshiping God. And
We're assembled right now for the purpose of discussing theology.
And we have been for an hour and a half.
Yeah. What's your role?
I don't think it applies to an independent.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's more of that. I don't think it applies. I don't think it applies to me. I don't think. I feel. I don't think. I feel.
I feel like you should be nice.
Whole lot of thinking and a whole lot of feeling. Not a whole lot of arguments, though.
But like in all sincerity, who am I supposed to ask if I don't have a husband? And my
ask
father.
a priest. Go ask. You're supposed to go ask a priest.
Get the priest to help you get a husband. To ask.
But anyway, look, I got to go to bed.
Oh, did I help you?
I appreciated the conversation. As always.
I appreciate it very much because I've been trying to read more about Orthodox Christianity and understand it better.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Andrew, just wanted to say hi.
Oh, well, hi. I got to get rolling though. I can't. I'm sorry, dude. I can't stay and answer questions. I got to get at least an hour's sleep. I got a flight to catch. But thank you. Thank you guys very much for the combo. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
I did try, Dawson, but
he's a busy guy. Hey, what can I say?
Busy guy. Yeah, he's got things to do, and
he'll be back.
What was your question going to be, Dawson? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I remember Greg talking earlier about how he discovered the Crucible and the Whatever podcast, and I also discovered it around January, February, and I was just going to ask him what's something some guys could learn about game.
Well, somewhat
about what?
Like learn about game, like we talk about like the dating game and relationships and
Well, it was too late to start that, man.
How to get laid?
You mean like how would a man get game or elevate himself? Is that what you're asking?
Well, it's like I discovered the concept of game back in November, and I'm like, that's interesting. So I kind of that's how I discovered like the YouTube space and the manosphere, and then like I'm just a curious person, just exploring too. I'm also a record collector.
Oh, very nice.
And just like joining conversations, just seeing where it can add value to conversations, and yeah, that's pretty much why.
Yeah. Guys, I'm going to burn through some super chats here. We got quite a few that didn't get read. Intel Wild, Josie is a YouTube strumpet trying to get subs off her looks. Sure.
Intel.
I got a face for radio. I thought we already went over that.
Yeah. I know a game that Grid One is really good at, and he wins at every time. Oh, is this from earlier? Is this from? Yeah, it's from. Wow, that was like 4 hours ago. Let's get some better ones here. All right, so, what about the frozen embryos thrown in a bin? I'm assuming that was during the abortion argument. I read this one. It didn't get the reaction that they probably were thinking about. Christ is King, again from Intel Wild. $5 from Intel Wild again, just for whatever. Intel Wild again for $5. I feed bears and men can coexist. I feel bears and men can coexist, but not with women. Together with the bears, we can have diversity. That's pretty
well.
funny.
If you had bears plus women plus men, you men could actually survive better because the bear would be well fed off the woman, and then you could be left.
That's true. That's true.
They
They don't appreciate it when I make that point on whatever.
And you only have to be faster than the slower woman in that scenario.
Yeah. Does God tell certain people to kill babies, kill all the time? Andrew. Sorry, Andrew left. I apologize. I did leave it up, though. He just decided not to address it.
I'm pretty sure Andrew doesn't think we should go around murdering people. He was trying to make a point with that hypothetical.
Yeah. And aborted babies don't have a right to live, Andrew. Yeah, you can't take Andrew literally during an argument, because you never know.
He is pro-life. Do not worry about that.
A baby can die before being born in the womb. Where's the right to live? Yeah, okay, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's the way we need to
Good job
express
for
it.
engaging, Melissa. That's our Andrew is a tough one.
Yeah.
Not easy to debate.
Bring up Wes Watson right here now. Yeah, just kidding. Still love you, Andrew. Okay, yeah, great. A rainbow colored pill? Probably not.
You've been drinking until wild.
I think
your
Angel
chat's been
Berber
drinking.
sent $5. Red pill is the Pfizer of relationship dynamics. That's true. They offer therapeutics for symptoms, but have no intention of curing the disease. That's right. Okay, I think we're caught up, and if not, I apologize, but it's late. Sorry, Dawson, that you did not get more information. You are welcome to come back to the show. We will be live probably about this time again tomorrow night. This is an odd week because my son is shooting a Clays championship, so I can't do any daytime streams. So I will, except on Friday I can. So I'm just going to be doing nighttime streams every night. And at the end of the day, it's pretty fun. I don't know about game. I'm not a game. I don't know that I'm really
Game for like
I'm not really
get
into
laid or for marriage.
Wicked Wally. Josie, we went over this last week. You have the face for radio, but unfortunately you don't have the voice. Yeah.
We were just talking about my voice, my face there.
Yeah, I did hear that. Al, thanks for doing overtime. I'm new here and love the streams. Hey man, I really appreciate it. And I think that's it. I think that's all the chats that came in. Glenn was supposed to go live. I talked to him earlier about sending him when I went offline that I would send it over to him. But has he gone live yet? I think he's held up, or maybe he went to sleep. He may have done me dirty and gone to sleep. early.
He may have, because he ain't live. I was looking out for it, see if he was live or not. He ain't live.
Yeah, he was supposed to go live. He may have. He's been up for like, I mean, a couple of days, I think. So that dude gets it done. He's pretty funny.
He was up all night last night because I was on his live last night. He was up all night.
I do have to. Well, maybe he's live now.
Who?
Glenn Lawrence.
I think Speakeasy's live right now.
Yeah, I think Glenn's live now too.
Yeah.
I seen earlier it was supposed to be around 2:30. I had my notification on, and my notification didn't go on.
Yeah.
He's not. He's not. No. I don't see it on.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's not live. Yeah, where's his live at? Let's see. He may have thought he was. He might have gone to bed.
Yeah, he might have. Yeah, he was up all night last night.
He's got 6 people waiting. It's supposed to go on at 1:30 a.m. in California time. It's 2:05. That's a problem. Is that he's not ready yet. Maybe I'll throw these guys a speak. Where's speak at?
I can start one if you want me to take it over. Can talk about game.
Game.
If you want to do that.
Where's that?
I'm not sure women can really speak too much on how to get women.
It's interesting because some can. There's some can, but some are really. What's the word I'm looking for here? Optimistic, maybe.
Managed broadcast.
They
yeah.
I don't really know what the word I'm looking for is.
Here, I started one.
Let's see where we at. Where am I at? There I am. I'm on the wrong page. Wow, we got a bunch of people talking. Let's see. Why isn't I live? I am live. Who's telling me I'm not live? Oh, that's in your chat. Okay, never mind. I was like, what are you doing? You're in my chat talking to me, but it's not. It's Josie's chat. I am live. Barely. Man, barely alive. Sleepy.
Yeah, I was surprised you were still on.
Well, I normally go about this time, but yeah.
I mean, I'm live right now if you want to read there, just if you want.
Where's
Hmm.
I don't know where
Yeah, I got.
Thanks for doing overtime. Yeah. Alf, I saw you in the other night. We were making fun about you eating the cats. SCHD says that. Let's see, you got yours in your private. Let me see what Speak's got going on. I hadn't been over there. I'm tired, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little tired.
No, Siege, you gotta come to my stream though.
Let's see. Game is false. 2 men can say the same thing. It totally do. Yeah, it's true. I mean, look. Game is. I was actually having a conversation with my son not long ago because he doesn't think he'll ever have game, and I'm like, dude, one day you're just gonna wake up and you're gonna have game, right? Like it's just kind of the way it goes, right? Like you don't. Look, pickup artists can tell you a bunch of stuff, but that's usually a bunch of lies.
Just don't buy a course.
Yeah, don't pay money for it. Yeah, don't.
I haven't bought one yet, but that's important to kind of like evaluate who is like who the coaches are, and like it's an investment. So I'm not paying anything yet for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you can never pay for something of that nature.
Yeah, I don't know that I ever would. I mean, I kind of get why some guys get kind of desperate and do it, because it is a, what's the word am I looking for here?
Great, go to bed.
It's hard. It's hard for people to. It's hard for people to like. It's hard for some men to talk to women. It's harder for some women to talk to, or talk in a way that's meaningful. But one day it just kind of clicks, and or it never does. You know, it's not. I don't know. I don't like the whole. Whatever.
Like industry.
Yeah, I don't like the PWA movement. I don't like any of it. Like they're all like charlatans to me. You know what I mean?
That's why I've been thinking critically about it, asking people questions.
Because like if you take Playing with Fire, he's it's one of the bigger channels. He comes off as very what's the word I'm looking for? Authentic, I guess. He comes off as very real, really he's I don't know. He's just he comes off really well, but he did very well against the based Oracle thing.
Yeah.
But a real debater would have destroyed him, because he basically he just never faces the fact that he is actually he is deceiving. He's teaching men to deceive women. There's no backing on that. There's no there's no reality there. You know what I mean? Like I can show you the moves, but you can't. What happens when you run out of moves?
Mm-hmm.
It kind of has to just float. But I will tell you like what. I'm gonna speak for myself. Like it's never the second that I can tell that a dude was like into me. That was like no. So that would be like friend zone. Be the one who friend zones right away and like literally treat her like coworker, and just be like, no, like I'm above that. Like I wouldn't sim for you. Like I'm above that. We're just friends. Like so like because you're like too cool for her and you're not one of those sims, that makes you right away like better than most guys. Like more like you have more value because can't touch it. Like you don't have to be like controlled by the pussy. Like some people are so freaking like thirsty for pussy, and it's such a fucking turn off. Like I can't even explain it. It's like they're like hungry puppies around bacon. Like don't be that guy.
That's actually not a bad. That's not a bad analogy, honestly. It's
like, gimme.
It's really and
like fuck off.
Some women love the smell of desperation. I think the real thing is that
for money.
I don't think that. Yeah, I mean, well, no, I think they look at they can really easily control the guy. He's if he's really that desperate, at the end of the day, it's very
well, yeah,
be an asshole with a sense of humor.
Either way.
Yeah, it's and you can't teach somebody to be a good human in a course, even like a big course. So guys, I'm gonna send you over to Speak. Speak will he's doing panel hopping, so make him hop over to Josie's panel. You're doing a panel, aren't you, Josie?
Am I?
I don't know what you're doing. I'm like
I started the stream. If you want
barely know
somebody
what
to
I'm
rate, I
doing
could
right
finish the game stuff if you want it.
I already had Glenn set up, so it was easy to switch to Speakeasy because I have their links there. But and now Glenn's going to be mad because
Oh yes, I know Glenn's fine.
I couldn't go that far. I'm just too tired. He whatever. I know he won't get mad. Don't. I'm being funny. Don't get it. Don't come at me, chat. But he's doing panel hopping tonight. Are you doing a panel? He's doing panel takeover tonight. I'm actually really surprised he didn't try and come on here because I
can
don't
start
really.
a panel if anything, but I don't mind.
Good.
Let's start a panel, chat.
Yeah, start a panel because I think it. Well, let me. Yeah, open panel hops. So get Speak to come in. Come
All right.
Come
I
hang
can
out.
join your panel, Josie.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Well, you
drop
guys
the link.
Yeah, I'm going to hit the button here in just a minute, and
Kick me
we'll
out so I can start one.
kick you out. You
My
kick
stream
yourself out.
siege.
You kick yourself out.
I can kick. Okay, I'm gonna go start my panel. Okay.
Okay. Now
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
God,
hop over.
goodness.
I'll hop over to Speakeasy and tell them to come over and hang out on your panel.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop this stream and stop this one. Okay, come over to my channel, chat. Once again, I'll put the panel guys that are already on this panel. I'll put the link on my stream. That's gonna be like pinned at the top. Okay. So
Well,
you
I'm doing a. Never mind. She's talking to her guys. We're confusing people.
not to you guys that are on the panel except Grid. The StreamYard link is gonna be pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah.
So
All right, guys.
you gotta come back here.
Thanks for having us on.
Yep.
Thank you.
Come
Good
back,
night,
Doc,
Grid.
when I'm away.
Having us,
Some
good one.
girls give me money.
Yep. See you guys.